I was telling you, I was in Minneapolis when I was a teenager, and I saw Twelfth Night. I saw Shakespeare.
12th Night, one more, we would have had 12 kids. So it was real exciting. In fact, I really wanted to film that at the Guthrie because Minnesota audiences really made me grow as a comic because they demanded, you know, good jokes and clean material and premises that worked. So I wanted to film it here, you know, because I worked on that material about 8 years, and I wanted to be able to, you know, have them share in that filming. And
they're not an easy audience, the Minnesota crowd.
No.
They're not.
Haven't you found that?
Yes, I found except for these. We came indoors, and there are some of you faint of heart who aren't outdoors, and aren't we glad?
I think they're not an easy audience because I think that Minnesota is that famous thing, the good life. And I think that people really want things at a high standard. You know, our medical here and our social systems and the way we take care of people and our beautiful cities.
So what's to poke fun of people who have it all?
Lutefisk. And anybody who can survive a 40 below wind chill.
Yeah, you know, you are the man one has to ask. How many answers do you have to this question? How cold was it?
I like when they say, is it cold enough for you? No, I like it to be 100 below. And people love their jumper cables here. That's a big thing. They'll show them to you. Look at these. Look at the teeth on them. I'm thinking about taking these hunting with me next year.
What's the story? We've got did I say lutefisk?
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 I don't know. I never tried it.
We've got a spot on it later on. You might
You'll
share
have a spot on you if you eat it. I'll tell you that.
Well, Louis Anderson, we'll have to leave it at that unless you have any final thoughts.
One more thing. I want to
Oh,
make
you
you an
do?
official. Where is it? Where's the jacket?
Where's the jacket?
An official twins. Bring it over.
There it is. Just throw that thing. Throw that thing.
She's going to be an official. The twins are going to win the series this year. We're hoping the twins will win the series.
My twins?
Well, we hope your twins. They've already won. They have you.
I can't get it out.
But the Minnesota Twins and Jane and I will be playing this year. The
M
Minnesota
for
Twins.
Mom. Thanks, Louis.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Gonna miss Louis. He could always make us laugh. We have another clip from our vault. Here's Louis back in 1989, this time talking to Today about a collection of letters that he wrote to his late father.
Louis Anderson is a very funny guy. He has made a career in comedy, based in part on his Minnesota childhood and a great big family. But the real success story is this book, Dear Dad, Letters from an Adult Child. How a grown man comes to terms with a desperately unhappy childhood. Louis Anderson, good morning.
Good morning.
Your father was an alcoholic, an abusive alcoholic, and yet I feel awful for all the times I have laughed at some of your stories of your wacky upbringing in that great big family. Why did you want to make us laugh about it at first?
Well, I guess that I'm glad that, first of all, that you laughed because that was my intention. And I think my thing was that, you know, it was so absurd. My father was crazy with the things he would say, like, if I was the last person on earth, some moron would turn left in front of me. When you're a kid, you go, what? Of course, you always turn to your brother and go, wish he was. So I tried to make humor out of those abusive situations or that crazy talk or, you know, the fact that he, you know, I shared as much about my dad's abuse as I could, and I tried to make it funny and turn it into something that people could respond to rather than to react to.
You knew that you were angry. And comedians, a lot of them say that the root of comedy is anger. I hear that all the time from comedians, but did you know what the source of that anger was?
Well, I knew my dad's drinking had definitely affected my life. And I knew that my comedy was all coming out of growing up in a family that was dysfunctional. And what surprised me so much is how many people came up to me after my show and went, you know, I had the same dad as you, or I had the same mom as you. So I knew I was hitting something, you know, a chord that was, you know, going on.
All right, the letters.
Right.
You wrote these letters after your father died. Were you ever able to resolve anything with him before he died?
Well, we had talked some, but what had happened was my father died and a friend of mine's father died, and when his dad died, he went to the cemetery and read his dad some letters. And I thought that was so different, but when my friend came back, I took him to the cemetery, and when he came back to the car, he was a different person. And I knew that at that moment that I was going to have to do something like that in order to resolve what I had to say. When I got done writing this book, writing these letters, I was a different person. The anger went somewhere.
But you're still funny. I'm happy to report
Right.
You're still funny.
I'm still funny, and I think that, you know, there's a lot of funny stuff in the book. You know, we picked 2 serious things because, you know, I'm known for the funny stuff, but there is a lot of funny things in the book, like the time my mom, when I was born, and my mom took the green stamps with so she could stop at the green stamp place because it was the only way she could get there was when we went to the hospital, you know, because it was close to it. So she went in the hospital before I was born, because she had 11 children, she knew how much time she had, bought something with the green stamp she had saved, and then went to the hospital and had me. I still have the thing she bought, too.
What?
A mirror. A goofy mirror. You know, moms, they like goofy stuff.
You, if you had known the story of your father's life, would that have helped, do you think?
Yeah. The reason that I finally decided that this book would be good to be published, because originally the letters were just written for me. They were part of a therapeutic thing that I wanted to go through and work it out. And I realized that maybe if somebody read this and their father was still alive and they were looking for a reason or some place to go, that they could give their dad this book, or they could read the book and maybe they would see a place. Because the book has a lot of places that, you know, kind of sum up what happens between a son and a father, or a daughter and a father. I don't think it's, you know.
Did you ever find out why he was the way he was?
Well, yeah, my dad's parents were alcoholics, and at a young age he was taken away from them because of their alcoholism and the abuse that he had. And, you know, what I've done is I've basically stopped the abuse. I've stopped the chain. So, you know, I've done that for my dad.
Well, it can be very uplifting to find laughter while working through so much things that are so serious. Well, that's going to do it for today's Pop Star Plus. Thanks for watching. We'll be back at it again tomorrow with one of our favorites, the very funny Jim Gaffigan. We'll see you then. Bye-bye.
Hey, 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 look at y'all watching our favorite streaming channel today all day. We love it when you tune in to Today in 30.
Yeah, we're here in Studio 1A. It's Wednesday. We've got a big show coming your way today.
We're going to start with the bitter chill. Mr. Roker is going to have everything we need to know. That cold weather is really expanding across much of the country. And here on the East Coast, we're getting ready for what could be a major nor'easter this weekend.
Oh, all right. Then Jill Martin has another great list of steals and deals, and this time it's all aimed at improving our sleep.
Oh, I can't wait for that. And then you're going to want to stick around because Katie Lee is going to show us how to kick our sandwich game up a notch.
I like that. And we're going to end the show by saying hello to Dolly Parton, the country superstar, just celebrated a birthday. Obviously, she looks better than ever. She sounds better than ever. She's got no plans of slowing down. And waiting to hear about her very sweet new project.
It's going to get everybody baking.
Draw the hair like right
You do.
Yeah,
I
it's
noticed
been bugging me the whole
blowing
time.
it around. It's
All
time
right.
for
Today in 30. Al's got your forecast details, but let's get started with NBC's Shaquille Brewster. He's in Des Moines this morning. Hi, Shaq. Morning.
Good morning, guys. I can confirm it is bitterly cold outside right now. I'll tell you, I brought a thermometer, and the needle's right around 0, but the real temperature is about 5 below. But when you add in the wind chill, it gets much colder than that. It's not just here in Iowa, but really across the region, some people waking up to their coldest temperatures of the season.
This morning from Kansas to Michigan, a midweek blast of cold pummeling the Midwest. Millions under winter weather alerts. Bitter temperatures and brutal winds pack a serious 1-2 punch.
The advisories issued when it's dangerously cold. 15 to 30 minutes, that's it for exposed skin.
Extreme wind chills making it feel well below 0. -20 in Chicago, -28 in Minneapolis, and 35 below 0 in Duluth. The frigid temperatures in Minnesota bringing the coldest sunrise of the season over Lake Superior. The view from above showing snow quickly accumulate across the Great Lakes.
Look at all the snow!
Further west, another dangerous cold front moving in, dumping heavy snow up to 25 inches across Colorado. Many forced to brave the elements as snow blanketed the region. The wintry mess also creating dangerously blinding conditions on the road. A major interstate shut down Tuesday all the way to the Kansas border, with multiple vehicles spinning out of control, snarling traffic, and leaving drivers stranded.
And speaking of that snow, the National Weather Service is saying they're becoming more confident in a potential and significant East Coast snowstorm. But until then, I'll tell you, this Arctic chill, this Arctic air is heading directly to you guys in New York. Savannah?
Okay, Shaq, looks cold out there. Go warm up. Thank you so much. All right, let's bring in Mr. Roker. A lot of people wondering about timing.
Yeah, absolutely. And a lot of us are dealing with the cold. I mean, coast to coast, 226 million people below freezing this morning. And right now we've got wind chill advisories or warnings for 31 million people from the plains all the way to New England and down into the Appalachians. Now, here's what we're looking at right now. Dangerously cold wind chills. It feels like minus 31 in Minneapolis, minus 16 in Chicago. Memphis, you feel like 12 degrees, 11 here in New York City. And right on into the weekend, you can look at these bone-chilling temperatures. 17 on Saturday in Buffalo, 24 in New York City. Saturday, it's 25 in Charleston and 35 in Nashville. Now, here's this storm. This is the timing of it and what we are expecting. We're watching the models. The European model curves closer to the coast, brings heavy snow from Philadelphia to New England. We're talking blizzard-like conditions. The American model a little further to the east. It curves away from the coast. That heavy snowfall is confined right now to coastal New England and maybe a little inland. So what we're looking at when we blend the models together for a snowfall total, heavy snow from Portland all the way to Newport, Montauk, just to the west of New York City and down into the Delmarva Peninsula. But guys, the problem right now is the American model for New York City, about 2 to 3 inches of snow. The European model, upwards of 16 inches. So what we're looking at right now is waiting to see which model moves to the other one. But we just want folks to be ready for what potentially could be a major snowstorm along the East Coast.
Well, as we get closer, I guess we'll get a better idea too, Al. Thank you very much. Stick around because there is much more coming up on Today in 30.
These days, the news never stops. The morning's headlines change by afternoon, and by the end of the day, it's all totally different. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. I get it. I know that it can be hard to keep up. So let's get started together and go from there.
Hey, I'm Hallie Jackson, and we have a ton going on tonight. Here's the deal.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
I believe, every dream, every journey, every triumph.
And it all starts here.
Let the celebration begin!
The excitement is in the air.
United States,
Is he superhuman?
feel the magic every day.
She is a superstar, Kayla. We are cheering you on.
And share every moment with us at the Winter Olympics. Today is where the games begin. Make the most of your day with
Today in 30.
We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
All right, finally, we're back with Steals and Deals, and this time, Savannah, our friend Jill Martin is going to help restore your sleep routine because, let's face it, who doesn't want more sleep?
Well, we definitely do. And remember, it's easy to find these bargains. You scan the QR code at the bottom of your screen. Jill, morning to you.
Good morning, Jill.
We're hanging on your every word for this segment.
Good morning, guys. Well, this was a good one because I got to stay in my pajamas. But I heard you two talking yesterday about how you love to take naps and it's important to schedule rest. And so I really believe in that. So we have 6 products, and the first one we're starting with, we've never done this before. This is exciting. It's the Milliard Memory Foam Mattresses. Now, this is how they come, and then you just unwrap it, and it becomes a mattress. This is how it arrived at the house. The retail price, $4.99 to $7.99. Now, choose from 2 options. The first one is an Ultra Comfort Memory Foam Mattress, supportive foam base with a luxuriously soft top layer. It has a medium firm feel, so it's a great option even if you need something for a guest room too. It has a soft outer cover, which is easy to clean. It's machine washable. The brand says it's designed to last for years and contains durable, long-lasting foam.
Wait, what's
available
machine
in twin,
washable?
Full, queen, and king.
The whole mattress?
The cover to the mattress.
Cover to it.
No,
Sorry.
the cover to it. So if it gets dirty, you take it off and just throw it in. And then the next option is the split firm and soft memory foam mattress. You guys are gonna like this. It's great for those who share a sleep space but want individual personal comfort. It offers
my
a
wife.
soft side with responsive plush memory foam, and then on the other side, just 1 inch of memory foam on the firm side, so you choose your comfort. Available in queen and king. The retail price is $4.99 to $7.99. The deal is $209 to $379, and you don't fight with your partner. That's up to 58%
That's priceless.
off. That's
Siri
a
would pay
great deal. And again,
$8.99 if I would
it
just sleep
arrived
downstairs.
I was about to say, does it come in twin size? That's what you need, two
She would
different
cut it in
beds.
half and put one on the other side of the room.
Fact.
Okay, moving on. The Blankwell Elegance Cluster Memory Foam Queen Pillow. Now, this one comes like this as well. When you open it, give it a second, and it expands to this. The retail $99.99. Blankwell was founded to help ease people's stress and anxiety through better sleep. This pillow is a perfect blend of luxury with moisture managing technology that the brand says helps the pillow stay dry and cool overnight. The inside of the pillow is made of high-quality memory foam clusters designed to be both comfortable and supportive. Queen size dimensions 18 by 30. The retail $99.99. The deal $29. That's
good deal.
71% off. Okay, next up. I don't know. Do either of you use a weighted blanket?
I've tried it. It's a little heavy.
I have one. I got mine for anxiety. It was like prescribed to me.
Yeah, did it work?
Yeah, it does. It offers sort of that feeling of kind of comfort, but it is very heavy, and it's not for everybody.
No, I tried it for anxiety too, but I still was anxious.
Yeah. Well, it's not for everybody, but it does help. And this one is the Ella Jane Reversible Weighted Blanket. I sleep with the lightest one. It's the retail $129.99 to $179.99. So it's a velvety soft fabric on one side, microfiber on the other. The box quilted construction of the blanket helps the fill stay in place, so you won't have weight on one side more than the other. The brand says the weighted pressure is designed to have a deep calming effect for a good night's sleep in a range of 12 pounds, 15 or 20 pounds, and 5 color combinations. You can check them out on today.com. The retail $129.99 to $179.99. The deal $42 to $48, up to 73% off. And if you've never tried it, it's great at a deal price like that because you can get it home and try it out.
Well, also, I think
All right,
if
this
you
is
don't like to
always
cuddle
super
with your partner,
popular.
it's a good gift because, like, my wife bought me that because it's supposed to give you that feeling of like someone loves you.
Every time
a
we
heavy
have
blanket.
this segment, like this is what it turns into.
Oh no, Siri and I, we get sleep divorce, so we have all sorts of sleep issues. I'm going to buy one of each of these products.
Yes, and try it.
Yes.
Exactly.
But the
Like,
weighted blanket
you can
is
hug
great.
your pillow like the lady
If you sleep
model.
lonely at night, like I do, try the weighted blanket.
You and Mike should sleep together.
The good news is the good news is you both seem to have beautiful marriages, so
Those
the
aren't
sleep
pillows.
items can only help you. So moving on, we have this Kitsch Satin Sleep Set Bundle, the retail $55. This is always super popular, so if you want this, get this now. The bundle includes 2 standard satin pillowcases, 1 satin eye mask, 1 satin sleep scrunchie. I love a scrunchie. Available in colors leopard or ivory. The satin can help prevent crimping and frizz. Their high-quality satin is soft and buttery smooth, vegan and cruelty-free. The brand says it's gentle for all hair and great even if you move while you sleep. There's a minimalistic side zipper to keep in place overnight. Easy to clean, but hand wash it with cold water and then just soap and air dry. Retail $55, the deal $19 for that entire set. That's 65% off. All right, this is super cool. This is the Harmony Smart Ultrasonic Essential Oil Diffuser with Wi-Fi by Pure Daily Care. The retail $149.95. Now this little guy does a lot. Creates a soothing, peaceful atmosphere with the smart diffuser. Also gives a soft light, and you can stream music too. Perfect for the bedroom, living areas, or the home office. The smart diffuser is easy to set up. It comes with the 3 scents, so I have lavender in there right now. I didn't have the mist going because I had it going for too long. And you can download an app on your phone so that you can control it by Bluetooth and schedule it. So if you want to walk in at night to a beautiful aroma, that could really set the tone and the behavior of your sleep. The retail $149.95, the deal $49, a beautiful gift, 67% off. And last up, good living in style. This will be good for you and your partners. No More Sore Massager. The retail $129.95.
Now we're talking.
Now the small massager is lightweight. Lightweight cordless, so it's portable, travel friendly, and easily fits in your bag. I have a bad hip, so I use this constantly on my hip. It comes with 4 tools, so you can use it in different ways to relax, soothing different muscles. 3 speed settings, low, medium, high. Comes in 5 colors. You can check them out on today.com. The retail $129.95. The deal $39, 70%
That's a great
off.
deal.
All right, let's run
Those
through
are
the
nice.
products
Really
one more time. We have the Milliard Memory Foam mattresses, the Blankwell Elegance Cluster Memory Foam Pillow, the Ella Jane Weighted Blanket, the Kitsch Satin Sleep Set Bundle, the Pure Daily Care Harmony Smart Ultrasonic Essential Diffuser, and the Good Living in Style No More Sore Massager. I feel like it should also come with a therapy session so you and your partners can all get the items and then work together.
This is Carson's therapy session and mine too. I slept on the couch last night.
Jill, those are some great deals. How much for the skeleton surfboard?
Oh, I know. Isn't that priceless?
That is cool.
That was one of the first items when I started working that I invested in. Thank you for pointing it out.
I love
means
that. If
a
you
lot
ever put
to
that
me.
in Steals and Deals, let
I know,
us know.
that's awesome.
And thanks for the sleep stuff. You slept on the couch last night, really?
I did, yeah, because, snoring.
You opted to go there, though.
Well, yeah, because I didn't want him. Yes, I didn't
Am I
want.
still snoring?
A little, yeah.
CPAP.
I know, but he doesn't.
I breathe with a tube. If you saw me
sleep
sleeping, it's like I'm in an
You
aquarium.
look like Darth Vader. I know.
But it helps.
I know, but he doesn't need that. So I just move on. I wear earplugs
Siri
every
moved
night.
back into the room now because I have the CPAP machine.
She did?
Yes.
Oh, so the sleep divorce is over.
It's off and on.
Okay.
It's touch and go. But Jill, that's not your problem.
No, sorry, Jill.
Thank you for the
This
deals.
is what happens when they put us together.
There's a QR code. You can text STEALS to 34318 or head to today.com/deals. And a reminder, Today works with affiliate partners and earns a small commission on purchases made through our links. Thanks, Jill.
Mike's gone on to work by now.
In the City of Angels, 2 kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, new from Dateline, wherever you get your podcasts.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The Sunday Sit Down with Willie Geist podcast. It's the conversations you want to have with the people you'd love to meet.
Get your money's worth.
Unedited, unfiltered.
See ya!
Sit down with Willie and listen wherever you get your podcasts.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
This morning, we are putting a French twist on today food with a classic sandwich. Joining us right now, our pal, Lee Beagle. She's the co-host of The Kitchen on Food Network and the author. Her newest cookbook is It's Not Complicated. Katie, good to see you.
Great to see you all. How are you doing this morning?
Doing great. And I like you're going to make our taste buds a little more international, taking a ham sandwich and giving it a little French twist.
Yum. This is just what you need for a cold night. Have a nice cozy dinner. It's really simple, but it feels kind of elevated. We're not just having a ham and cheese, we're having a croque monsieur.
Ooh, okay. So how do we get started with this?
Okay, so here's how we do it. I've got some country white bread here. I like a thick slice for this, and I just topped it with some Dijon mustard. And then I've got some deli ham here. You can use any ham you like. If you like a thin slice, if you like a little thicker. I put 3 slices on, but you determine the thickness of your sandwich, however you like it. And then let's get to the good part, the cheese, because a croque monsieur has a lot of cheese. I'm talking about a lot here. So this is Gruyere cheese, and this is so nutty and salty and delicious. It's French onion soup cheese.
Right.
And
it's really melty.
We're going to put... It's very melty. That's what we want here. We want an ooey gooey sandwich. So I'm going to put about a tablespoon of this on each one. And then we're going to make a cheese sauce, okay? So I'm just going to top them with my bread. And I've got the broiler going. You want to preheat your broiler.
Okay.
And now to make our creamy cheese sauce. So I've got some butter, because every good French recipe has butter, right?
Yes, of course.
So I'm going to melt the butter and add to it some flour. So I'm just making a classic roux here.
So this is
And
kind of
you
like
wanna
what you would put in a macaroni and cheese almost.
Absolutely. You could take this same recipe and do it for mac and cheese, toss it with some pasta, and you're good to go. So you want to let this cook for about 3 or 4 minutes. You want the flour taste to cook out of it. If you go in with your milk too early, you kind of get this like floury thing that's not appealing. No. So then I'm going to take, and for the sake of time, right?
Yeah.
I'll take some whole milk, and I've got 2 cups here that's just going to go in, whisk it up, and you want to let it cook until it's thick enough to coat the back of a spoon. And then you're going to add to it a cup of that grated Gruyere.
Oh, yes.
So,
that sounds
more
amazing.
cheese goes in. And then it's going to turn into this wonderful little cheese sauce here that I've got that I'm going to top my sandwiches with.
Okay. Boy.
So you're just going to go on top of those sandwiches.
What's in
and
that
just
little
give it
jar that's sitting right there?
Oh, you know, I always forget something,
little
Dylan.
cinnamon?
Thank you. This
Is
is
it
like
nutmeg?
the mom brain.
What
This
is it?
Nutmeg.
Oh.
Yes, I knew I was going to forget the nutmeg too.
I got
A
you with
little
the
pinch
mom
of
brain. I get
nutmeg
it.
goes in there.
Okay.
You got it, right?
Now, Katie,
So
is there
little
too much?
pinch.
Is there any such thing as too much bechamel sauce?
I don't think there's such thing as too much bechamel sauce. No. So I'm going to really go over these sandwiches with the cheese sauce.
Oh my God, that's amazing.
We want them to be nice and melty. And then, I really went to town on that one. That one's going to be mine. And then you're going to top it with more cheese.
Yes!
Okay?
Oh my gosh.
Yes. So you're going to go in with more grated cheese on top. This is going to be so good. And I mean, it's winter time, right? We can eat food like this. All right, so now this is going to go under the broiler.
Oh.
And again, the mom brain, if you're forgetful like me, just stand next to the oven.
Yeah, I've
because
done
you'll be destined to burn it, right?
Yes.
I was in here making these this morning, like staring at the oven. Okay, so I've got some back here that's already done. I'm proud to say I didn't burn it.
Oh my God.
Oh, that's fantastic.
Here we go. Ooey gooey.
Yum.
That looks
Slice
great.
into it. Look at that.
Oh my gosh.
Now, if you want to make this a croque madame, you put a fried egg on top of it.
Oh.
And then you get the runny egg thing going.
Hey, we don't want to run out of time. You've got a great, simple salad dressing.
Yes, salad dressing. That's the number one question I get on social media is how to make a simple vinaigrette.
I agree.
So you start off with 1 tablespoon of Dijon mustard. Add to it 1 tablespoon of your favorite vinegar. I like to use red wine vinegar. And then you're going to add to it just a little squirt of honey.
Okay.
Because that kind of balances out the tang of the vinegar.
Okay.
I like a little touch of lemon.
Okay.
And then you whisk this first, and that makes it nice and emulsified.
Okay.
And then we're going to add to it our olive oil. So typically you do 1 part vinegar, 3 parts of oil, but I like to have a little bit more tang, so I put in the lemon juice as well. And that just kind of gives it, a little bit extra. And then you want to really heavily season it with salt, because that's what's going to season your entire salad.
Right.
Is that salt. So you got to go for it.
Salt and pepper.
And then you just
Everybody has that.
On your favorite salad.
I'm going to do that today.
Katie Lee Beagle.
Have a glass of white wine.
There you go.
Smart woman.
Speaking our language.
All you need is a beret and you're set. Katie Lee Beagle. Thanks so much.
Thank you so much.
Hey, to check out this recipe and more, thank you. Head to today.com/food.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
We've got a Congress that doesn't seem very functional. What's this election year going to look like? Are we getting ahead of the science? Are we behind the science? How much did this booster confusion set us back? Can the January 6th committee come up with anything that would change Republican minds? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, new from Dateline, wherever you get your podcasts.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Okay. Oh, love it. We love listening to Dolly Parton's music, the queen of country. Just recently celebrated a birthday, and at 76, she is lovely and lively as ever.
She's got new music. She's got a sweet new project, and it's no wonder Time Magazine named her one of the 100 most influential people of 2021. Dolly Parton, when we saw you were going to be on our show, it made our day. So we want to say we're so happy to be sitting with you, and we want to discuss your cakes. But did you see Jenna's thirst trap,
No,
Dolly?
please don't ask an American icon.
A thirst trap is when
Yeah, I think that's great.
What do you think of Jenna's
I saw
move?
all of you doing your fashion thing, and I wanted you to know that I wanted to be in there. So I, this month, am wearing rickrack and an apron.
I mean, that is as sexy as it gets. Dolly, we adore you.
Yeah.
And we were talking earlier, too, about our girls' nights.
We wanted to have a special girls' night. We wanted to invite Reba. Well, you were first, and Oprah, and
Trisha.
Reese, and Trisha. And we wondered if you would ever want to come and hang out with us.
Wouldn't that be fun? We would love that, too.
Oh, okay. And we have to also say happy birthday. I hope you
Thank
had
you.
one
of your cakes for your birthday. You posted this throwback picture, and you said, just hanging out on my birthday.
In my birthday suit. I love that.
How was it?
Oh, yeah. Well, my birthday was good. Actually, I didn't have one of these cakes. Someone had made me a big birthday cake, so I spent my day with my husband and ate a lot of cake. So I've been eating a lot of cake lately because I've been promoting our new Duncan Hines deal, which we'll talk about when you're ready.
Yeah, I think we should talk about it since it's right in front of you and we're kind of hungry. So there are, Duncan Hines is like the go-to for both of us for birthday cakes, but you are putting a little spin on it.
Well, actually, I got in business with Duncan Hines because how many times have people made Duncan Hines cake and act like they made it? You know, so we know they're great, and you can make it because you can read on the back. But I'm excited about doing this southern end of Duncan Hines cake and sweet stuff and all. So we got our little slogan that says, "If you are what you eat, why not be sweet?" So that's our little slogan.
And
so we've got the banana cream, banana pudding cake, and the coconut cake, which everybody loves.
I mean, you married two of the most classic things.
We heard like they're flying off the shelves. People were trying to get them, and they're like, Dolly's cakes are already gone. I'm sure they're going to restock, but wow.
Well, that was the ones online, yeah. So you can actually, it's coming out in March, but you can just kind of go to the Duncan Hines website and enter your email, or you can go on my socials and find out exactly when they're going to have them restocked.
You know, I know, Dolly, that you write music all the time. It just comes out of you no matter where you are at the funniest times and moments. And where are you writing new music, and do you have any new music that's coming out?
Well, actually, I do have some new music coming out along with a new book that I've written a novel with the famous James Patterson.
Oh, yeah.
And along with that, I wrote a whole new album. It's called Run, Rose, Run, which is the title of the book, and as well as the album. So that's what I'm doing now. And then I've been doing a lot of cooking, trying to get my new line going. Seriously, though, I've been doing more writing than cooking.
We're listening to a little bit of this new music. Can we just crank it for a second?
Guitar and me.
Oh, yeah.
How to find my destiny. Nashville is the place to be.
Oh,
can you hear it?
Big dreams, bacon cheese.
Yeah.
Love. So speaking of like beautiful stories and love stories, you and Carl Dean have been married 55 years. I mean, when I saw the number 55, it just struck me. And I know people ask you all the time, like, what is it about your relationship that has withstood the test of time? But what is it?
Well, actually, we're good people. We're fun people. We both have a great sense of humor, and we like and respect each other, and we just have fun. And I stay gone enough to keep it new.
And you can bake. Yeah. And you can bake. But Dolly, we were talking earlier this week because we heard that Heidi Klum got her legs insured, and there was some rumor on the internet that you have a famous body part
or parts
that are also insured, and we just have to we want you to set the record straight. Yes.
Well, it's not true about that. Years ago, was it Betty Grable or one of the great famous stars that was famous also for her legs? And at that time, I said, well, maybe I should get my boobs insured since I'm famous for them. But it was just a joke. I didn't do that.
Well, Dolly, we love you, and congratulations on your newest adventure that you're on right now. We appreciate your time.
The book, the music, all of it. We cannot wait to see you in real life soon.
Well, thank you. And by the way, you can get new boobs, but you can't get new legs.
Check. I'm sewing that on a pillow.
Thank you.
We love you.
Love you, Dolly.
You love talking to Dolly. What's your favorite part about it?
Everything. She is, I think, the most beloved human being on the planet Earth. I don't think there's a person alive who doesn't love Dolly, but it's apparent why. She's gracious and funny and generous.
And brilliant.
Yeah.
And her music. I mean, it's just like, I feel like all of her songs have been a part of the soundtrack of our lives, of everybody's lives. She's an icon.
Well, come on back for another big morning. It's tomorrow on Today.
Tomorrow, we're going to have a great day.
We are. Bye.
We just know it.
Welcome to Today Food on Today All Day. So when life hands you lemons, you know what they say? Make limoncello. Today on an all-new saucy, Anthony Contrino showing us how to make the boozy Italian spirit plus 2 lemony sweet treats that will want to make you pucker up.
Everyone loves a sweet treat every now and then, and I have 3 that are stunning, delicious, and use one of my favorite ingredients in the entire world, Sorrento Lemons. First up, a traditional Italian liqueur, limoncello. Then, my lemon curd tartlets. Finally, my favorite, a lemon and olive oil bundt cake with limoncello glaze. So grab a lemon and pucker up. It's not every day that produce from Italy comes in, but when my local Italian market gets the first batch of Sorrento lemons, I am like a kid on Christmas morning. Aside from the obvious difference in size, this lemon has more bumpy skin, which contains more oils. So if you're using its zest or steeping it for something like limoncello, you're gonna get that much more flavor. Let's start making our limoncello. The first thing we need to do is peel these beautiful lemons. Grab your favorite peeler and just start peeling strips of the skin. Take your time. We don't want to leave any of the skin behind. We don't want to waste any of that flavorful skin. I wish you can smell how fragrant this is. It's amazing. Has a more sweet aroma than your traditional store-bought lemon. I'm making a huge batch of limoncello, so we're gonna need 8 of these lemons. If you're using regular organic lemons, you're going to need at least 12 of them. My hands are gonna smell so good by the time I'm done with this. My carpal tunnel, however, not so much. Last one. Awesome. Look how beautiful all these peels are. The next step is to peel off any excess pith. So I'm gonna go through all of these and make sure that there's nothing that has more pith than what I'm seeing on this lemon. Now for the fun part. Grab yourself a fairly large glass jar, at least 56 ounces if possible, and simply add your hard work right into the jar. All of these gorgeous Sorrento lemon peels. And now for another very important ingredient, high proof grain alcohol. This stuff is strong. It is extremely flammable. It's 190 proof. You cannot drink this as is. It will literally burn your insides. But it's that power that is going to help pull all the flavor, all of the oils out of these lemon peels. Madonna. Whew. Do not drink it. And I'm gonna add the whole 1 liter bottle right to our jar. Perfect. Now all that's left to do is wait. For me, it's more of a visual cue. I want the lemon peels to be pale, which means that all of the flavor, all of these oils have been sucked out of the peels. So around 1 to 2 weeks is probably best. Thankfully, I have a little trick up my sleeve. If you've been watching, you'd notice that we had this hiding in the corner the last few weeks, steeping just for today. And you can see the obvious difference. This is a deep golden yellow color. Isn't it beautiful? We have everything we need. I made some simple syrup earlier that we're going to add to our strained limoncello. Oh, did you hear that pop? It smells a little bit like cleaning supplies right now. Don't worry about that. We'll take care of it. Get yourself an even bigger glass jar. Just going to place a strainer on top of our new jar and carefully, to hopefully not lose any of this liquid gold, pour it. I didn't think this part through, did I? All right, we're just gonna go for it. Oh my God, how cool is that? That was easier than I thought it was gonna be. Now we're gonna pour our simple syrup right in. Look at how the color changes. It's this beautiful, sunshiny yellow color. At this point, it's almost done, but it's still way too strong to drink. So we have one last ingredient to add. Some cold water. This recipe makes a lot, so I hope you have a lot of friends. Just give it a little bit of a stir. Then it's just time to start bottling. Funnel will make this process a lot easier. Perfect. Just seal them up as you finish bottling though. Is that beautiful? I'd be very happy if someone brought me one of these bottles of limoncello. You can find these glass bottles at some craft stores, but I normally find them at a store that sells containers. There's a little bit left, which I'll jar later, but that's for me. Gorgeous. I'm going to let these cure in the freezer for a week. The good news is they could live in there for a year, just in time for the next Sorrento Lemon season.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
When I was interning in southern France, I learned how to make the best lemon curd I've ever had in my life. And thankfully, Chef Laurent was kind enough to share the recipe with me, and this is my version of it. The first thing we need to do is prepare our butter. This is one of those times when we want very cold butter. We don't want it room temperature. And I'm just gonna cut it into cubes. About a 1/2-inch cube would be perfect. Using 2 sticks, a full 1/2 pound of butter for this recipe. Definitely one of the reasons why this is so delicious. Set that aside. Let's start our curd. Now, I'm not one for really weird quantities in baking or cooking in general, but this recipe is so perfect that it does call for a weird amount of lemon juice. Exactly a 1/2 cup plus 4 teaspoons. It has to be that quantity, trust me. Don't round up, don't round down. Some sugar, 3/4 of a cup, 1/2 teaspoon of salt, and then some eggs. Three whole eggs and 1 yolk. This extra yolk is going to add a bit more decadence and richness. Okay, I'm gonna put this over medium heat. We don't wanna put it on top of an aggressive heat because we don't want scrambled eggs. Grab a whisk, start combining all of these ingredients. You wanna keep whisking over the medium heat until it starts to steam and you'll feel this mixture getting thick. Starting to see my first wisps of steam. And it's done, just like that. Immediately off the heat, grab a spatula and through a fine mesh strainer into a food processor. Scrape it all down. Get every last bit of this curd in there. And then kind of in a back and forth stirry motion, start pushing your curd through the strainer. Put on your lid the right way. Turn your machine on, and then we're gonna start adding our butter, a cube at a time. And it looks great to me. I'm gonna transfer this to a bowl. Look how silky, how smooth, and how beautiful it is. And it is delicious too, I promise. I can guarantee you that this lemon curd is life-changing. Into the fridge for 4 hours or overnight until it's nice and thick. Thankfully, I have one all ready to go. Here I have some phyllo dough shells that you can find in the frozen section of your grocery store. We're gonna fill them with this delicious curd. Let me show you how to set up a piping bag. Fold down the top. Then you want to choose a tip. I'm going with a medium small round tip. Cut a hole for your tip and slide it in. Right side up, preferably. Then just push it forward and then pull to stretch out the plastic just a little bit. That'll lock it in place. And then simply just add this beautiful curd right into your bag. That'll be plenty for these tartlets. I'm gonna fill these with a slightly heaping mound of the curd, just like that. This smooth curd against this crispy phyllo shell is the perfect combination of textures. I'm gonna finish these off with a couple of things. First, a fresh raspberry for a little bit of color and just a sweet little pop of extra flavor. These are looking amazing already, but I have one more special touch to add to them. A little powdered sugar. It's pretty and adds just a kiss of extra sweetness. Just give it little gentle taps. A little bit of early morning snow. Aren't these just so adorable? They're delicious too, and I know my neighbors are gonna love them. So I'm gonna be a good boy, and I'm not going to touch them. No one said anything about the leftover curd, though.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
These days, the news never stops. The morning's headlines change by afternoon, and by the end of the day, it's all totally different. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. I get it. I know that it can be hard to keep up. So let's get started together and go from there.
Hey, I'm Hallie Jackson, and we have a ton going on tonight. Here's the deal.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Our week-long journey across America. From Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last move.
Was talking smack part of this?
I believe
Every dream, journey, and triumph.
And it all starts here.
United States, let's go! Feel the magic every day.
The excitement is in the air.
At the Winter Olympics, today is where the games begin.
Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, new from Dateline, wherever you get your podcasts.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
This is one of the moistest cakes you will ever have. Honestly, I would have a slice of the simple and elegant bundt cake over a layer cake any day of the week. You always want to start with your dry ingredients. 2.5 cups of flour, right into your bowl. Okay. Then we need some salt. You always need salt when baking. It helps bring out all the flavors of everything else that is in your batter. 1 teaspoon of that. I'm using 2 different leaveners, baking powder and baking soda. So just 1/2 teaspoon of the baking soda, and then 1.5 teaspoons of our baking powder. Okay. I'm whisking this really well to evenly distribute all of the leaveners. Perfect. Set this aside, and let's get started on our wet ingredients. First up, a stick of European or European-style butter right into the bowl of a stand mixer. Then some sugar. 1 3/4 cup of sugar. Just add that right on in. May sound like a lot, but this is not an overly sweet cake. The olive oil component of our cake, make sure you're using a floral olive oil. This is definitely not the time for a peppery olive oil. This is dessert. 1/4 cup of this liquid gold. Smells so good. Just gonna go right on in, get all of those last little drips. And some lemon zest. Using a Sorrento lemon here, so 1/2 of the zest of this lemon will be more than enough. Paddle attachment. And we wanna beat this until it's super pale and nice and fluffy. You can see it lightening in color already. We can start adding our eggs. 3 large eggs. Scrape it down again. Make sure there are no bits of egg that were missed. At this point, we're also going to add a little bit of vanilla. I feel like every baked good needs just a little bit of vanilla. 1 teaspoon. We have our dry ready. We just need to finish our wet. I have 1/4 cup of that delicious lemon juice from our Sorrento Lemons. And to that, I'm going to add 3/4 cup of buttermilk. Just give it a little bit of a swirl to incorporate. And now, let's finish it up. Start by adding 1/2 of your dry and slowly on low so it doesn't fly out at you. Let it go. And as soon as it's almost fully incorporated, start drizzling in your buttermilk mixture. All that's left is our remaining dry ingredients. Once again, incorporate on low speed. And you want to stop the machine as soon as it looks like it's almost all incorporated. Right there. I'll finish the rest by hand. You never want to overmix a cake batter. It'll get really tough. I want to lick this, but I'm not. Just going to make sure that any bits of flour are fully incorporated at this point. This looks great. Let's get into our pan. It's a nice, thick, luxurious batter. You can see some of those specks of the lemon zest in here. It's gonna be so delicious. Just gently start smoothing it. If you made a mess like I did, just carefully clean it up without ruining too much of your greased pan. One last thing that I like to do before I put it in the oven, a few taps on the countertop just to knock out any large air bubbles that may be in there. You want to bake this for 45 minutes at 350 degrees until a cake tester comes out clean when inserted in the center.
Make the most of your day with
Today in
30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
I believe. Every dream, journey, and triumph.
And it all starts here.
United States, let's go!
Feel the magic every day.
The excitement is in the air.
At the Winter Olympics, today is where the games begin.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it just is.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. Our week-long journey across America. From Washington, D.C., a side of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last movie.
Was talking smack part of this?
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Is this cake not stunning? You want to allow your cake to cool completely till it's cold to the touch, basically, at least room temperature, or your glaze will not set. So let's get started on it. 1.5 cups of confectioner's sugar. I'm putting it right into a fine mesh strainer because we want to sift out any lumps. We want a nice, smooth glaze. Then using a spoon or spatula, whatever you have, just start working it through the strainer. There you go. To this, we're gonna add just a few more ingredients. Some melted butter, 4 tablespoons, and then 2 tablespoons each of whole milk, and of course, our limoncello. Keep the milk on standby just in case you need to thin out your glaze. Just whisk, slowly pulling in all the sugar from the sides of the bowl. Oh no. I'm a mess. This glaze should be fairly thick, but still runny enough to drizzle down the side of our bundt cake. Okay, you want to use this quickly. Grab a spoon. Then work your way around your cake, allowing it to drizzle down the sides into the center and across the top. And there you have it, our beautiful lemon olive oil bundt cake with limoncello glaze. All of these lemony treats make a perfect gift, and I'm going to show you some fun ways that I like to package them when giving them to friends and neighbors. Let's start with our bundt cake. I'm going to carefully transfer it, looking for some naked cake space, right into the center of our charger. Don't forget about our gorgeous lemon curd tartlets. These could be a little tricky to transport, but I discovered a trick. I bought this cute little shallow tin at a craft store, and I'm gonna put in just a small layering of sprinkles. That's gonna help keep them in place. And of course, they match our little tartlets. Just kind of nestle them in. Don't overcrowd, but look how cute this looks. A lot of people are going to be begging me for this limoncello. Have a solution for that too. Have this cute lemon rubber stamp and some yellow ink. Just give it a little pat. And then with just any fine tip marker, grab some twine, string it through your little tag, and we'll tie it to the sides of our bottle. Aren't these so cute? And there you have it, 3 delicious and adorable gifts that I know my friends and family are just going to love. They also happen to make an excellent bribe.
I'm Shop All Day contributor Chassie Post, and I know trends. Each week, I'm here with the must-have fashion and beauty products at a price you'll like in Style Finder.
I'm fashion and beauty expert Makon Lovu, and I'm bringing you industry insiders and those in the know to share all the buzzworthy products sweeping social media and influencer trends.
And I'm Shop All Day contributor Jen Fallick, and I love finding the best versions of everyday items in Better Basics.
This is Shop All Day 30 Under 30. Hi, I'm Chassie Post, and we're back today with a new episode of Shop All Day. And get this, we have 30 products for you, all under $30. And don't let the low prices fool you. We have some of our fun and favorite finds that you can afford. We're talking fashion, beauty, home, and organization too. And remember, see that QR code at the bottom of your screen? You can use the camera on your smartphone to scan it for instant access to the products on the show today. Or you can text SHOP to the number below to shop all the products we're sharing with you today. So let's get to it. Let's start with fashion. Now, you don't have to spend a fortune to add a sumptuous, subtle, and stylish sweater to your winter uniform. And we've got you with this V-neck sweater from H&M. And when I saw it, I could not wait to try it on. It is so incredibly soft. And this fabric is actually a wool blend with spandex. So it's got some great stretch in it. So it's also really comfy. And what I love about this silhouette is it's got that great oversized trend that we've seen so much of, but it's not too oversized. It's even got a great split here in the hem. And I am really digging these sophisticated neutrals, this light green and the oatmeal, and I cannot believe the price. And if you're more of a cardigan fan, we've got another wardrobe essential that also elevates your everyday. Now, this sweater is just as soft as our V-neck. It's actually made out of a viscose blend, and it's also got a little stretch. And I have to say, one of the things I love so much about a cardigan is it's just so easy. You throw it on, and it's a 3-season weight. It's kind of a great mid-weight. So that means you can throw this on when it's not too cold when you run out the door, and it makes a good sweater coat. Or you can also use it as a layering piece, or you can use it when you're hanging out on the sofa in your joggers. And it comes in so many great colors. It's even got stripes, and again, that 3/4 length, and ding, 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 pockets. So you're not going to believe this next one. It's pretty cute. It's the chunky knit beanie with interchangeable pom-poms. And I have never seen anything like this. And what's so fun about it is you get a beanie with 3 different pom-poms. So if you want to change the look up of your hat, all you got to do is snap on, snap off. So the beanies come in 6 different colors, and each beanie comes with their own set of 3 pom-poms. You get one that's monochromatic, you get one that's made out of yarn, and then you get one that I like to call the statement pom-pom with bold, wild colors. And I think these are so much fun. They come in one size fits all, so they're great for adults, and they're also great for kids. Now, we sure do love sets around here at Shop All Day. And you know the only thing better than one velvet scrunchie? A set of 12 velvet scrunchies. And you know, scrunchies really are having a big comeback. I think they're probably the #1 hair accessory trend for the past 2 seasons. So these days, I really look to the scrunchie as a really cool embellishment or a great solution to a not so perfect hair day. I even found 2 of the colors of 2022, the great magenta and the emerald green. So now let's talk beauty. 2021 was the year of the statement brow. And guess what? This trend isn't going anywhere. So if you've wanted in, you're in luck, because this award-winning product from Benefit is about to become your brow's secret weapon. And it's so affordable. This is their Gimme Brow Plus Tinted Volumizing Brow Gel. And I'm such a big fan of Benefit's products and attitude in general. I mean, they really make beauty feel easy and inclusive. I'm always on the hunt for great brow products that help to make my brows look a little bit fuller. And the brand actually says that it helps to tame and volumize and actually tint your brows. It's like a little mascara wand, and you just flick it on. It takes almost no time at all. Plus, the brand says that it's water resistant, and it comes in 10 different shades, 2 different sizes, from mini to standard, and well under $30. So with all the hype surrounding this next cult favorite beauty product, you'd be hard pressed to believe the price. Meet the Maybelline Instant Age Rewind Eraser, and it puts the task in multitasker. And this is another one that I was really excited about trying because it has been a mega bestseller. And I'm always looking for an affordable concealer for under eye. And this really did help brighten up my under eye. I also used it to even out my skin tone, and it was so easy. And even though it's full coverage, it felt light and hydrating. And my favorite thing about it is, it actually looks like an eraser. It's got this wonderful little foam applicator, which means you don't need an extra tool. And it's a really clever design. All you have to do is turn it, and the concealer replenishes. It comes in lots of different shades. I can't believe that a concealer that works this well is so affordable. So next up, we've got a press-on nail kit that's a real game changer. This is the Instant Mani. They're press-on nails. They're from one of my favorite nail brands, Olive and June. And oh my goodness, I cannot believe how real they look. And if you're looking for a time saver, these little press-on nails are a game changer. It did take me less than 10 minutes when I tried, and the brand says that they can last up to 7 days. Plus, These press-on nails have come a long way. Now, with these, I can experiment with different nail trends. They come in lots of different colors and designs. You can even try out different takes on the French manicure, and they come in 4 different shapes and also 4 different lengths. Next up, jewelry trends. Chains. You heard me talk about what a massive trend chains have been this past year, not only in jewelry, but also as embellishments on shoes, bags, belts, and more. But I think my favorite way to rock the chain trend is with jewelry, and I could not get over how chic these necklaces are. We found them at Nordstrom, and they are a modern, chunky hoop. These look really substantial, but they're not heavy. They come in a great gold and silver finish, and I really love this. Look at this beautiful clasp. It's like a maze clasp. It's so pretty. I would even consider wearing the clasp in the front. So you really can wear these 2 ways. You can use it to dress up a t-shirt. You can wear it in the summer with a tank, but it also looks fantastic with your crew neck sweaters or even to wear over a turtleneck. Now, on to hoops. They're having a major moment this season, and this is a timeless and totally stylish set of 3 graduated hoop earrings. And the thing I like the most about hoops is I think they're probably the most versatile earring style there is. Depending on what you wear them with, hoops can lean boho or classic or modern, and these are a really, really beautiful and high quality example of the hoop. They are thin, they are delicate, they're well made, and you've got 3 different sizes, starting at 2 inches on down. Plus, they come in gold and silver, but at these prices, I'd get them both. And lastly, now that some of us are headed back to the office, a great looking backpack is the perfect accessory to help you get back to work in style. So this backpack, I think, is really stylish. It comes in this great textured faux leather. It's got these high-end details like the gold little details here, the zippers, and I also really like the silhouette. It's sleek, it's modern looking, and the size is quite useful. It is perfect for fitting your essentials. You can put your wallet in there, a notebook, you can fit your tablet, and when you're carrying something that's a little bit heavier, I think it's a lot more comfortable rather than carrying a heavy bag on your shoulder. So I think this is a great option. It comes in lots of different colors. And can you believe it? Each fabulous find under $30. Let's run through all the products one more time. We've got the H&M V-neck sweater and the draped long sleeve cardigan, the interchangeable Pom beanie, the 12-piece scrunchie set, the Benefit Gimme Brow Plus Tinted Volumizing Brow Gel, the Maybelline Instant Age Rewind Eraser, the Olive & June Press-On Instant Mani, the Maze Clasp Link Collar Necklace, the set of 3 hoops, and the Beanie Life Backpack. And just so you know, Today works with affiliate partners and earns a commission on purchases made through our links at today.com. That's it for Style Finder. Up next, McCohen Lovu is talking to beauty expert Millie Almodovar about her favorite affordable finds. Don't go away.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
These days, the news never stops. The morning's headlines change by afternoon, and by the end of the day, it's all totally different. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. I get it. I know that it can be hard to keep up. So let's get started together and go from there.
Hey, I'm Hallie Jackson, and we have a ton going on tonight. Here's the deal.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
people really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, I know, right? 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news. 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses. By the hammer to the Richards.
All right, it just did too.
The Today Show's newest fan.
A little Al Roker.
What am I doing here?
We've got a Congress that doesn't seem very functional. What's this election year going to look like? Are we getting ahead of the science? Are we behind the science? How much did this booster confusion set us back? Can the January 6th committee come up with anything that would change Republican minds? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Hi there, welcome back. I'm Makon Jovu, and this is Influencer Trends, where I'll be talking to industry insiders and they'll share their favorite products and the must-have items to shop for right now. And don't forget the QR code at the bottom of your screen. Now use the camera, it's on your smartphone, and scan it to shop these products. Or you can text SHOP to the number below to shop all the products we're sharing with you today. And today we're bringing you 30 products under $30. Yeah, that's right. We have you covered from fashion to the kitchen, but now it's all about a bounty of beauty products that, yes, are also under $30. That gets me so excited. Millie Amaldivar is a beauty expert who really understood the assignment. Hey, Millie, it's so good to have you here. Let's dive right in. First of all, how are you doing today?
I am doing great, honey. I am doing amazing. How are you?
I'm doing great. I'm excited that you're here. Let's get started with these exfoliating gloves. I am so excited to talk about them. What do you use them for?
The reason I like these are a few reasons, right? It has this textured surface. So this texture works to really exfoliate and remove that dry skin that you have. Now, according to the brand, charcoal is a great ingredient because it attracts dirt. You put a little soap on it, a little body wash, put it on, do it in circular motions. I've used this. I use this 2 or 3 times a week. My skin always feels so much softer and smoother after using it.
I also love how stretchy they are as well, so they can fit on all size hands. So let's move on from the body. Let's talk about the hair. I've seen this next brand all over my social media, Olaplex. Let's talk about it. Why is it such a fan favorite?
Listen, the brand told me that they sell one of these every 5 seconds around the world. I actually use this too. I've always worn my hair straight. This year, I'm embracing my curls. I heard about the Olaplex. I started applying it to my hair. And what they have is an ingredient that no other product on the market has. And according to them, what this ingredient does is that it refuses the bonds that were broken from styling your hair. As someone that has used this,
right,
let me tell you, it has brought back the curls, brought back the shine to my hair.
I agree with you. My sister and I use it as well. We love it on our hair. I love that it works on all hair textures. Okay, Millie, let's move on to the face. Let's talk about this lip stain and this concealer.
Yes, so this is the Sephora Always Red Lip Stain. First of all, I have been using this product for over 8 years. I have recommended it to everyone. It's this beautiful, cool tone, like medium red that looks absolutely stunning.
And the concealer, because let me tell you, these bags, I got to conceal them away. I want to know about it.
Girl, who are you telling? First of all, this is Catrice True Skin Concealer. According to the brand, you have got 18-hour wear, waterproof. It doesn't settle in into. I'm obsessed with this.
I love this for going to work, or if you're going out, you don't want to put on a full face. The concealer is it. Okay, let's move on to the next product. I am so obsessed with this mist. I thought a mist was something you use in the summer, but you can actually use it in the winter.
You can definitely use a mist in the winter. And this one has rose water in it, according to the brand, that has antibacterial properties, anti-inflammatory properties, hydrating properties.
Next of it, I love what you're saying, but honestly, it's the smell for me. It's like perfume for your face.
Oh my God, yes, honey. You won't want to start spraying.
This is such a great gift as well. Grab this for the beauty lover and you're like, now we're all familiar with Rihanna. We know her as the superstar, but she also has this brand, Fenty, which I'm obsessed with. Used it today. This primer, you guys, is incredible. So Millie, I use a little bit of it, squirt a little bit, and it really helps to hydrate my face. Just like you were saying in the winter, face tends to get dry. So before I apply my makeup, I put this on. I love it. It keeps me hydrated during the day. Then when I put my makeup on top, it keeps me dewy, it keeps me glowing, which sort of gives me that youthful appearance. And I also love how small it is too, right? Isn't this great for travel?
First of all, it's great for travel. Now, if you have it on right now, girlfriend, I mean, you are the best because that skin looks glowy, dewy.
And it's so well priced, under $20. So I love that. And last but not least, my husband will tell you that he can tell when I'm in a good mood because I love burning a candle. You guys, oh my gosh, Millie.
But I'm the same way. When I'm in a good mood, you know it because I've got the candles burning. Yes.
I got to tell you guys, if you haven't checked out the candles, they are sensational. They really range in this scent spectrum. You can go from the musky, this dark amber and oud that I have here, or you can go for gardenia. So even when you have guests over and they walk into your house, or if you're studying, or if you're cooking, or since we're talking about beauty products, when you're getting ready in the morning, light a candle, Millie, it changes up the whole mood.
Yes, girl. A good candle, I always say, it's kind of life-changing, you know?
Great. Millie, I could have girl chat about beauty products with you all day long. You're amazing, spreading all of that beauty and good energy. Thank you for stopping by.
Thank you for having me, beautiful.
Bye, Millie.
Bye, babe.
All right, y'all. Now let's run through all the products one more time. First up, we have the Clean Logic Detoxifying Exfoliating Gloves, the Olaplex No. 3 Hair Perfector, the Catrice True Skin Concealer, the Sephora Cream Lip Stain, the Heritage Store Rose Water and Glycerin Hydrating Facial Mist, the Fenty Hydrating Primer, and the candle. And just so you know, Today works with affiliate partners and earns a commission on purchases made through our links at today.com. Up next, Jen Fallick has 13 more picks for your home and kitchen to complete our 30 under $30. Don't go away.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
I believe every dream, every journey, every triumph.
And it all starts here.
Let the celebration begin!
The excitement is in the air.
United States!
Is he superhuman?
Feel the magic every day.
She is a superstar. Kayla, we are cheering you on.
And share every moment with us at the Winter Olympics.
Today
is where the games begin.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The answers come when you need them most. Ooh, let it go.
The Today Show's newest fan.
Little Al Roker.
What am I doing here?
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, new from Dateline, wherever you get your podcasts.
Hi, I'm Jen Fallick. Welcome back to Shop All Day, where we are bringing you 30 products under $30. It's time for some of my better basic favorites that will help you at home, whether it's cooking in the kitchen or getting organized, and who does not love that? And remember, see that QR code at the bottom of your screen? You can use the camera on your smartphone to scan it for access to all the items on the show today. Or you can text SHOP to the number below to shop all the products that we're sharing with you. So let's get started in the kitchen with this milk frother. So I went away for a weekend with my girlfriends, and one of them brought a milk frother, and it upgraded our morning coffee. I've been wanting one ever since. What I love about this one is that it is so easy to use and it's so simple to travel with. And you can use this for more than just frothing up milk. It becomes like your mini on-the-go mixer. I also love that this one is battery operated, so that's one less charger for me to remember, and it's pretty enough to store right on top of your kitchen counter. There's a lot of colors to choose from too. It's a really fun little under $30 must-have. Now, speaking of coffee, warming coasters are great this time of year, and this one has amazing reviews, and really you cannot beat the price. I love that. Pretty much any traditional size mug you can pop on top of here. And once you have one of these on your desk or on your kitchen counter, you don't have to run back to the microwave to reheat your coffee when you're busy and running around. There's a lot of colors to choose from, and I love that it just has a simple, clean design. It looks great in any space, and it's super neat on your desktop. And with the tap of a button, this will keep your coffee, your milk, your tea warm all morning long. Now next up, it really isn't a great feeling to invite friends over for a glass of wine and then not be able to open the bottle. This wine bottle opener will cut the seal and open the bottle in seconds with just the push of a button. And the brand says that one full charge will last for up to 30 bottle openings. This thing is good. Now, let's move on into the kitchen and cooking. First up, we found a rice cooker under $30. Cooking rice the right way is no simple feat, especially when you're trying to do so many things at once to get dinner on the table. So this Dash rice cooker is a must. This mini size right here is great. While the rice cooks, I get all the other elements together, and it just makes it really easy to multitask. And you don't only have to use this for rice. You can cook pasta, quinoa, oatmeal, and more in this little powerhouse. It is so cute, it's compact, and it comes in fun colors, plus it's easy to clean. Next, Trader Joe's Everything But the Bagel Sesame Seasoning Blend. It may have originally been made to flavor up your bagels, but it can do so much more. We've got sesame seeds, poppy seeds, dried garlic and onion, sea salt flakes, all together mixed up to perfection. It upgrades every basic dish to make it better. I use it on avocado toast, and it is a must for me on hard-boiled and scrambled eggs, and it makes basic pasta with butter feel instantly more fancy. This next one has got to be one of my most favorite finds, perhaps of all time. This is an over-the-sink drying mat. So this unrolls to fit right on top of your sink, and when it's not in use, it can easily be rolled up and stored. Now the brand says it's heat resistant up to 400 degrees, so it's safe for hot pots and pans too. And I wanted you to see right here on the edge, it has a rubber gripping, so when you put it on your sink, it stays put. While we're speaking of a smartly accessorized sink, this is a must to keep your space neat and your dishwashing supplies in order. So this right here is a silicone kitchen sink organizer. And this tray is gonna hold and help drain all of your washing accessories. From sponges to scrubbers, I put anything that can get a little damp on the bottom into this. The slip-resistant design also keeps it in place. This is gonna stay put. And what I love about this also is that it's easy to clean the organizer itself. You can literally wash it by hand with liquid soap and hold it under warm water, or the brand says it can go in the dishwasher as well. It looks modern and sleek, it's substantial, and it's high quality for a price that is crazy good. Now, while we're on the topic of organization, this battery daddy is going to change the game for you. Storing batteries can really be tricky because there's so many different sizes. This stores and organizes 180 batteries, and it sorts them by size. So at a glance, you know exactly what you have on hand. And it's sturdy, easy to carry with you. It's got the handle, and the clear top lets you know what you're missing. Now we're moving on to some genius better basics that you're gonna wanna add to your closet or mudroom stat. These right here are boot rescue wipes. So winter weather can be really, really harsh on our footwear. So what's great about these is that all you do is you pull out this little wipe, You can see right here, so simple to use. The all-natural formula is great to clean leather, suede, rubber, any sort of fabric like that. Also great for nubuck boots. The company really recommends when you can wipe it down as soon as you notice the spot. That's gonna keep your shoes looking fresh. So throwing these in your purse, it's a no-brainer. Let's move next to the nighttime routine and a couple of products that are affordable and super useful. Starting with these headlamp flashlights. My girls and I love wearing these for reading in bed with a bright light that literally just shines directly where you need it to. The sizing is adjustable too, so it fits really nicely on their little heads and on my big old head. And when my kids have to run to the bathroom mid-story, we no longer need to turn on every light, wake everyone up. With this on their heads, they can find their way. For adults, this is so great for late night reading. When your significant other is asleep, you won't disrupt anyone else in the room. Also, you can adjust the tilt for a custom fit, and this one has 7 light modes to choose from as well. Now, this is a Sherpa fleece throw blanket. It feels super luxe and cozy, but the price is so right. This is under $30. There are many colors to choose from. There's neutrals, there's statement shades, and it's the perfect wrap for a chilly winter night. I love that it's cozy but it doesn't feel heavy. Throw it in the wash when you need and it is good as new. So you've got this soft side over here, gives you the color, and then this fluffy Sherpa. It is really delicious. And finally, we've got a few items for your desk that, you guessed it, are all under $30. Starting with this acrylic desk organizer. And I love acrylic accessories because they blend in with your space and they corral clutter without being distracting. This one here has an easy see-through design. So this way it's simple to find whatever you're looking for. And the spinning design means that nothing is ever hidden from view. A quick turn of this chic gold handle is really all you need to do to have easy access to all your office essentials. Now, whether you're still working from home or you're back in the office, this USB rechargeable desktop cleaner magically makes crumbs and dust disappear so your workspace looks neat and tidy all the time. It also will clean the dust out from between your keyboard keys, and the ergonomic design makes it really easy to use. You just press the switch right under your fingertip and you glide it across your desk just like you would a mouse on your computer. All you gotta do to clean it out, you just unscrew the top and the bottom, you run a cleaning brush that comes with it right through it, and it's good as new. Let's go through these products one more time, and remember you can use a QR code to get instant access to all these items. We've got the milk frother, the coffee mug warmer, the wine opener, the Dash rice cooker, the Trader Joe's everything but the bagel seasoning blend, the over the sink drying mat, the silicone kitchen sink organizer, the battery daddy, the boot rescue wipes, the headlamp flashlight, the Sherpa fleece throw blanket, the acrylic desk organizer, and the desktop vacuum cleaner. And that's a wrap on all of your better basics and for our show. It has been so much fun showing you our favorites. Tune in next Thursday for another episode of Shop Today with Jill Martin.
It's good to see you, man. It's been a while.
I know, been 4 years.
4 years, and a few things have changed in your life since then. You turned 30, you got married, you had a sweet baby girl.
Yeah.
Put out this new album. Does it feel existentially different to you to have all these things in your life now than the last time I saw you?
Yeah, I think especially on promotional trips like this, because there's like, usually I would be out on promo and this would be my sole focus, and sometimes when I'm doing stuff in my head, I'm like weighing it up of being like, oh, but I could have spent this time with my daughter, you know?
When you sit down to write music for this new album, for Equals, clearly if you listen to every song almost, there are touches of how your life has changed since your last album. So how much of your family, your new family, went into this record?
All of my albums from my debut to up to now have been a reflection of pretty much a mirror image of what my life is at that time. Like if you go back and listen to Plus, it's an 18-year-old boy who's just moved to London, had a breakup, and is trying to figure out if he wants to be in the music industry or whatever. And then the second album is me moving to the States and touring around and living in Los Angeles and blah, blah, blah. Third album is me traveling the world, settling down. And then this album is, pandemic, baby, marriage. Yeah, I don't really know what the next one's going to be.
Well, you just kind of stepped off after Divide. You stepped off this crazy ride that you were on. You were on tour for like 2.5 years or something like that. The highest grossing tour in the history of music, all of those things. And then you came back and you said, maybe that was it. Maybe that was it for me in music. Did you really think that way?
I've always, music's my hobby, and I started playing music because I loved it, not because I thought I would ever make a job out of it. Music isn't a thing where if you're in high school, people go, hey, this is like a viable job that you can go into.
Right.
You know, it's actually, you're kind of frowned upon. When I dropped out of school, all of my friends were like, okay, yeah, good luck with that. And then it does work, and then suddenly your hobby becomes your job. And I wasn't necessarily wanting to step away from music, but I was definitely wanting to step away from it being a professional hobby. And, you know, the kind of scrutiny that comes with it. Like, I enjoy writing songs, but I don't enjoy putting them out and then having them savaged.
So there was a chance, sure, you'd pick up your guitar, you'd always make music, but there's a chance you wouldn't put out another record at that point? Was that the way you were thinking?
Like, it was like giving up actually caring that much about, you know, I would put out a record and not feel like I had to do a 4-month promotional run for it. I just kind of put it out and move on and not look at any of it. That was where I thought I would get to, but I just don't think I'm there yet.
Was any of that exhaustion from that ride you had been on with Divide? You were out there so long, it did so well. Were you just tired in some way?
The Shape of You was bigger than people thought it was going to be. The tour was bigger than people thought it was going to be. And then suddenly you come to the end of this thing and you have the biggest streaming song in the world, the most attended tour in the world, the highest grossing tour in the world. The album's sold 25 million copies. And then everyone's kind of looking at you going, hey, yeah, we're going to do it again, but better. And I didn't want that pressure. And what I quite like about putting out the No. 6 Collaborations project was because it wasn't really a solo album. It kind of cleansed the palette a little bit, because it obviously was never going to do as well as Divide because it wasn't a solo record and it wasn't kind of pushed out in the same way. There wasn't a big promo tour, a music tour around it, and that sort of relinquished the pressure a little bit. It was just sort of like, and here's something, and now let me just go off and make an album without any of this noise.
And then the pandemic intervened, so you're sort of forced to stay home and be with your family a little bit there. So at what point did you say, okay, now I am ready to take the next step and put out Equals?
It was January of this year. Wow, yeah, January of this year. Yeah, that was the time I was like, okay, I'm ready to go in studio again, and that's when Bad Habits was written, Be Right Now, Joker and the Queen, Stop the Rain. Yeah, that was where like the bulk of it actually got finished.
And did Cherry encourage you to get back out there? Did she say you need to be making music?
Yeah, massively, because Cherry saw the toll it was taking on my happiness. You know, I'd get very sad about everything to do, because it is my hobby. Like, I love writing, and I just wasn't writing or performing. So she was very, very, what's the word? Encouraging about that. And she's very, very encouraging about these promo trips as well. Like, she wants me to work as hard as I possibly can.
You're about to, in just a few minutes, go over and play the Jingle Ball.
Yeah.
Are you ready to get back out and do another one of these big tours for Equals?
100%, yeah. I feel quite lost not being on stage, because that's so much of my purpose. And I have been on stage since I was like 11 years old, just constantly. Just any stage that there is, I would hop up and play. So I really, really like the gigs are back on, and you know, we're finding a way to do shows, whether it's by masks or tests on to get in and blah blah blah. So I'm glad that the shows are coming back. I'm excited to get back on tour, and I can't see the tour stopping. I'm gonna be going for a while. I'm gonna be going for a while. Yeah.
Does it change your calculus at all to have a baby at home, or the baby comes with you on tour? Maybe.
It definitely comes with me on tour, but the luxury of playing these large venues is no one goes midweek, so they have to be weekends. So it's Friday, Saturday, Sunday every week. So I have the week at home, and then I'll take, we're going to spend time in each city. We're going to try and do it on a train, or talking to VW about an electric camper van. I want to travel to every show as electric as possible.
And you've got to film that. It sounds like a reality series.
Yeah.
The Sheerans hit the road.
Oh my God. Yeah, no, that I don't think I'd work well on a reality series.
The Sunday Sit Down with Willie Geist podcast. It's the conversations you want to have with the people you'd love to meet.
Get your money's worth.
Unedited, unfiltered.
See ya!
Sit down with Willie and listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? 5 seconds, 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the hand delivered.
All right, it just did too.
So it's no small thing to put out an album like this, obviously, to write the songs, conceive of it. So what did you want to say with Equals that you hadn't said with those previous albums? Obviously, as you say, this is a snapshot of where you are in your life. But where do you start with that first blank page?
Honestly, there's no like divine intervention there. It's just basically you start writing songs, and then at some point you stop writing songs, and then you find a record in there. I've never really done a sort of concept album. I mean, looking at the album, it's about, the concept is turning 30, getting married, having a kid, losing a friend. That is the concept. But I didn't walk into that being like, and here it is. It just naturally happens. And for the next record, that's the approach I'll take as well. You just write songs and hope that they're good.
And Bad Habits was obviously huge.
Yeah.
It's a little bit of a different sound. Was that something you wanted to do with your first single?
You know, I don't want to just release the same album again and again and again, and it's always nice to find different things that you can put out that can surprise people. And I'd never done a solo dance track. I loved the fact that I've sung really quietly on it, and it was sort of turned up really loud, and it's very, very soft, and it doesn't really sound like me. And people would have to Shazam it to find. I like that. I like that element of it, rather than me coming out with a ballad and being like, oh, Ed's brought out another song and it's a ballad.
Right.
Because there are ballads on the record, but you can get to them after you've done the interesting ones.
But it's sort of disorienting, probably, to your fans to say, oh, is this an entirely new sound from Ed?
Yeah, but this is what happened on Shape of You. I put out Shape of You, and although that ended up being like a big hit, like none of my fans liked that the week it came out. None of them. They were all like, oh, at least we have Castle on the Hill to listen to. Like, this is... But now I play Bad Habits at shows, and it is the best reaction. So sometimes I think you go with your gut with songs. Like if I made songs for my fan base, I'd be brutally disappointed if they didn't like them. You have to be able to stand by your work, whatever. Like if Bad Habits completely bombed and everyone was like, we hated that, at least I could be like, well, I liked it and I was just wrong this time, but whatever, we move on to the next one.
Right. But your fans hung in with you on that one, and it obviously did well.
I think radio. I think it was I think that radio hammering at home sort of brought people back round to it, I think.
Right, it's one of those you hear it a few times and you start to
Precisely,
get it.
Yeah. It's definitely like a third listen kind of song.
You mentioned ballads, so wedged in between Shivers and Bad Habits is First Times, which is a beautiful song.
Thank you.
What went into that?
That was the first song I completed for the album. I wrote it in Nashville, and you know, I've achieved a lot in my career, and none of which was my intention at the beginning of my career. It's not like I set a list of like, I have to play Wembley Stadium, I have to have a platinum album, I have to do this. I just wanted to make music and make a living doing it. So all of these achievements came, and you find yourself then chasing the achievements. You know, when Wembley Stadium becomes possible, you then go, okay, how can I get there? I have to do this, to do this, to do this. But then I would get to Wembley, play it, and then be like, okay, what's the next thing? And never really truly be happy with the result. And what I found playing Wembley one day, coming backstage, feeling not anything, it was just a gig. Even though it was an amazing gig, it was just a gig. Being backstage and having a beer with my now wife, and then feeling so much and being like, oh my God, such a small moment can actually mean way more than such a massive moment. And then I looked back at it's called First Times, all our first times. and wrote about them, things that were so insignificant at the time, like our first date was in Brooklyn at a pizza place, and at the time it was just, we were going for pizza, and now we're married with a kid and that was our first date. So that first time is so insignificant at the time, but now so important. The first time we got drunk together, the first time we listened to a song and cried together, the first fight we had, you know, like all of these things were so, just in the moment, whatever, move past them, but in a timeline of a relationship are really important.
When you write a song like that and play it for the first time for your wife, what's her reaction?
Yeah, I think she really liked that one. I wasn't living with her at this point. I was living in Nashville, so I think I might have sent it to her, or maybe I played it to her when I got home. It was the one where whenever we'd have, because I've had it for quite a while, whenever we'd have people around for dinner and then we'd get drunk, it was the one where everyone would always ask to hear that one. They were like, oh, get the guitar and play that song.
And are you happy to oblige?
Always, yeah.
You take
always.
requests?
I'm a performer. But there's so many times I'm at like weddings and someone would just be like with a microphone and you just go, okay, cool. As a performer, you buzz off it. You really do. I mean, it depends on the situation. I wouldn't have done it at my own wedding, but yeah, if you're a performer, you love being on stage.
I can't imagine how many requests you get at a wedding. Ed Sheeran's here, get him to do the song.
Sometimes I feel like I get invited for that. You know, I arrive and suddenly they go, oh my God, are they no thinking out loud as well? Come on.
Do you still have moments, speaking of being on stage at Wembley in front of 80,000 fans, where you say, it wasn't that long ago, actually, I was busking on the streets of London, and now I'm selling out stadiums around the world. Do you still pinch yourself from time to time?
Is it weird if I say no?
No.
No, because I did so many of those small gigs, and then so many of the medium gigs, and then have done so many of these. I mean, obviously there's moments where I go, oh, I'm really happy that I'm here, but I can track my whole timeline. I didn't just turn up here. I can track the whole timeline, and this first part sucked. And I'm really glad I did it because it sucks, because it's made me appreciate all of this. But I can see how it got here, because it's just built and built and built and built, and there's kind of been no shortcuts.
That's the thing about overnight success. It's always overnight to the people who see it from the outside,
Precisely.
but not to the person who lived it, right?
Well, I actually think with my career, there was so much made about the prior stuff that actually I think people did sort of see it, because you know, you get someone like Jamie Foxx talking about having me play the Foxhole in 2010, and then you have someone else talk about this story of seeing me here and here, and all of that sort of adds up.
You've won Grammys before.
Yeah.
You're nominated again. You still get that feeling, that excitement of being nominated?
I think every artist would be lying if they didn't. I have like an odd thing with the Grammys, because my biggest year, which was Shape of You and Divide, it was sort of shut out of the main categories, and I sort of felt like, oh, am I now shut out? Like, is this the thing? And I haven't had a Song of the Year nomination since Thinking Out. No, Love Yourself actually was nominated, so it kind of felt as if you were sort of let back into the club. So yeah, it was a nice feeling. It's a nice feeling. I don't know. It's such a. I hate putting so much importance on it, because I've been so heartbroken by it. I've had 13 nominations before I won one, and every time I would turn up and every time I would lose. And it's better to put your happiness on the songs that you like, and you go, okay, I like this song, and I put it out, and whatever happens, happens. What I said before, like if a song wasn't successful, I could still stand by it.
It's interesting to hear you say you felt like you were locked out of the Grammys, because I was reading where you said in some ways you feel like an outsider in pop music, which I was surprised to read, because to me you are the successful personification of what pop music is and can be. Do you still feel that way?
Yeah, I don't really know, because I like, people like my stuff. So like, obviously, like I'm in the pop sphere. I don't know. Divide felt like quite a weird time, because I feel like it took a lot of people by surprise, and my fan base are the best and wonderful. The tour's sold next year, so I'm going to go on and do that. And I found my little niche. I found a niche. I found a niche. And by the way, I wasn't completely shut out of the Grammys. I did get a pop vocal album and pop vocal performance on Shape of You. But I'm saying main categories. I haven't had Song of the Year since Love Yourself. So it was a very pleasant surprise.
And a song that you took a chance on with Bad Habits, that nice to see you acknowledged that way.
And man, do you know what the competition is? Like, I looked at that and I was like, I'm not winning that. That's like, you know, you've got Driver's License, Montero, Peaches.
It's tough.
Like, yeah, it's like, and those songs are like massive. So I'm just like, I'm happy to be involved in the category. Hopefully going to perform, and that's going to be quite fun, and yeah.
We've got a Congress that doesn't seem very functional. What's this election year going to look like? Are we getting ahead of the science? Are we behind the science? How much did this booster confusion set us back? Can the January 6th committee come up with anything that would change Republican minds? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
I believe. Every dream, every journey, every triumph.
And it all starts here.
Let the celebration begin!
The excitement is in the air.
United States!
Is he superhuman?
Feel the magic every day.
She is a superstar, Kayla. We are cheering you on.
And share every moment with us at the Winter Olympics.
Today
is where the games begin.
Our week-long journey across America, from Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this?
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
As we talk about things that have changed in your life, you also lost a dear friend of yours, Michael, and there's another beautiful song on the album called Visiting Hours, which is moving not just because of your own experience with him, but anyone who listens to that is going to connect in some way with someone that they've lost. Who was Michael in your life, and what did he mean to you, and what does he still mean to you today?
Michael was just the best person, He was my music promoter in Australia, but it was, that doesn't sum him up enough. Like, he started off, we started doing shows together, and then I started staying with him all the time when I was in Australia, living with him and his family, and then they made friends with Cherry, and then we went travelling there and stayed with them, road tripped with them, and then when they'd come over to England with their family, they'd stay with us, and the night before my wedding was a dinner with me, Cherry, Michael and Sue, and that song was a way of processing it, and releasing it felt odd. I had to really speak to his family and make sure that they were okay with me putting it out, and they were across all the artwork for it and the mix and everything, and I've got friends of his that he was involved in their careers to sing on the track and stuff, and I think what's nice about the song is I don't feel like it's about my situation with Michael as much anymore, because it belongs to so many other people.
Yeah.
And I met a guy the other day whose mum had passed away, and he has a fractured relationship with his dad, and he said he sent that song with nothing else, just sent that song over message to his dad, and his dad knew exactly what he meant, and they shared this moment of just being like, I understand, yes I understand, with a song. So I feel music like that is important. Music can be a language for anything, even like happy times. Like Cherry loves country music, so she'll send me a country song and be like, hey, thinking of you. Yeah.
Is that the best part of your job, that you sit in a room alone and write a song that's maybe personal to you, and then it goes out into the world and it comes back to you in all these incredible ways of someone saying that I had this experience in my life and this fixed something for us? Or
I think it is an incredible part, but it's not my favourite part. My favourite part is actually creating it, the feeling you get from creating. I write so many songs that never get released that are just fun in the moment to write, but it's definitely a positive thing. What I liked about songwriting is you can have a really, really negative, like you can have a spiral and be as down and dark as can be and write a song from that, and then through that comes light. I think that's what's amazing about songwriting is it is a form of therapy, but it's a form of therapy that brings so much joy to people and yourself.
It's therapy for other people too. I was listening to the song in the car on the way in visiting hours, and immediately you think of someone that you wish you could have that last visit with and go speak to and bring them back.
Because I think with visiting hours, it's not necessarily about bringing them back. Because I know that death is a part of life, but it's about clearing the air before.
Right.
Because we're all going to die, and when we do pass away, we will spend time with the people that we've lost. But it's about clearing the air before then and being like, cool, well, I'll see you in however many years, rather than what I didn't like about the situation is it's so final and there's so many things that aren't left to say. What was lovely about it was it was my 30th a week before he passed away, and my wife got video messages from everyone that I love, and he sent this like 7-minute message about all his favourite memories of me and all the best times we had. And so I had this video, so at least like I have that, but there's no, I don't know. I wish there was just 5 minutes just to be like, you know.
Yeah, to have those last things said. And he left you with a legacy of a lot of wine in your wine cellar, I understand.
My God. Even more, because the winery sent more.
Oh, did they?
Sent more, yeah. So his drink was Penfold 707, which I thought, because he drank it like it was $5 wine. He would drink it out of a paper coffee cup. So I assumed it was like $5, $10. So when he came to stay at my house, I just ordered a bunch. And then I got the bill, and they're like $400 bottles each. And so I had like all of these bottles in the cellar that me and him actually got through most of them. And then the night he passed away, there was 7 left, and me, my mum, my dad, my security guard, and my wife just sat and finished them, which was actually really, really nice. But then more came. I've actually started collecting vintage ones. Whenever vintage ones pop up in England, I buy them, because whenever I have a. Really randomly, he made me a statue of himself.
Oh.
So we finished tour in Australia, and he said, "What do you want as a gift?" And I was like, "Life-size bronze statue of you." And he was like, "Cool." So he had this thing made. What was funny is I had him one made of me, that's 10 foot and a ton.
Oh.
And I shipped it to him, and it didn't make it in time. I mean, he saw pictures of it, but it didn't make it in time, and it's just turned up at his house, and his wife's like, what do I do with this 10 foot 1 ton statue? It was weird getting it done as well, because I got it done by a sculptor in my hometown, but he was quite hush-hush about it, and he'd have loads of people that would work in the local area working on it. But they'd be like, why is Ed getting a 10-foot statue of himself made? This is a bit weird, yeah.
He's really changed, Ed.
I know. It's pretty ostentatious.
We've got a Congress that doesn't seem very functional. What's this election year going to look like? Are we getting ahead of the science? Are we behind the science? How much did this booster confusion set us back? Can the January 6th committee come up with anything that would change Republican minds? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
These days, the news never stops. The morning's headlines change by afternoon, and by the end of the day, it's all totally different. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. I get it. I know that it can be hard to keep up. So let's get started together and go from there.
Hey, I'm Hallie Jackson, and we have a ton going on tonight. Here's the deal.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
So this is your home away from home when you come to New York?
Yeah, houndstooth.
Should we have a pour?
Yeah.
All right.
What would you like? I don't think the Guinness is on right now. But
dealer's choice, whatever you like.
There we go.
There we are. So what's the connection to the houndstooth?
I toured with Snow Patrol back in 2012, and when we played New York, they took me here, and they own a piece of this bar. And so I had, when I played Madison Square Garden, my after party was here. I think I've had a few other times here. I think when I played Brooklyn. When I played Brooklyn, I played the Barclays Center.
Right.
And then Jay-Z and Beyonce had come to watch the show, and then they came here after, and we had a little like trad Irish jam with Foy Vance was on guitar. I think there were some other musicians there, and we just had a jam playing folk songs.
And Jay-Z and Beyonce were at that session.
Yeah, and I gave her a Jaeger bomb.
You gave her a Jaeger bomb?
Yeah, she'd never had a Jaeger bomb. I don't think she'll probably have had a Jaeger bomb since either.
Anybody who knows you, Ed, anybody who's worked with you for a long time, says you just haven't changed really from 10 years ago when you were opening for Snow Patrol.
I think I have, though, and I think that's natural.
Well, you've grown for sure as a person, but I'm just saying in terms of your generosity and your humility and things like that. How do you keep your head about you when you're standing in front of 80,000 screaming fans who are singing all these lyrics back to you that you wrote?
I think, like, I obviously have an ego on stage because you have to walk out in front of 80,000 people and know that you can entertain them, and you have to have an ego to do that. You have to walk on stage and be like, I've got this. Because if you don't, the gig's not going to go too good, but you have to switch it off when you step off stage. That's the key. And that's not, sometimes the balance not everyone gets, where you step off stage and you're still the guy. And I switch on, I go off on stage and entertain, and when I come off, I just go back to, I feel like there's two separate people. There's my full name, my stage name, as you were, and then there's just me, singular name, you know. I don't want to talk about myself in the third person, but there's two different stuff. And man, I know from you as well, because you are a presenter, like you have to have two different things.
But it's harder for you because if you walk out the door of this bar right now, the world can't turn off the switch. They see Ed Sheeran and they descend on you.
But that's the adjustment that I've had almost coming up to 11 years in this with that amount of attention, and you just find ways to have it fit in your life. Like, I don't go anywhere unplanned, and if I do, it will be at random times in the day. So I would never, ever, ever go to central London to a bar on a Friday night, ever, ever. But I might go to central London to a bar on a Tuesday afternoon, you know. Kind of have the same sort of thing.
Now you're gonna have people walking around London on Tuesday afternoons looking for you. You've given up your secret.
But it's the thing, I'll always try and go somewhere, like, really, I love going in places and they'll be like, why are you here? Like, I love that.
Last question before I let you go. So you've had this 5-album plan. We're 4 albums in. Is it too obvious for me to expect that the 5th album will be subtract or minus? Do we know what that'll be yet?
So that will be, yeah, I don't know if there's another record before that. I think that will be part, so there's, in the 5-album plan, that is certainly going to be the 5th one.
Right.
But I've been making a hell of a lot of music recently, like a hell of a lot of stuff, so I think I'm going to be releasing more frequently now. I think that's the new norm. And you look at someone like Elton John, he was releasing 3 albums a year in the 70s. The Beatles did all their albums in 7 years. So I think the way that Drake is doing it now, and Taylor's doing it now, Ariana's doing it now, Bieber's doing it now, that's the new norm of just constant music.
And you're doing that right now. I mean, you're collaborating with some pretty exciting people. And you mentioned Elton John. Merry Christmas, you guys did a Christmas song.
Just hit number 1 in England.
You guys are buddies. That must have been so much fun.
Yeah, I think with Elton, like, he asked me to do it last Christmas, and it wasn't like an instant yes. I know you'd think it probably would be, because I love Elton John and his music and him as a person. But it wasn't actually until Michael passed away that it turned into an absolute definite yes, because that hit home that tomorrow isn't promised. And I was like, why would I? Because I said to Elton, let's do it in 2023. And I was like, why on earth would I wait to do a song with Elton? Like, he's also a close friend of mine.
You've got some perspective on all of it.
Absolutely.
Ed, it's so great to talk to you always. Thank you for the time. I know this is a busy week. We appreciate it.
For tuning in to another star-studded edition of Pop Start Plus. We've got a big one today. Power list of people for you. Conversations with comedian Jim Gaffigan, the great Stanley Tucci, and even later we're going to wish the one and only Oprah Winfrey a very happy early birthday. But first, as always, here are your Pop Start stories for today. First up on Pop Start today, guys, Jonah Hill. Turns out that the actor has beef with the beloved Mandalorian icon Baby Yoda. What? We think. Let's break this down. A few weeks ago, Hill said in an interview that his Don't Look Up co-star Leonardo DiCaprio forced him to watch the series The Mandalorian. But Jonah just not really that big of a Star Wars fan, so he didn't really love it or whatever. Seems like it's no big deal. Well, the way the story was posted online, maybe it sort of made it seem like maybe Jonah Hill is in some weird way in a big feud with Baby Grogu. Poking fun at the headline, Jonah wrote on Instagram, I want to say this once for the record officially. Baby Yoda and I are dear friends and text at least once a week. Okay. So it seemed like then everything was fine until Jonah hopped back on social media this week with a video that caused a second wave of concern.
Uh-oh. This black eye is from my surfboard. It is not from a fist fight I got into with Baby Yoda because of our falling out.
And then it escalated a little bit from there because in the caption he wrote, Disney Plus definitely did not pay me off to protect the fact that one of their marquee stars has a big mouth and would definitely catch hands if he didn't sucker punch me with his little baby green fist. It's a long way to go there, but thought it was really good fun.
Yeah.
Jonah's been sharing all of this ridiculousness online, so we know it's a good fun. And by the way, if you're watching Boba Fett, like the spinoff, if you watched it yesterday, you know the Return of the Mandalorian. I'll leave it at that. Leave it right there. That's so good. Next up, Celine Dion, the legendary singer's 1996 ballad, It's All Coming Back to Me Now, is absolutely exploding on TikTok. I don't know if you're familiar with the trend. Hoda, I know you are. People are recording themselves doing their best dramatic lip syncs with some pretty impressive lighting and prop works. Here's an example. Check out how fellow Canadian singer Michael Bublé honored Celine here. My next clip, that is obviously the cast of This Is Us. That they must have a lot of time on that set. There's Sterling K. Brown, Mandy Moore, John Huertas.
Here's
Bublé. Okay, yeah, do you want to see what Bublé? Here's Bublé's.
Probably the real Stanley Cup, too.
It might be. There's not the only ones who are messing around on. Oh, here's yours. Okay, here's. Take a look.
We're awful, Liz. What's the fan?
I was going to ask you about the fan.
I think it was for dramatic
your
effect.
hair?
Oh, yeah. By the way, did you see Jenna's thirst trap yesterday?
No.
Well, first of all, I learned what a thirst trap was yesterday.
What is it?
Posing sexy, like, you know, how Martha Stewart
What's
did
it called?
coming a thirst
that's why she
trap.
was dressed like a
Like
librarian.
provocative, like the young people post provocative pictures. Kim K
That's
and
like
whatnot.
called Instagram, right? AKA.
JBH was dressed like a librarian yesterday.
Yeah, she went sexy librarian. It's worth it. It's worth a check. Yeah. All right,
Next up, David Beckham. Get ready, dads, because we're all going to feel this probably one day. On Wednesday, Beckham sharing some crushing news about his 10-year-old daughter, Miss Harper 7, writing on Instagram, Harper 7 mentions she has a crush.
Whoa.
And this is Daddy's face. But it's okay, she said, Daddy, you are my only Valentine. As a father of 3 girls, you got to hold on to that Valentine as long as possible.
It's a tough one.
Yep, so you're a good, your jiu-jitsu kicks in, your black belt when they're in high school. All right, finally, Macaulay Culkin, the Home Alone actor and partner Brenda Song are engaged. The couple who began dating 4 years ago welcomed their first child together, Dakota's Song Culkin, last spring. And although Macaulay and Brenda are typically very private about their relationship and family, a recent paparazzi photo of Song sporting a hefty-looking rock on that finger seems to confirm all the good news. So we wanted to wish them a very big congratulations.
Cool.
Big congratulations. Ah, that's great. And we'll go ahead and turn to a few more important headlines now. It's Popstart Plus, after all. First up, Bel Air. A new teaser is out for Peacock's dramatic remake of the classic 90s sitcom. The preview gives a peek inside the darker origin story of how Will finds himself stuck with family in Bel Air.
Where are we going?
To the airport. You're gonna stay with your aunt and your uncle.
What?
Damn! Hold up, wait a minute. Y'all thought I was finished? When I would've asked them all, y'all thought it was rented?
See, that looks good. You know why it looks good? Because the first season of Bel Air is going to premiere on Super Bowl Sunday. And you don't premiere things on Super Bowl Sunday unless they're really good. So we'll be looking forward to that. Finally, speaking of new trailers, how about some Medea? Tyler Perry's alter ego is back in the first look at the next chapter in the Medea series. This movie marks Perry's 12th time embodying the beloved character, who, by the way, happens to be based on Perry's own mother and aunt. And in the preview, it seems like, well, not much has changed for the over-the-top grandmother since we first met her more than 2 decades ago.
My baby is graduating. I am so proud of you.
Thank you for letting me stay here.
Come here anytime you want, day or night. As long as you don't stay too long. You leaving right after graduation, right, baby?
Wakanda forever.
Who is this?
Agnes Brown.
I'm a brown too.
No, you're more.
Y'all here about to break loose now.
There's the legal way, then there's the Medea.
Lawless and lawless. Sometimes you just gotta do crazy stuff.
And that looks fun too. A Medea Homecoming is set to start streaming on Netflix February 25th. Those are your headlines. Coming up next, comedian Jim Gaffigan is telling us what he watches for a good laugh.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, and
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
These days, the news never stops. The morning's headlines change by afternoon, and by the end of the day, it's all totally different. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. I get it. I know that it can be hard to keep up. So let's get started together and go from there.
Hey, I'm Hallie Jackson, and we have a ton going on tonight. Here's the deal.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
And welcome back to Pop Start Plus. We are delighted to say that our friend Jim Gaffigan is the latest guest for our What I Watch series. The very funny comedian revealing what he watches that might surprise people, and where does somebody so funny turn for a good laugh themselves? Check it out.
What I watch when I need a good laugh. Well, there's so many different comedians that I enjoy. Anyone from Seinfeld to Nate Bargatze, Mark Normand, this guy Simpson, Janelle is really amazing. They're all good. There's a British comedian, Phil Wong. So that's what I watch when I want to laugh. What I watch for the theme song, gosh, you know, I'm a kid of the 70s and 80s, so, you know, I think there's nothing really better than the Jeffersons, but I think the theme song to any Law and Order is my favorite. What I watch to distress is Explained on Netflix, stuff that's informative, like even YouTube videos about history of different countries, or I love different cultures, so I'll distress by learning about different segments of geography in Spain. You know, I love that. I know I sound like an interesting guy, but I do enjoy it. What I watch that might surprise people is, you know, having kids, you're exposed to movies that you might not watch, or you might be too cynical to watch. You know, life is just kind of like, all right, I'm not doing this Harry Potter stuff. So, I mean, that's one of the many great things of having kids. So what I really liked, and I remember I tweeted about it, is I really liked that first movie, Sing, and that might surprise people. Might surprise people that I'm a huge Jennifer Hudson fan. You know what I mean? Like, I didn't realize it until there, and then I saw Cats with my daughters, and it's just like, she's unbelievable. That might surprise people. What I watch that inspires me, movies like Rudy or something like that, or Miracle on Ice, but I would say that what inspires me, as corny as it sounds, is some of those Instagram kind of fitness guys that, you know, I stumble upon, you know, the guys that are kind of like, no one's showing up, no one's coming to help you, you got to do it yourself. And, you know, I know that's about, those are usually for fitness, but I use it more for writing, you know, because being a comedian, it's self-assignment. I don't think I follow The Rock, but, you know, along the same lines, but they're more of these fitness guys that kind of have a military background. What I watched to prepare for my Netflix special, Comedy Monster, the thing about comedy specials is it really comes down to the material, but there is an interest in making it visually fresh. You don't want someone to think it's some other special. And so that's what I watched. But, you know, some of it is, if I have a topic that I'm looking into for a special, I will do some research, but not tons. Because usually it's just stand-up is so point of view driven. But if there's, you know, I had one special called Pale Tourist where I was traveling to different countries. So I would do a lot of research watching history or cultural analysis of different countries. In Comedy Monster, I did have some pandemic material. I think it's just, you know, comedians, you have to be authentic. And initially I wasn't planning on doing that, but it's just, we would be living in denial if we didn't address it, you know. But I also talk a fair amount on topics, like I think with my stand-up, if you heard the topics, you'd be like, well, that doesn't sound fun at all. But I talk about motorcycles, I talk about Hawaii, you know, my family and I went to Hawaii. I talk about parenting and my relationship with my wife and how that's changed. It's weird, with each comedy special, you kind of want to challenge yourself, but you also want to challenge the relationship you have with an audience, because stand-up is a conversation, and it's, you know, with comedy specials, it's conversation with a good friend. And the reason we love these friends is because they challenge us and we don't have the same exact conversation. Like, people want to hear, they want to see a friendship evolve, you know, and they, you know, maybe they don't agree with everything you say, but they appreciate your point of view. Comedy Monster is now streaming on Netflix, and I've dedicated it to you, so go watch it.
Big thanks to Jim for hanging out with us. And again, you should and can catch Jim's Comedy Monster special on Netflix. Coming up, we're going to get the scoop on Stanley Tucci's brand new miniseries.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, I know, right? 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news. 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses. Private hand deliberations.
All right, it just me too.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd cast, free
wherever you get your podcasts.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your newsfeed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
I believe.
Every dream, journey, and triumph.
And it all starts here.
United States, let's go!
Feel the magic every day.
The excitement is in the air.
At the Winter Olympics, today is where the games begin.
And we are back. It is Popstar Plus. Emmy winner and Oscar nominee Stanley Tucci has an exciting new project playing an American treasure hunter in the miniseries La Fortuna. And he spoke to the Third Hour all about the role.
We are back with one of our favorites, the incredibly talented Stanley Tucci. He won a Golden Globe for his role as Adolf Eichmann in the war film Conspiracy.
Then he went on to earn himself an Academy Award nomination for his role in The Lovely Bones.
And, of course, playing Nigel in the classic film The Devil Wears Prada. Of course, my favorite, The Imposters. Now, Stanley is adding treasure hunter to his resume in the new show La Fortuna. Stanley plays Frank Wilde, an adventurer who travels the world in search for deep-sea treasure.
My team and I have no idea which galleon that is down there. But if you remember the beginning of Titanic, when they open up the safe and they find nothing but wet paper, I think we just got a little bit luckier.
Yes!
I know. I'm like, is this a documentary?
Right, exactly, exactly.
Stanley, welcome. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good to see you.
Nice to see you too.
Well, so here's the deal. So it's basically a true story, but told in two languages. Tell us about this.
Yes, it's told in two languages. It's a Spanish-American co-production, which you don't often see. And when the Spanish people speak to each other, they speak in Spanish, and it's subtitled for when it's airing in America. When it's airing in Spain, we're subtitled in Spanish because we're speaking English. It's incredibly well done by this brilliant filmmaker, Alejandro Amenabar.
How cool is that? I am so intrigued, for the record, by your backdrop. I mean, I'm trying to focus on the questions that I have for you, but I'm like, the paint brushes and there's this picture on the wall behind you. I'm so intrigued.
No, I'm in my painting studio office.
Oh, it's okay. I'll stay on task, but I am so intrigued. So you talk about the fact, you were just mentioning that the show is not only, it's shot partly in Spanish, and also it was shot in Spain. What was it like, the experience there filming overseas?
Well, it was great. I mean, I've shot in Europe a lot. I live in London, which is why I'm not sitting there with you right now. But it was wonderful. I mean, making a movie is almost the same just about anywhere you go, but it was I think it was especially difficult because it was during the second wave of COVID, and yet we were allowed to proceed, but under very strict guidelines. So I think it was particularly difficult for the crew because they were wearing masks, 15 hours a day,
Sure.
and that's really cool.
Stanley, I'm actually also going to go off topic here because I have been waiting for you to come on the show because ever since I got your cookbook, we have been doing Tucci Tuesdays in my house, which means on Tuesdays we cook from Tucci's cookbook. One of the recipes actually has become part of like my holiday meal. But you love food. You have such a passion for food. Clearly you have a passion for art as well. Just tell us what food means to you, just to continue to inspire me to keep cooking.
What food means to me? Is that what you said?
Yeah, I love that.
It means everything to me. It's sort of all I can think about. I mean, I started doing this series. CNN came to me and asked me to do this series a few years ago. We've been able to make it happen. This searching for Italy, and it's been a lifelong dream of mine to explore the regional cooking of Italy, in as much detail as possible. So it means everything to me. It's the first thing I think about when I wake up in the morning and the last thing I think about.
Me too.
I love that.
And you know, which is ironic because I know you're in remission for your cancer. You opened up about it last year. And one of the things that, the tough part about it was it robbed your ability for a while to eat. So do you have a greater appreciation for food now and what it means to us?
I do. When you're forced to go without something that you love, just like if you're forced to go without someone that you love, you appreciate them or it much more when you're able to have it back, if you're lucky enough to have it back. And I got very lucky. I can taste and eat almost everything now. In fact, my sense of taste and smell are almost heightened and more than they were before, oddly enough.
And you're in remission now and everything's great.
Oh, yeah, no, everything's great. I mean, this particular kind of cancer now, they actually have a blood test for it. And I was just tested after I had a scan and got the more than all clear.
Oh, that's great. That's great. You are such a delight. We're out of time, so I can't talk about you playing Clive Davis, but I'm really looking forward to that.
You can't wait.
Yeah, that was fun.
So good.
Thank you, Stanley, for joining us. Really appreciate it.
That is the great Stanley Tucci. By the way, you can find La Fortuna on AMC Plus. Coming up next, an Oprah flashback and a birthday wish. That's next.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
The Today Show's newest fan.
A little Al Roker.
What am I doing here?
Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, new from Dateline, wherever you get your podcasts.
I believe every dream, every journey, every triumph.
And it all starts here.
Let the celebration begin!
The excitement is in the air.
United States!
Is he superhuman?
Feel the magic every day.
She is a superstar.
Kayla, we are cheering you on.
And share every moment with us at the Winter Olympics. Today is where the games begin.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back, everybody. You know what? Oprah Winfrey turns 68 this weekend. Through the years, she's had so many wonderful memories with us on Today. This time, we thought it'd be fun to travel all the way back to 1986 when she spoke about her first acting role in a little film called The Color Purple.
This is the kind of Hollywood success story that Hollywood used to make movies about. A local TV talk show host suddenly lands a role in a major motion picture by one of the world's most famous directors, and in her very first performance, she wins an Academy Award nomination. But that is the true story of Oprah Winfrey, who is nominated for Best Actress in a Supporting Role for her overwhelming portrayal of the character Sophia in the hit movie The Color Purple. Hit movie is right, $60 million so far, and that's really wonderful. Good morning. I can't tell you how anxious I was to meet you and how happy I am that I have now met you.
Well, I'm equally thrilled.
Great performance. Where were you and who told you that you won the Academy Award?
Where was I? I was actually in Steven Spielberg's office with Willard Pugh, who plays Harpo. And Steven, this was after the second screen test, and Steven had called us upstairs to tell us whether it was going to be yay or nay. And I wasn't sure because it could have been, well, you were wonderful, but. And so we were sitting in the office.
You're talking about how you got the part now?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, yeah. And when I was told that I had it, well, of course, I was discovered by Quincy Jones, who was going through Chicago and saw me.
I didn't know that.
Oh, you didn't know that?
No.
Oh gosh, that's how I got
Before that, you were in high school, but let's go a little further.
So, well, yeah, I was doing my talk show in Chicago, and Quincy saw me on the air, which allowed me to be screen tested.
Right.
So, after the second screen test, Stephen called Willard and I upstairs, and he said, "I just want you to know that the chemistry between you is very good. I really like what I saw today, because we've done all these improvisations with Danny Glover and Whoopi." And he said, "I want you to know that you've got it." I got it. This was April Fool's Day, as a matter of fact. You've got the part. I thought it's the single best feeling I've ever had.
Well, what about the feeling when you heard you won the Academy Award nomination?
That's the second best feeling I've ever had.
Where were you?
I was in my office in Chicago.
And the phone rang?
Yeah. Well, actually, we were watching over the monitors, and I heard Margaret Avery's name, which I thought, well, that's wonderful for Margaret.
She plays in the movie also.
Yeah, she plays Shug. So I thought, well, of course, I'm not going to be nominated if Margaret's nominated. And we both were.
Now, you are, Sophia, you're a very strong, very sturdy woman in this movie.
Yeah, I know you say sturdy instead of big. Thanks, Jim.
And, I mean, it's a lot of emotion. And you hadn't been a professional actor, so how did you get this performance?
Well, I think it's because Quincy was going through Chicago, saw me in the air, Reuben Cannon, who's a...
No, how did you bring yourself to deliver this kind of performance in the film?
My greatest fear was that I would not be able to give my best.
Right.
And I was so afraid after the second day, because Stephen had asked me if I could cry in a scene that was later omitted. It was the worst moment of my life, because if Steven Spielberg says, "Can you cry?" you want to give him a bucket or two. Well, when I stood there trying to cry, thinking of my parakeet that died when I was 7, thinking of every horrible thing that ever happened to me, I couldn't do it. Till I started plucking out lashes, trying to stick them under my lenses, trying to cry. Still couldn't cry, and then went home and cried all night that night because I couldn't cry. And I later had a conversation with Adolph Caesar, who told me, what you do is give yourself over to the character. Let the character take control. If the character wants to cry, the character will cry. If you build a history, a life for the character, which is what I learned to do.
Before you cry in The Color Purple, you are a very tough lady.
Yeah.
Who is going to marry a young man named Harpo.
Yeah.
Harpo is intimidated by his father and brings you home to see his father, Danny Glover. Here we go.
This here is Sophia. Sophia, that's a pretty name, huh? Sophia. Let's go get married.
Look like you got yourself in trouble.
No, sir, I ain't in no trouble. Big though.
Who the daddy?
Harpo.
How he know that?
He know 'cause he the only one.
Sealy, give me some lemonade. Young women no good these days. Got their legs open for every Tom, Dick, and Harpo. No need to think I'm gonna let my boy marry you just 'cause you in the family way. Ain't cold enough. He young and limited. Pretty gal like you can put anything over on him.
One of the injustices of the world this year is that Danny Glover did not get nominated for that great performance in The Color Purple.
Yeah, I think he deserved it.
Largely because of Danny Glover's performance, perhaps, there have been some critics among the black community, especially black males, who have taken issue with the whole notion of The Color Purple. How do you answer those people?
Well, my response is that this is one woman's story. It is the story of Seeley's quest for herself. It is not a movie that's meant to depict the entire history of the black race.
You agree about Danny Glover?
No, I certainly do. I think he should have been nominated, but I'm so thrilled that I was, but I wished he had.
Now, you have a very successful talk show in Chicago. It's going to be syndicated. I believe by this fall it'll be all over the country, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, you're also going to continue to act in films, I hope?
I certainly am. I'm going to start doing, Native Son, right at the day after Academy Awards.
Richard Wright's very great novel.
Mm-hmm.
Too bad Paul Robeson isn't still alive to play in that part, huh?
Yeah.
I wish you well. I mean, I could talk to you for hours and hours.
I love you, Gene Shalit. I love you.
She had such promise then. It's a shame that that young actress would go on to nothing, really. No TV success, no movie success. Come on, people. Incredible. Happy birthday, Oprah. We love you. Thanks for joining us on Popstart Plus. Have a great day. We'll see you soon.
Well, hello to all of you guys watching Today All Day. We're so happy that you joined us for Today in 30 on this Thursday. And Savannah always calls it Friday Eve.
Do I? I don't think I'm the one that says that. No, but it is. We're one day away from Friday, and that's a good take. Of course, as usual, we had a lot going on in this morning's show, including that news about Supreme Court Justice Stephen Breyer. He's retiring. We've got 2 reports coming your way from Washington where we're going to dig deeper into the reaction. We'll also talk about the short list of potential nominees and the battle lines being drawn.
Plus, in a world full of distractions and devices, even streaming platforms like this one, we're going to pause and we're going to shine a light on listening. I learned a lot about its power and how to get better at it during a really cool journey to one of the quietest places on Earth.
And then the one, the only Stanley Tucci talked to the Third Hour gang about searching for sunken treasure in his new series.
And Home Team star Taylor Lautner was on the Fourth Hour, opening up for the first time in 5 years about his return to movies, his engagement, and a lot more. So should we?
I don't want to wait anymore.
There's no more time to wait. Let's get started. It's time for Today in 30. We're going to start with our justice correspondent, Pete Williams, who was first to report Justice Breyer's decision yesterday. Pete, good morning to you.
Hoda, good morning. There's been no announcement yet from Justice Breyer, but people close to him say he made the decision within the past several weeks to retire and planned to formally notify the White House today. Administration officials, though, had a good idea this was coming. For more than a year, progressives have been urging Justice Breyer to step down soon while Democrats remain in control of the White House and the Senate, which would vote on a successor's confirmation. Breyer is 83, the court's oldest justice. He appears to be in good health and remains highly productive, writing some of last term's headline decisions. But as a former staffer on the Senate Judiciary Committee, he knows how Washington works. He said last fall he understands what's behind the calls for him to step down.
Have most of the considerations in mind, and I simply have to weigh them and think about them and decide when the proper time.
Anyone nominated by President Biden to succeed Justice Breyer, if confirmed, would maintain the current ideological split on the court, 6 conservatives and 3 liberals. As a candidate, Joe Biden said he wanted to make history with his first Supreme Court nomination.
I'm looking forward to making sure there's a black woman on the Supreme Court to make sure we in fact get every representation.
Among the leading contenders, administration officials say, are Ketanji Brown Jackson, a former Breyer law clerk, now a federal appeals court in Washington, and Leonda Kruger, a justice on California's state Supreme Court who served earlier in the U.S. Justice Department.
What Justice Breyer's announcement does is guarantees that President Biden can put on a progressive vote in the Supreme Court, and that will be a person who's in their 40s or 50s and will be there for decades to come.
Nominated by President Bill Clinton, Stephen Breyer has served on the Supreme Court for nearly 28 years as a moderate to liberal justice. He's been a supporter of abortion rights, affirmative action, and other civil rights measures. And for the past 6 years, he's been a consistent opponent of the death penalty. Justice Breyer's decision to retire this summer will have no effect on this current term. He'll fully participate in the big decisions yet to come on abortion, gun rights, and religious freedom in one of the most consequential Supreme Court terms in years. Hoda?
All right, Pete Williams for us there at the Supreme Court. Pete, thank you.
Well, let's focus more on the decision and the battles that lie ahead for President Biden. NBC's chief White House correspondent Peter Alexander joins us now. Peter, good morning. We all know there's no fight like a Supreme Court confirmation fight. How do you expect this to play out?
Well, Savannah, I think you're right. For President Biden, with inflation soaring, his legislative agenda stalled, and even his poll numbers sinking, this really is a political opportunity for this White House, a chance to pivot away from those bad headlines to try to energize Democratic voters. The White House has been quick to say the president intends to stick with that promise to pick a black woman who would become the first ever to serve on the nation's highest court. And that's a chance to show black voters who helped propel the president to the White House that he can deliver for them, especially amid frustration within that group. His approval of the president has dropped dramatically over the last year, highlighted by the failure of the voting rights bill just last week, Savannah.
Peter, thank you very much. And joining us now is Nina Totenberg, an award-winning legal affairs correspondent for NPR who has covered the court for decades. Hi, Nina. Good morning. I wonder, first, before we get into the short list, whether you feel Justice Breyer kind of felt that pressure. There was a time last term, there were activists at the court with loudspeakers saying Justice Breyer retired. Do you think it got to him?
No.
I mean, the man was chief counsel for the Judiciary Committee and before he became a judge. He understands what's going on. He understands politics, and he understands that by the time this term is over, he will be very close to 84 years old. So I think that ultimately he knew that it was time, and that he shouldn't wait anymore. Last term, I think pressuring him had a contrary effect, if anything, and that he thought he was doing good work at the court and he was able to achieve some consensus. That started to fall apart this year. He could see a conservative supermajority on the march on everything from abortion to affirmative action to religion and guns. And I think he thought it was time for a new generation.
Well, in the moments we have, I said it was a short list. It's a pretty short list, actually, of judges. Yes, that judges that are being considered. And there's top two contenders, Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson, federal judge, and California Supreme Court Justice Leandra Kruger, both with impeccable legal credentials. They've got the resumes. Tell us about these candidates real quickly.
Well, Ketanji Brown Jackson was a federal district court judge for 8 years. Then in 2021 was appointed to the D.C. Court of Appeals, which is the same court that several of her colleagues, were she to be nominated, came from. The last one being Justice Kavanaugh. So she really has a perfect kind of background for this. She is, I think, the great-granddaughter of slaves. She's married to a surgeon, not a lawyer. Always a good thing, says one person married to a surgeon. Leandra Kruger is on the California Supreme Court. She was hired by Paul Clement, the Solicitor General in the Bush administration, to be an assistant Solicitor General, then went on to serve in the Obama administration for 6 more years, and then was offered this job on the California Supreme Court, where she has been a very respected justice. So you have 2 African-American nominees, potentially. Either of them, I don't think you could quibble with their backgrounds. And unless you came up with something that we don't know about, and of course we know confirmation fights often involve coming up with something you don't know about, they should be able to attract some, probably not a lot, but some Republican appointees in addition to Republican senators, in addition to all of the Democrats.
All right. Well, Nina Totenberg, we know you'll be there as you have been for years. It's good to have you, especially on a day like this. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Bye.
Stick around because there is much more coming up on Today in 30.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, new from Dateline, wherever you get your podcasts.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
These days, the news never stops. The morning's headlines change by afternoon, and by the end of the day, it's all totally different. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. I get it. I know that it can be hard to keep up. So let's get started together and go from there.
Hey, I'm Hallie Jackson, and we have a ton going on tonight. Here's the deal.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
We are back with more of our ongoing series. Start today, and this was a special one.
Yeah, it is. Hoda, you spent time honing one of our most crucial senses.
Yeah, you know what? Most of us aren't great listeners, myself included. So I decided to tackle something we could all improve, and those are our listening skills. So does this sound familiar? You're at home, you got music playing, you're cooking, you're answering emails, the TV's on, the kids are chatting with you. Well, I've come to realize how distracting life can be, and it impacts everybody around us. So I decided to try to do something about it. Do you hear that? Listen. Besides the sound of my voice, what other noises are around you? Paying attention is the first step to better listening. I've spent my career listening. It's a job requirement, and yet, like so many of us, I could be a lot better at it. It's not our fault. Our world is in hyperdrive. We exist on a freeway of exponential inputs competing for our attention. We are inundated, distracted, and overwhelmed. Everywhere you turn, we're almost on defense.
We go deaf. We get so used to suppressing street noise, aircraft noise, machine noise, that we lose contact with this incredibly important and beautiful sense, hearing and listening.
The premium on accurate and careful listening has simply disappeared.
Julian Treasure is a sound and communication expert. His TED Talks on the subject have been heard more than 100 million times. What is conscious listening?
It's realizing that you need to put focus on it. So listening is work. It takes effort, it takes time, and in our multitasking world, it's very tough.
What would be the first thing I should do?
I think it would be great to make acquaintance again with the baseline of sound, which is silence. It resets your ears, it recalibrates them, and it allows you to listen afresh.
To see if silence is golden, I head to Ex Machina Soundworks in Brooklyn. They make professional speakers and have just built a state-of-the-art quiet room to test them. Hello, hello, hello! Hello? And with a sound threshold of under 0 decibels, it's one of the quietest places on Earth. Okay, did you ever want to know what silence sounds like? This is it. I didn't even realize how loud the world is until right now. To me, this is strangely soothing, the opposite of my usual soundscape. Next, our sound expert suggests immersing yourself in a noisy place and try to isolate each sound.
You can start to disentangle what are the sounds around me and why is this noise kind of intimidating and what's it doing to me at every level.
Julian's final exercise is to experience the healing sounds of nature. So how does all this translate into really hearing other people? For the answer, I connected with another expert listener, Evelyn Glennie, one of the world's foremost solo percussionists and composers. She's also almost completely deaf, yet she still listens in her own way.
In my case, it's all about opening the body up as a resonating chamber so that the body is almost like a huge ear. And that means that every sense is involved in the process of listening.
An epiphany she had at 12 years old when Evelyn first started percussion. Her hearing aids garbled the sound, so her teacher had her place her hands on the wall beside the drum.
I could actually feel that drum, somewhere on my hand. And this was just like sun rays coming up. It was like a flower blooming because it suddenly made me realize that I had to pay attention.
I feel you listening to me 1,000%, like there's nobody else in the world.
So at this point in time, I'm looking at you and I'm having a conversation with you, and you're the most important person in my life.
Evelyn spent a lifetime honing her listening simply because she had no other choice. As for the rest of us, once we realize it is a skill to master, we just have to practice.
Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, new from Dateline, wherever you get your podcasts.
Our week-long journey across America, from Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this?
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
I believe every dream, every journey, every triumph.
And it all starts here.
Let the celebration begin!
The excitement is in the air.
United States!
Is he superhuman?
Feel the magic every day.
She is a superstar.
Kayla, we are cheering you on.
Right! And share every moment with us at the Winter Olympics. Today is where the games begin.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The Sunday Sit Down with Willie Geist podcast. It's the conversations you want to have with the people you'd love to meet.
Get your money's worth.
Unedited, unfiltered.
See ya!
Sit down with Willie and listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, new from Dateline, wherever you get your podcasts.
We are back with one of our favorites, the incredibly talented Stanley Tucci. He won a Golden Globe for his role as Adolf Eichmann in the war film Conspiracy.
Then he went on to earn himself an Academy Award nomination for his role in The Lovely Bones.
And, of course, playing Nigel in the classic film The Devil Wears Prada. Of course, my favorite, The Imposters. Now, Stanley is adding treasure hunter to his resume in the new show La Fortuna. Stanley plays Frank Wilde, an adventurer who travels the world in search for deep-sea treasure.
My team and I have no idea which galleon that is down there. But if you remember the beginning of Titanic, when they open up the safe, and they find nothing but wet paper, I think we just got a little bit luckier.
Yes!
I know. I'm like, is this a documentary?
Right, exactly.
I love it. Stanley, welcome. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good to see you.
Nice to see you too.
Well, so here's the deal. So it's basically a true story, but told in two languages. Tell us about this.
Yes, it's told in two languages. It's a Spanish-American co-production, which you don't often see. And when the Spanish people speak to each other, they speak in Spanish, and it's subtitled for when it's airing in America. When it's airing in Spain, we're subtitled in Spanish because we're speaking English. It's incredibly well done by this brilliant filmmaker, Alejandro Amenabar.
How cool is that? I'm so intrigued, for the record, by your backdrop. I mean, I'm trying to focus on the questions that I have for you, but I'm like, the paint brushes and there's this picture on the wall behind you. I'm so intrigued.
No, I'm in my painting studio office.
Oh, okay. I'll stay on task. But I am so intrigued. So you talk about the fact, you were just mentioning that the show is not only, it's shot partly in Spanish, and also it was shot in Spain. What was it like, the experience there filming overseas?
Well, it was great. I mean, I've shot in Europe a lot. I live in London, which is why I'm not sitting there with you right now. But it was wonderful. I mean, making a movie is almost the same just about anywhere you go, but it was I think it was especially difficult because it was during the second wave of COVID, and yet we were allowed to proceed, but under very strict guidelines. So I think it was particularly difficult for the crew because they were wearing masks, 15 hours a day, and that's really cool.
Stanley, I'm actually also going to go off topic here because I have been waiting for you to come on the show because ever since I got your cookbook, we have been doing Tucci Tuesdays in my house, which means on Tuesdays we cook from Tucci's cookbook. One of the recipes actually has become part of like my holiday meal. But you love food. You have such a passion for food. Clearly you have a passion for art as well. Just tell us what food means to you, just to continue to inspire me to keep cooking.
What food means to me? Is that what you said?
Yeah, I love that.
It means everything to me. It's sort of all I can think about. I mean, I started doing this series. CNN came to me and asked me to do this series a few years ago. So we've been able to make it happen. This Searching for Italy, and it's been a lifelong dream of mine to explore the regional cooking of Italy, in as much detail as possible. So it means everything to me. It's the first thing I think about when I wake up in the morning and the last thing I think about.
Me too.
I love that.
And which is ironic because I know you're in remission for your cancer. You opened up about it last year. Yeah. And one of the things that, the tough part about it was it robbed your ability for a while to eat. So do you have a greater appreciation for food now and what it means to us?
I do. When you're forced to go without something that you love, just like if you're forced to go without someone that you love, you appreciate them or it much more when you're able to have it back, if you're lucky enough to have it back. And I got very lucky. I can taste and eat almost everything now. In fact, my sense of taste and smell are almost heightened and more than they were before, oddly enough.
And you're in remission now and everything's great.
Oh, yeah, no, everything's great. I mean, this particular kind of cancer now, they actually have a blood test for it. And I was just tested after I had a scan and got the more than all clear.
Oh, that's great. That's great. You are such a delight. We're out of time, so I can't talk about you playing Clive Davis, but I'm really looking forward to that.
You can't wait.
Yeah, that was fun.
So good.
Thank you, Stanley, for joining us. Really appreciate it.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, right? 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news. 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses. By the manner of elections.
All right, anticipated too.
The Sunday Sit Down with Willie Geist podcast. It's the conversations you want to have with the people you'd love to meet.
Get your money's worth.
Unedited, unfiltered.
See ya.
Sit down with Willie and listen wherever you get your podcasts.
I believe. Every dream, journey, and triumph.
And it all starts here.
United States, let's go! Feel the magic every day.
The excitement is in the air.
At the Winter Olympics, today is where the games begin.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, anticipated too.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Okay, we all remember how huge the Twilight movies were, and they made Taylor Lautner an overnight celebrity.
But being thrust into the spotlight wasn't so easy for him. And our pal Jason Kennedy, who we adore.
We love him.
You've been the baby brother of this show for so long.
8 years.
Your wife's having a baby. We're thrilled to have you, and we're so excited that you got to sit down with Taylor.
Taylor, and we were just talking in the commercial break. I mean, Twilight was huge. I mean, these fans would go to the premiere 5 days in advance, set up a tent. And Taylor and I had great conversations about fame off camera, but he's never really opened up like this. I'm so proud of him. I think it's going to help a lot of people. Take a look.
Taylor Lautner was just 16 years old when he found himself in the middle of a pop culture phenomenon after Twilight hit theaters. The film franchise, which co-starred Kristen Stewart and Robert Pattinson, brought in over $3 billion at the box office, making the trio some of the most sought-after movie stars in the world. And while Taylor is very grateful for the opportunities that came his way, he has, by choice, been noticeably absent from the spotlight for the last few years. I caught up with my buddy right here in New York City.
We've had some really incredible private conversations about fame and everything you've experienced. I'm just curious what that did for you emotionally, how that affected you now that you've had years to process.
Not many things in life can come and happen overnight. Fame can. It also can disappear overnight. When I was 16, 17, 18 years old, waking up and trying to just go out for a walk or, go on a date, and, I have 12 cars waiting outside my house to follow me wherever I'm going, or, you show up to an airport or anywhere and you have, thousands of fans screaming. In the moment, it's like, it got frustrating because you just wanted to live a normal life. But then when that's taken away from you at all, you start to question yourself and start to be like, oh, do people not care about me anymore? And it goes away a little bit, you notice it, and that's the dangerous part, because that can really mess with your mind.
You told me that you didn't go to a grocery store, movie theater, mall for 10 years, which shocked me. And when you went back for the first time to, say, the grocery store, I know you love the grocery store now, by the way, you go like 5 times a week, but do you remember that feeling?
Yeah, it felt like freedom. I went so many years, like, either not leaving my house, or if I did, hats, sunglasses, and just like scared. It built up something inside of me where even if I didn't know it, but I was scared to go out. I'd get super anxious to go out. So I just didn't.
You lived with your parents, you isolated for a bit, you took time away from Hollywood. Do you feel like this was the time that you needed to process, recover, whatever you want to call it?
It was needed for me personally. So I, Taylor, feel so much better today than I have in the last 4 or 5 years.
Now he's back and starring in the new Netflix film Home Team, out Friday.
It's the true story about Sean Payton, the head coach of the New Orleans Saints. He ended up going back to his small town in Texas he was from, helping coach his 12-year-old son's Pee Wee football team, and brought them to the state championship game. So it's a pretty cool story.
You also may not know that in Taylor's personal life, there may be some name confusion around the house.
You are engaged. Her name is Taylor. When you get married, her name will be Taylor Lautner. That became like a thing on social media. It is incredibly important to point out that Taylor is a massive Twilight fan.
I'm gonna call her out here. She was not Team Jacob. So she is marrying the other team.
Which team was she on?
Oh, she was Team Edward all the way.
She was a Robbie Pats fan?
Oh, yeah.
This is unbelievable. Breaking news. I don't even know if I knew that.
Yeah, she was diehard Team Edward. But, I've converted her.
It's been an honor to watch you guys walk together. She is the greatest of the great.
She was a large part of getting me back, to where I am today.
Life is clearly different for Taylor these days. He found his person, he has a great film coming out, and a new appreciation for the simple things in life.
Looking back, was the fame worth it?
4 or 5 years ago, I would have said, maybe I wish that I didn't go through it, but if you ask me now, I say, no, I'm happy because of what it's taught me, and it's made me who I am right now. For that, I'm thankful.
Isn't it nice to hear men talk like that?
Yes.
We need more guys talking like that because it's so relatable. And he's doing great. He's thriving now, like I said.
You know what was on full display there for me? Your friendship with him, because I could not see him speaking like that to anybody but you. And your friendship runs years, doesn't it?
Yeah, thanks for saying that. Yeah, probably about 10 years now. And he felt comfortable with me. And that was big for him to do. No one really knows that side of him. So I'm proud of him. And I just want to shout out the PhD Terrace at the Dream Midtown for hosting us. And by the way, Home Team. Hoda,
you're
gonna it's so good. It's about your Saints.
Yeah, and how about this timing? Sean Payton just announced that he was going
timing for the movie. Friday on Netflix, it's coming out.
Wow.
Jason,
Okay, Jason.
you're so good.
We're going to invite you back to have a seat in that chair
Please?
many times
want
to come.
more.
Okay, I'll give you more, whatever you want.
Be sure to tune in tomorrow on Today. We're going to close out the week. It's going to be great.
Okay, former monk and now life coach Jay Shetty. He'll be here and he's going to show us a few mental exercises that'll help start off our weekend with some positivity. So
I like that.
we'll see you then.
Bye. Bye.
Bye. Thanksgiving and Christmas, there's usually a lot of overindulging, so you may want to lighten things up.
Okay, so why not go vegan at times? That's the name of the new cookbook from New York Times bestselling author Jessica Seinfeld, and it's chock full of recipes that are so simple and delicious, you may not miss the meat.
Jessica's here. You guys have a real connection, the two of you.
We're sort of related.
Yeah.
Or we're going to be related.
Right.
How?
Well, her cat.
Our cats are engaged. Well,
her cat, Javier. Oh, look. Wait.
He's on the left. Javier's
Oh,
on
wait,
the
y'all
left.
actually did an engagement photo?
Well, that's not Eleanor on the right.
But it looks like Eleanor.
Well, no, COVID, yeah. No, actually, Eleanor looks more like Javier.
Okay, I'm confused.
Oh,
Whose
Javier's
cat
on the
is
left.
getting
That's my
married to whose
cat on the left.
Okay.
My cat Javier is marrying Eleanor.
Barbara's cat.
Barbara's
Your
cat.
sister's
My
cat.
sister's
Yeah,
cat.
they're engaged.
You know, I just want to say.
Why is there a love between the two of them? They just are?
Why not? Look
Okay,
at them.
okay.
What do they
Look
have
at
in common?
Javier's on the right, Eleanor's on the left.
How did they meet?
She's
even?
a little rough and tumble in that picture.
Yeah, she really is.
How did they meet?
They met online. They met online.
You know what? This is not going to work
Wait,
out
but
well.
Jessica,
Okay,
honestly,
yes.
we couldn't let you go without getting you a little wedding dress for Eleanor and a little tuxedo for Javier.
Oh, so sweet.
Okay.
Well, this is
Are
a
you
big
into
announcement.
It? Yeah,
Yes,
this is a big announcement. And
this
if
is
y'all
real
want a
weird.
venue for the wedding,
Yeah.
y'all can come here.
Do you do weddings?
Yeah, we do pet weddings.
Remember weddings on the plaza? We've never done a pet wedding.
Let's do it. A cat
Now,
wedding.
We have to ask you, is Javier vegan?
No,
Okay.
he's not vegan.
Okay.
He's vegan at times, but we're working on him. He's the hardest one in the family.
All right. What inspired this? Is it just because people like to be vegan for a little while, but they don't want to commit?
No, I think they feel like they are going to fail. And I hate that word failure around food. I think there should be no shame associated with food.
Well, that's why we like the at times. This is just for when you feel like stepping it up a little. And actually, Hoda thinks you wrote this book for her because she was vegan for 2 days.
It was really great. I felt good during those 2 days.
Well, that's the point. If you feel really great, you keep doing something.
Okay, so
and
sloppy
I'm here to make it easy for you.
Sloppy Joes?
Sloppy Joes. We
Without
have these for
the meat.
dinner.
Okay.
Yeah, and that is also the point. Get people eating the foods they already like. Just make them vegan.
Okay.
And so let's do this one really quick because I think we took up a lot of time in
Sorry.
this segment. So
Yes,
large
Javier.
chop here with our red pepper. We're gonna throw it in the food processor.
Yum.
Jenna, do you like to use a food
Sure.
processor?
No, I
Okay.
don't
Pulse
love
that.
to, but-
Okay. Pulse it a couple times so it's the same size, evenly chopped. This
Look how beautiful it is.
beautiful. It's all here. Yep.
And
Sauteed.
what do you add in there?
This is onions. What's
This
in
is
here
that.
is
Olive?
that is
No oil or anything?
yeah, olive oil, onion, garlic, and our peppers that we
Okay.
just chopped.
Okay.
Now we're gonna put in our cauliflower.
Cauliflower.
Yeah, so
You
we're gonna
just-
cook
did you
this
pulse that
Yep.
in the thing too?
Yeah, so it's
Okay.
all done in your food processor. We're gonna cook this
Put
for
that
6
in.
minutes. Yes.
And what kind of beans are those?
These are cannellini beans, but
Yum.
you can use chickpeas or you can use red kidney beans. And then we're
then
gonna
you're
make our
adding-
sauce, but
oh.
let's make it over here so we have something to do in this segment. Okay. Okay. This is apple cider vinegar.
I
This
didn't
is
know you could actually cook with that. I just like swallow it kind of
Oh,
disgustingly.
you do that. Yeah.
Well, people say you're supposed to.
For
I don't know.
allergies, yeah. Why don't you put the water in, Jenna?
Okay.
This
That I
is
can
salt.
do.
Am I doing okay?
You're doing great.
Wait, what was all those spices you're dumping?
Yes. Now you want to talk about it. Okay. This is a little cayenne pepper, chili powder, salt, pepper.
Yeah, okay.
We put brown sugar,
Yum.
tomato
Oh, the
paste,
sweetener, yeah.
water, apple cider vinegar. We're gonna mix
Whip it?
that.
Put it in here?
Yeah. Do you want to mix this?
Sure.
They told me not to give you a knife. That was my instruction.
Did they? Maybe I'll take that wedding dress back. The cat wedding could be off.
Let's put
Okay,
this
so
over
you
here.
swirl it around and then you
Yeah,
just dump
and
it right
dump
on
that
top
in
of
there.
that.
And here are
Is
nice,
this what it
pretty.
looks like?
That is what it looks like.
Beautiful.
I mean, it is delicious.
It is actually delicious.
I'm coming over here to where
And this
that
is our
bread
bun
We're not-
that's been toasted with some olive oil in a skillet.
Is that good?
Yes, gorgeous. Let's put some pickles on there.
Is it yummy?
Delish. The pickles are the best part. Bread and
I
butter
agree.
pickles.
Kosher?
Oh,
What do you do?
I don't.
Not sweet, right?
Those
You
are
put these
sweet
on-
and they're delicious.
No.
Okay, well, I'm not
That's a
sweet.
great idea. Actually, somebody on my Instagram said put some vegan cheddar cheese on that and then you're good. And I thought that was a great idea.
And here you go.
Okay, now is your family into these?
My family's on board. It's weird. Actually, my son last night, Julian, said, you don't even need to tell me anymore that things are vegan, because I think they're sick of getting surprised, because I'm like, that's vegan. And they're like, okay.
It's spicy
By the
and
way, it's got heat.
delicious.
Now, what are these real quick?
These are, if you have a person in your life who's like, I will never eat vegan food, serve them these. These are peanut butter bars, and they are so delicious. I made them last night. This has a graham cracker crust. Last night I made them
And
with
this
a
doesn't have
chocolate
any
wafer
butter or
crust.
anything?
No, it has coconut cream, peanut butter.
Oh my God.
Isn't that great?
But how is that possible?
Oh my God.
I know. Those are in my book, Vegan at Times.
Are those
That is a
good?
showstopper.
That is but so is this.
I know, but this. Anyway.
I'm so happy.
But we're just
All
gonna
right,
keep
we love
eating.
cats. We love vegan food.
Yeah.
We
Oh
love you.
Tune in to our cat wedding.
Yes, seriously.
Details
Really
TBD.
Oh wait, you have to serve this as the cat cake.
Yes. Okay.
Right, with like a little catnip. All right. For these recipes, head to today.com/food.
3 chefs embracing a growing food movement.
NBC News correspondent Savannah Sellers is always on top of the trends. She found out about 3 new restaurants here in New York City where you won't find meat on the menu.
That's right, not meat, not cheese, they're vegan
Wow.
actually.
Okay.
How about Mexican, Italian, and soul food restaurants, all plant-based, all run by women of color, all under 30. As you'll see, these 3 executive chefs are ready to challenge your taste buds.
It's a sisterhood of restaurants with a purpose, run by young women, finding inspiration in their own stories. Chef Zyla Cadillo taps into her Mexican heritage to create her cuisine.
My restaurant is Etheria. It is a mezcal bar with vegan-inspired Mexican dishes.
Chef Shanari Freeman leans into her southern roots for recipes.
My restaurant is called Cadence. It is Southern soul food, plant-based focus.
And Chef Amara Garib, daughter of an Ecuadorian mother and an Egyptian father, gets her inspiration from her father, who operated a pizza parlor.
My restaurant is called Soda Club. It's a wine bar and it's plant-based Italian fresh pasta.
Did you catch this detail? All 3 skip the animal products, but not the flavor.
Look, I have to say, when you hear Italian food, when you hear Mexican food, when you hear soul food, I mean, there's a lot of cheese in those, there's a lot of meat in those. I'm Mexican, I grew up with my mom making Mexican food. How is it to make these particular types of food plant-based?
For soul food, one thing you have to definitely focus on is the flavor profile. So just playing around with textures a lot, different flavors, cooking techniques.
I think the Italian food, you just stick with fresh pasta, you can't go wrong.
Mexican people are indigenous people, and a lot of our food is from nature and from the ground. So I feel like it easily translated to being vegan.
Raise your hand if you're a vegan. Okay, so Amira, you're not. What was this process like? I mean, were you like missing the cheese at all on top of a pasta, or no?
It's really easy to just cover something in cheese and it's delicious.
And then it tastes good?
Yeah. It was more challenging because I was just trying to find substitutes to make it more traditional, but not traditional at the same time. We also have a group chat where one of us will be like, this is a whack cheese, don't use it, or this is a really good one, you should try it out, stuff like that.
You're all under 30 and you have the titles of executive chef at restaurants in New York City. I mean, how cool is that?
It's pretty cool.
How's this been to go through together?
Better than going alone.
That's true.
We're able to learn a lot from each other, and also learn a lot about ourselves, how we cook, and how to run restaurants.
Their boss had full faith they could do just that. Ravi Darasi, founder and CEO of Overthrow Hospitality, who owns all the restaurants, decided to give them a shot at starting their own culinary concepts when they were working at the company in different positions.
Was it this purposeful decision to give 3 women of color this opportunity to be executive chefs of New York City restaurants?
I think subconsciously intentional, if that makes sense. They were already in the company and the best suited for these positions. Over 65% of our 300 some odd employees were women and people of color. So we made the very clear decision to put more people of color in places of authority. So as they're hiring, they see through the lens of their selves.
Of course, a taste test had to be part of this assignment to see how they stand up to the real thing. First, plant-based Italian from the Soda Club.
So where should I start?
Definitely with the ravioli.
With the ravioli, okay.
My favorite, yeah.
That was amazing.
You good?
No. I'm having a moment.
Next, vegan-inspired Mexican food from Eteria.
The mango salsa looks delicious. It was so good. Oh my goodness.
And finally, I had to try a dish getting rave reviews. Fried lasagna, a soul food favorite at Cadence.
I'm so excited. I'm blown away.
Sign me up.
I know, right now, all three women say they come up with these innovative recipes by doing their research, which really just means getting to go out to eat a lot. And they all say they're more focused on the flavor and the texture rather than just making sure that it mimics non-vegan food. And I have to say, when I was eating that, it's not like I was eating vegan dishes. I was just eating great food.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, I know, right? 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news. 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses. Private Hammer delivers.
All right, it just did too.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
This morning on Today Food, one of our favorites, Lee Beagle.
That's right. She is out with a new cookbook. It's not complicated. All of the recipes, simple, made with real ingredients that you probably already have in your house.
Where's the baby? Where's the baby?
You want to see the baby? It's all about the baby, right? Forget the book.
Oh, wait. Okay, good. Wait, we want to see.
That's what we're talking about.
Where's
Here
Iris?
she is.
Oh,
Iris. Say hi, baby.
That's a bundle of love.
Katie Lee. Katie Lee, do you just love being a mama? It looks like you were born for it.
Gosh. Oh. I love being this baby's mom more than anything in the world. I mean, she's just so sweet and cuddly. She's very well fed, if you can't tell.
Of course she is.
And we should point out, Katie Lee, that saying Katie Lee Beagle is new to all of us here at this show. Tell us.
That's right. I am now a Beagle. I added my husband's name because I thought our family should all have the same last name.
Oh,
so
well, congratulations.
I'm Iris's mom.
Well, congratulations.
So
there's the family photo.
Katie, you got your fourth
Go ahead.
cookbook here.
Yeah, you can hand off. You want to hand off your baby?
Yeah, no, but listen.
I'm going to give her to Grandma. Grandma's sitting here.
Okay.
I wondered, how you kind of came. What was the, the motivation behind cookbook number 4? But as you're holding the baby, I mean, you must want to do like a baby cookbook too.
I know next has to be baby food. But really with this, I felt like life's complicated enough. Your food shouldn't be. I want to make recipes that are easy and fast with everything that I have in my pantry. I'm not looking for a laundry list of ingredients. So these are easy. You can get them on your table and they taste great.
So you're going to make two pasta dishes that are vegetarian friendly. Oh, I love that.
Baby.
Vegetarian friendly, right? You guys like eating a little meatless meals in your house?
Yeah, we like doing our meatless Mondays, but we also love our burgers and steaks. So it's just about a balance. So I've got here for you just a big old bowl of mushroom bolognese. This is super simple. With this, you just put a variety of mushrooms into a food processor, saute them up with onions and garlic and tomato and red wine and let it simmer. And it's super yummy. It's a good one to have in the fridge and just kind of pick on. Now I'm going to take you over here and we're going to make a spinach artichoke pasta. So this is a great creamy pasta. Think about spinach artichoke dip and add pasta to it and melted cheese.
Oh,
so what could be bad about that? So I'm just gonna add some olive oil to my pan. And this is a recipe that was actually my husband Ryan's idea when we were doing quarantine because it was all stuff that we had. So I've got my garlic going in the pan I'm going to add to it a can of artichoke hearts.
I love artichoke hearts.
Me too.
And then I've got some frozen spinach that I thawed and squeezed all the water out of it. You could also use fresh. Just cook it down. It's really important to squeeze that water out. And I've got a little bit of oregano or Italian seasoning. You can add a little pinch of crushed red pepper to it to get a little bit of heat. And you just want to let this cook for a couple of minutes. Let the flavors bloom of that garlic and the seasoning. And then to this, I'm going to add some cream cheese. So this is going to make it really rich and creamy. And you can also substitute a light cream cheese if you want to lighten this up, or you can put a little Greek yogurt in it. Or just go for it.
Yeah.
Go for it.
Yeah.
Think about, what you're eating at another meal. I'm going to add a little bit of the pasta water to it. And this helps thin out the sauce, but it also helps hold everything together because it's got that pasta starch in there. We've seasoned our water so that it has a nice flavor to it. And then you add your pasta to it. So I'm using a rigatoni. Penne would work great as well. When I'm doing these pasta bakes, I really like to use a short pasta. And just have that in.
Iris loves it. Iris loves it.
Iris.
Iris says, yeah, Mommy, I'll take that.
It wasn't a
Give me
binky
the
in her
creamy
mouth. It was
pasta.
a rigatoni.
She's my kid, right?
Yeah.
She likes to eat. All right. So you let that cook till it gets nice and creamy. Top it with cheese. I've got just shredded mozzarella here.
Oh, my gosh.
It's like Parmesan cheese.
We're going to have to put the rest on the website.
All right, Katie Lee, Beagle, we love you. Oh, well, let's look at it. You take it out of the oven.
Take a look.
I'll just do the sell here while you do it. Today.com/food if you want to enjoy that. And congrats on the book, Katie. It's not complicated. It certainly isn't. We appreciate you.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world. Because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, new from Dateline, wherever you get your podcasts.
Our week-long journey across America from Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this?
I believe. Every dream, journey, and triumph.
And it all starts here.
United States wins gold! Feel the magic every day.
The excitement is in the air.
At the Winter Olympics, today is where the games begin. Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Joined by one of our favorite chefs, our Bobby Flay.
That's right. He's got a new book out next week called Beat Bobby Flay. Conquer the kitchen with 100 plus battle-tested recipes.
Yeah, this morning, Bobby's teaching us how to win in the kitchen with one of his all-time favorite dishes. Bobby, just when you think you know everything about chili, you're going to do something. Is it a secret ingredient? Is it like, are you going to add some coffee grinds to it? Or are you going to, what are you doing? You're just taking the meat out? You're robbing us?
Well, it is a vegetarian dish, but Carson, you have to understand, first of all, on Beat Bobby Flay, I don't get to decide what the signature dish that we're cooking is. It's the other chef.
Oh, that's right.
So I got challenged to vegetable chili, and also my girlfriend doesn't eat meat, so, you know, I got to adjust.
Smart. So how do you make it good?
Smart man.
Well, I'm going to tell you right now, so come on over. So I'm going to start by making the base of the chili I always say everything good starts with onions and garlic. So we're going to start with some onions and garlic, and then some tomatoes as well. And of course, you need to bring some spices into the game.
And Bobby,
so
who's your girlfriend?
You buried the lead.
Wow.
Just kidding.
I knew you were going to go there.
Yeah.
I knew you were going to go there.
Well, you brought it up.
She's going to rename Nameless for now.
Okay.
But thanks for
I'm
asking.
just going to Google it. I'll have it by the end of the segment.
Wow.
All right. So
The
go
chili
ahead.
went
When do you
right
put
out
the
the
meat
window.
in?
Sure did.
Nothing remains
Where'd
nameless,
you meet
Bobby.
her?
It's
How'd you meet?
2021.
How'd you guys meet?
Anyway, so then you add a dark beer to the chili, which is one of those secret ingredients, right? And then this becomes the base of it. Now, Carson was asking, like, you rob us of the meat, but you can use things that are vegetables that actually give us the texture.
Very
of the
attractive.
Meat. So we're going to
Carson found her. Carson found her on the internet.
I will
not say it out loud. We promise. But
very impressive.
No, he didn't.
He did. He did.
Yeah.
Okay.
Vegan or vegetarian?
No.
You really are dating up, Bobby. You are really dating up.
You are a lucky man.
all right. So
This guy went off the rails.
mix.
What vegetables are you using there, Bobby, to replace
So thank
the
you
meat?
so much, Al. Thank you so much. So we have eggplant and portobello mushrooms because they have that sort of meaty texture. We're going to add that to the chili as well. And we're going to let this cook for a little while. And then basically what happens is you have the base of the chili, and it looks and feels like chili. It tastes like chili, but it's completely meatless. And then the thing I love about chili is that it becomes like this canvas for all these like really cool garnishes that you can put on top, which is really the key, right?
That's a nice job.
So
That's beautiful.
we have some yogurt that has a little bit of shishito peppers in it and some lime juice. We want that nice cooling effect. And then I have some avocados in here with some diced red onions and some chilies. I'm going to put some avocado on top. It's almost like the chili becomes a vehicle for all these cool things that you want to eat. A few tortilla chips for some crunch. You got to make sure you have that crunch going.
Hey, Bobby, does the chili
Mexican
take less time because it's meat-based, vegetable-based than a meat-based one would?
It does, Al, because if you're cooking something like eggplant or portobello mushrooms, it's going to cook a lot quicker. You just want to make sure that the mushrooms and the eggplant cook all the way through, because then it absorbs all the flavor from the base of the chili itself. You want to cook at that dark beer. You want to get some of that earthiness as well, and then you start to garnish it. A little bit of lime zest on top. So you have some acidity, you have some spiciness, you have a little sweetness, all the good things, and it's a very warming dish. I have to say, like when I first heard that I had to make vegetable chili on Beat Bobby Flay, I was kind of bummed out because I am a meat eater, and but I have to say, like the eggplant and the mushrooms do a great job of substituting it. And of course, it's a little bit healthier. I mean, people are eating a lot more vegetables.
I was going to say, is plant-based having its moment now, Bobby?
Oh, it's unbelievable. As a chef, we constantly have to adjust to the trends of the way people are eating. And I will say one thing, people are eating healthier and healthier, and I don't think that's ever going to go in reverse. I think it's only going to keep going in that direction.
Bobby.
So we have to really get very comfortable with cooking vegetables in lots of different ways.
Yeah, what did your girlfriend say when she tried that first bite? I was just curious.
Just trying to help you here. Trying to help a brother out.
What did she say?
You know what? I haven't made this for her yet, to be perfectly honest. But it's on the dock. Well, it's been the summer now. Now it's getting a little bit.
You're right.
Well, is she there right now? You still give it to her.
No, she's not here. But Sarah, thanks so much for asking. You're the best.
Kidding. Bobby, we love you so much. It's just so fun to tease you.
Does she have a key to the elevator?
What else is in your book? We have a couple seconds. What other kind of recipes? Are they all vegetarian?
There's all kinds of things, from like peri-peri chicken to shrimp and grits. There's some great desserts like a spiced chocolate pudding, eggplant rollatini. I mean, Salisbury steak. There's really classic home style dishes, and then there's a couple of things in that are a little bit fancier. But it's if you're a fan of the show, I mean, Al's been on the show a couple of times. It's such a fun show, and we've shot over 500 episodes.
Wow. Cool.
And,
You've only lost
so
twice.
obviously they're not all in this book. This is volume 1. So hopefully there'll be more volumes.
It's a terrific book.
Bobby.
It's a great show. It's a great book.
Thank you, Bobby.
Good luck with the relationship.
You guys are the best.
In the city of angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
The Sunday Sit Down with Willie Geist podcast. It's the conversations you want to have with the people you'd love to meet.
Get your money's worth.
Unedited, unfiltered.
See ya.
Sit down with Willie and listen wherever you get your podcasts.
people really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, I know, right? Yeah, 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses. Private Hammer delivering.
All right, it just did too.
I believe. Every dream, every journey, every triumph.
And it all starts here.
Let the celebration begin!
The excitement is in the air.
United States!
Is he superhuman?
Feel the magic every day.
She is a superstar.
Kayla, we are cheering you on.
And share every moment with us at the Winter Olympics.
Today
is where the games begin.
If you're in the kitchen and you've got mac and cheese lovers in your house, this is a recipe for you.
Vegan chef and cookbook author Chloe Coscarelli created a creamy and craveable plant-based pasta that's good for your health. It's good for the earth. First of all, you're cute as a button. We cannot handle your cuteness. Okay, we're going to begin there. How are you?
Good morning, Hoda and Jenna. Do you guys ever feel like eating a comforting bowl of creamy mac and cheese, but you still want to get your greens? So it's Earth Day. We can have both. We're making mac and greens, and it's so easy. This is going to come together in minutes.
Mac and greens is such a good idea, and this is good for the earth because it's dairy-free, it's meat-free.
Exactly. There's no cheese, no dairy, tons of greens, antioxidants, vitamins. So we're going to start by just boiling our pasta. I like to use a nice shell or elbow for mac and cheese. You could use any shape. You could also use gluten-free. And I like to salt the pasta water because this is really your only chance to flavor the actual pasta.
Okay.
And give that a nice stir, and we're going to want a nice al dente noodle.
Looks so great.
All right, let's get started on the sauce. It's so simple. So we're going to start with a blender. Since we're not using any dairy, we're going to have a cup of water. We're adding a cup of raw cashews. This is going to make our nice creamy texture and base. We're going to blend that up. And if you don't have a high-powered blender, you can just soak the cashew nuts overnight to soften them a bit and blend that up into a nice, silky cream sauce.
Okay.
So,
yummy.
Then I like to move to the food processor. This preserves a little bit of texture. We've got 5 ounces of fresh spinach in here. You can use a bag from the grocery store. You can also shop local if you can from farmer's market. We're adding parsley. This is a super green dish. I don't measure a cup of parsley. I just like to rip it straight from the bunch like that. I figure a handful is about a cup. And stems are okay. This is Earth Day. We're not going to waste. I then like to add a 1/4 cup of olive oil. And you could use any mild oil. You could use coconut oil or any oil that you have on hand. A 1.5 teaspoons of salt and 3 garlic cloves. An Italian love to add garlic into mac and cheese. And then we're going to just blend that up.
Wow, that looks good for you.
And you'll see the greens, they're fresh. We're not even cooking them, which is great. We're going to preserve all of those vitamins. And then we're going to add in our cashew cream sauce.
Yeah.
So what gives it the cheesy flavor? Is it the cashew? Really?
It's the garlic. It's the creaminess from the cashew. And it's a really mellow, mild, just delicious, comforting dish. I like to eat this all the time.
I want that.
Done. Was that not the easiest
simple
sauce
and
ever?
delicious? And I think for people with lactose issues too.
Yeah, brilliant.
Exactly. It's all plant-based and dairy-free, which is good for the earth and good for you. And also you can just eat more of it and feel really light. I'm going to go ahead and toss this with my hot drained pasta.
I mean, so easy.
So simple.
And once
so you don't even warm up the sauce isn't warm, or is the cashew warm?
Once you just hit it with the warm pasta, it kind of melts in, and you can hear it. It sounds like mac and cheese. It's very creamy and smooth. And then I'm going to serve some up. So you're really getting a ton of greens, but you get to eat them on pasta. Actually, when I first made this dish, I wanted to call it chlorophyll mac because it was like so much antioxidants and vitamins. My mom said that sounded really weird. So we went with mac and greens. So I'm going to I like to top it with some chili flakes.
Oh, that's a good one.
And black pepper. And there we have it. That's our mac and greens. It's so easy. Any questions?
It looks so good. Well, because you have so much extra, what if we put some in the fridge and we wanted to have it the next day? How do you reheat it?
Great idea. So I actually like to freeze it. Just like this, you can take your big batch, you can throw it in the freezer, and then just heat it over stovetop, and it reconstitutes perfectly. You can add a little bit of water. You can eat your leftovers either cold, kind of like a pasta salad, or you can eat them heated up. So this is a really nice flexible dish, a great thing to make in the week and enjoy as the days go by.
We love how you hid the veggies for kids.
Yeah,
too.
that's so smart. Thank you, Chloe. You can make this recipe at home. Go to today.com/food.
Check 1 2 1 2 1 2. How you doing?
Wait, what?
No, don't do that,
Wait,
Hoda. How you
what?
doing today?
Come on.
You good?
Come on, I got my dog ears going on.
Hey,
the book.
come on.
Come on. Dog ear in the book.
Oh, you're enjoying it so far?
Loving it.
Oh,
Sounds
man,
like it
thank
was
you
like
so much.
it was as if you just spoke and it all came out on the pages.
It did. I mean, we're living crazy faith right now, so we're excited.
I got to tell you, I am over the moon to be sitting with you. I'm over the moon to be making some space with you.
Oh, this is awesome. Thank you so much for having me.
I mean, first of all, welcome back to the planet Earth. I know you shut your phone down. You took a break from all things media, all
Everything.
things phone. I mean, this is an important place, I think, to begin, Pastor, because so many of us are locked in. Tell me what your big revelation was by just this simple act of putting all phone social media away.
Yeah, I think if I could sum it up in one word, the word is margin. And I think about like the greatest things I've ever did or ever done, they came in the margin. It didn't come when I was trying to figure it out. It didn't come when I was trying to make it happen. It came when I made space. And it's so amazing that the title of this podcast has to do with making space. I mean, when you look at my life story, when I met you before, we were talking about my last book, my first book, Relationship Goals. It went #1 New York Times bestseller, first book, crazy response, helping tons of people. But that message came when I came off of a month unplugged from all social media, all internet, and it blew up. And I just feel like there's something that happens when you get revelation, when you get ideas, and when you get new thoughts, when there's margin. And so this year I did it bigger than I've ever done before. I took 100 days and I was gone. I was out of here. We had a new baby.
I want to hear about the babe. But can I just tell you something? Some people would say, you know what would happen? If I took off from my whatever, I would lose my competitive edge. People would be sprinting past me. I took a break and I came back and the world went on without me and left me behind.
That's false. And what it really does is it puts you on a trajectory of unhealth that one day you're going to look up and have all of these things and hate your life. See, what ends up happening is when you don't stop to enjoy what has happened, to be able to look at all of the amazing miracles that are your life, to enjoy the children that you work so hard for. When you do it, you'll look up and you'll run on that motor for 20, 30, 40 years and then look up and not enjoy what you've built.
Yeah.
You'll get off of this treadmill and be like, I've been running so hard to go nowhere. And what happens when you take a break, or from my beliefs, a sabbatical or a time of extended withdrawing? I learned from the greatest leader I believe that ever lived was Jesus. When you just study him from a historical and a leadership standpoint, he's doing all of these miracles all around the world. But like after these feeding 5,000 and doing all of this stuff, it says, and he withdrew often.
He withdrew.
And I'm thinking about like, if you're like claiming to be the Son of God on the earth. Like, why in the world would you have to withdraw? Like,
Right.
why in the world would you have? But I believe there's something that happens in solitude that makes you humble. And for anybody that would say, like, you know what I'm saying, they passed me by and this and all that other stuff, you don't realize that each one of us come to this earth with a lane that we're supposed to run in. And it doesn't matter what anybody else is doing. What's for you is for you if you can stay healthy enough to run in that lane. And every time that I take this break or make space, what it does is it gives opportunity for me to recenter, for me to refocus, and me to remember who I am, why I am, and who I'm created to help.
You get messages. You said when you don't seek it out, it comes to you. When you make space, it comes. How does it come to you? How do the messages, how do you receive them?
So something that's a practical practice for me every day is I have what I call quiet time, where I do meditation, prayer, I read scriptures, and I write down the things that I feel strongly impressed on my heart.
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes it's things like, go take your wife on a special date, like, and I just feel like impressed to do that. And other times it's like, hey, pray for that family, or go give to that person, or read this scripture over and over and over and over again. And I just follow those promptings. You know, the crazy thing, Hoda, is people aren't still enough or silent enough to even listen to themselves, to be able to see how they're feeling, to be able to see what is being told to them by the people they love and by the things that are speaking to them. And when I make that space every day, it's so crazy that 1 hour out of 24 hours can begin to set the trajectory for my life, my family, and miracles to happen in my life that really make me feel like I'm just a part of something that's way bigger than me. And I'm just grateful that I get to play a small part.
You know what's funny? It's so funny you're saying this, because lately in the mornings, I always write in a journal, and usually it's a gratitude journal, 3 things. But lately I've just been writing like what's on my heart. It's a conversation I'll have with God by myself in the morning.
Yeah.
And for me in the morning, I get up I'm a 3:30 a.m. get up person to get to work. But there's even space then. Like that 20 minutes, because I try to carve it out. And sometimes that's all it is. And I'm wondering, like, what am I supposed to be doing today? How am I supposed to be of service? Then the next morning I'll reflect. I'll say, did I carry out those things that I felt like I should have that day? But boy, and that's 20 minutes at 3:30 in the morning. That's it. That's what it was.
And it doesn't matter what the time is. It's that you set intention for that time.
Yeah.
And I think that's one thing that in today's society, we let media, social media, our schedules, our children, we're ran by all of the things, and we have not taken charge and prioritized the things that actually help us be healthy and whole and present to the moment. And for me, that's hard for me to say. Like, I even saying this to you right now, I sound like a completely different person than I was 3 years ago, because I found that my motor of running and going and making things happen and grinding and all of these words we have idolized in 2021, you know what I'm saying? All of those things were coming from, and listen to me say this, an unhealthy place from my childhood. And I was trying to outrun insignificance and insecurity from something that was so long ago. And now it's the thing people look at me as like, man, that guy has a crazy, he's always going and everything works. And what I was really doing was running from pain. And it came out looking like so much drive, but it actually was an unhealthy route that I was trying to compensate for. And so when I see people that are so driven and can't take a break and think it's proud to have vacation days they didn't use in this year and all this other stuff, it's a telltale sign that there may be something unhealthy in the past that they're actually trying to work and run their way out of.
Boy, that's very Very
loaded.
profound.
That's loaded.
I need to sit in this. I need to make space for that comment. But you are so right, because people are like, I only need 5 hours of sleep. I worked Saturdays. High five, high five. So one of the other things I love that you do that I try to steal, because you have so many good things, and I want to get into the background of your life, but I just want to get a couple of nuggets before we go there, which is,
let's go.
You set intentions for your relationship with your wife, for your relationship with your kids, for your job. Okay, help me, because I want to do this. So how do you do it? What are you doing? How are you improving your relationship with your kids, your wife, your job? What do you do?
I think the first thing that you have to understand is when you say what you desire, it begins to move your life in that direction. And most people are scared to even say what they're hoping for. They're scared to even say, like, you know what? I hope to be working a job that I have time for my family. Like, they won't even say that. And what I've designed my life around is being voice activated, steeped in my faith. And that's why I wrote the book Crazy Faith. That's why I've started to try to give away the plays that I've used. And so the first thing I did, honestly, is got a vision and wrote the vision down and made it plain. And I believe that a lot of people
Give me an example.
Okay, like very basic. Like, I will date my wife for the rest of my life. I said that out loud, but it wasn't enough to say it. I had to write it down. And I had to write it down to the point where it became written down in my calendar every week. So every Tuesday night, we have a babysitter, no matter what happens, and I am going to date my wife. We're going to go to the movies. We're going to go on a walk. We're going to go swimming. We're going to do something together, because there's no way that I can commit my life to all of these other things and then, by the way, kind of make my wife fit into the picture. And when I wrote it down, when I said it out loud, when I let my intention be known, and I put that vision down on paper, it's been 2.5 years, and every week we've had a date night, some weeks twice. And me and her are closer today than we've ever been. That's my high school sweetheart. I met her when I was 15 years old, and we've been married 11 years. We got 4 kids. We run a bunch of businesses together, but it did not happen by accident.
Right.
I do not let anybody come in between what I say and what I do, so that I can get the end result that we're looking for.
Did something, like, a lot of people have problems in their marriages. Yours wasn't perfect either.
Not at all.
Nobody who I've ever spoken to has had a perfect one. So did this intention come from, our relationship isn't working, and unless we do something?
Yes, so our intentionality came from, if you're married more than 5 years, you're not married to the same person you married. Like, and we got a revelation that you keep changing every 5 years, and I needed to relearn who she was. What she used to like, she didn't like anymore.
Yeah.
And so I would do certain things, and I was like, man, that used to really work. Like, that used to really get you going. Like, what happened? And so we made an intentionality that I am not going to pause your growth on the frame that I remember you as.
Yeah.
I'm going to keep learning you. And out of that, I think it was, we had 2 kids, and our son, we found out he had autism. And when we talk about crazy faith, like, I'm sitting here and I'm believing for a change in his diagnosis, and we're going to therapies and all this other stuff. And in the midst of all that, I realized that situation changed me and my wife a bunch. And we had to go into a level of intentionality and making space for the new version of who we were to each other, and fall in love with that person. And as we begin to do that, we like that person better than the one we married. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, we begin to understand, like, man, I love you even more now because we've been through this together, and because you're still here, and because we can still laugh about that. And again, making space made us love each other even more. And I don't know, I'm right after we get off this podcast, I'm gonna go find her. I'm missing her right now. I need to give her a hug and a kiss right now.
By the way, I think that what you said was so profound. The person who you're with now is a totally different person than you were with 5 years ago, although they still sleep on the same side of the bed. They still use the red toothbrush. They still do what they've always done. They are different. And you're right, it is relearning. It's funny, I've been having these conversations with Joel lately about, this is is who I am today.
Yep.
I used to enjoy doing that stuff, and now I'm this person.
Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, new from Dateline, wherever you get your podcasts.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the Hammer with Emergency.
All right, it just needs to.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the Hammer with Emergency.
All right, it just needs to.
I believe. Every dream, every journey, every triumph.
And it all starts here.
Let the celebration begin!
The excitement is in the air.
United States!
Is he superhuman?
Feel the magic every day.
She is a superstar.
Kayla, we are cheering you on.
Right! And share every moment with us at the Winter Olympics. Today is where the games begin.
Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, new from Dateline, wherever you get your podcasts.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Have you ever felt something from God and you thought to yourself, like, is this my gut or my soul talking, or is it God? Because I was wondering, how do we, and I've wondered this just for myself, how do you figure out if it's your will or him?
I have this chapter in the book called Maybe Faith. Okay. And I think it's my favorite part of the book, because people is like, how do you know it's God? How do you know it's the right thing? And most pastors won't tell you this, but I'll tell you very straight. You don't. Like, you don't know at the starting line, is this God? It proves to be God. And this is why I tell people I live my life at 51% faith. If I'm 51% sure it's God, I'm going for it.
Okay.
And because I have the heart to be able to be corrected, and I'm humble enough to say, you know what, I missed that. That I thought that was it, but hey, my bad, guys, really going on. And that's where I've been able to see so many amazing things happen, because some people stand at the starting line and is like, okay, how long is this going to take? How much is this going to cost? Are we going to win? Is this worth it? And they end up living their life paralyzed at a pause at the start. And what I do is I tell people this, I said, it's a lot easier to direct a moving car than it is to direct or steer a car that's standing still.
That's true.
And I really do believe that as you start making the step, like, I'm not sure that this is it, but I'm going to at least start looking up homes in this city.
Yeah.
As you make that step, then there's either confirmation or denials or checks or your piece is not there. And then you'll know, like, well, maybe I need to go back to prayer. Maybe I need to do something else. And as you live on maybe faith, like, maybe this is you.
Yeah.
I see so many good things happen, and it just takes being humble.
Well, I do like that you talk about change, because I think a lot of people say, whether they're in a relationship or friendships or whatever, like, people are who they are. You either accept them or you don't. People don't change. They can change around the edges, but in reality, That's how they were raised. That's the way they're going to be. What's your answer?
I
to
don't
that?
really believe that because I know who I am, and I know who I was, and I know who I'm trying to be. I was a liar. I was a manipulator. I was somebody who was addicted to pornography and wrong images, and I had a lot of evil in my heart. I only looked out for myself. I was very selfish. Like, that's who I was. It wasn't what I presented, but that's who I was on the inside. And now today, I look at my life and how I give everything that I have to help people, to serve other people, to make exceptions and allowances for people's faults and shortcomings. How that was not me. Like that was not me. I had a potential what was it called? I had a case in court for car insurance fraud, and I was a crazy guy. And the fact that I'm sitting here today and I am all about spreading a message of hope, love, faith, and really helping people become their best versions. I know that transformation is real. I know that change is possible. And I am acutely aware of the grace that we all need to be able to make those decisions.
Did your change, did your moment, did it come like a lightning bolt? Did your moment of change come in baby steps and take years?
Yeah. One of my greatest sayings, and if you come around our church, our organization, you'll hear this all the time: progression, not perfection. I think that if this could become people's mantra, they would be able to do so much more when they allow the little movement forward to be the win instead of this big, like you said, lightning bolt moment. It wasn't that for me. It was like, this year, I'm going to become better at listening and keeping my word. And next year, I'm going to try to stop eating a gallon of ice cream every night before I go to bed. And this year, I'm going to open my scriptures and I want to read at least 10 minutes a day. And it just has been like
baby
progression.
Steps.
Baby steps, baby faith, just making moves. And I look up 10, 15 years later and it's like, you're a pastor of a church and you're talking to hundreds of thousands of people weekly. And I'm like, who are you? That's how I feel.
Do you ever drift away from God? Do you ever?
You talking big language right here, right now. You used one of my trigger words, drift. This year, our word for our church is anchored. And we are trying to get anchored spiritually, emotionally, physically, in every area of our life. But the tagline is, this is the year of the anti-drift. And the one thing about drifting, so you said drifting and it went through my whole body right there, because drifting is natural if there's not intention.
Say that again. That was good.
Drifting is natural if there is no intention.
Yes.
If you put a boat in water, there does not have to be a storm for that boat to drift. If you just put it there with no anchor, it's going to be out to sea in an hour and a half because there was no intention of dropping an anchor somewhere. And yes, to answer your questions, there are tons of places in my life that I have drifted because I was not intentional. So one of those areas was in my health. Very practically, the church is blowing up. I'm having all of these kids, and as the church is blowing up, I'm blowing up. I'm eating everything. I'm fat and happy. I'm eating ice cream. I'm doing all the different things. And this year, when we talk about anchored, I looked at myself and I was 264 pounds. I was completely out of shape, all of those different things. And in a quiet time, I really felt so strongly that this was an area that I had been drifting.
Yeah.
And I made a decision that if I was shown something, I was going to start in crazy faith, making steps toward that. So we started eating better, got a trainer. I literally just finished working out. I'm 229 pounds today. That was 4 months ago. And I'm 229 pounds, almost lost 35 pounds since I made the decision.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The Sunday Sit Down with Willie Geist podcast. It's the conversations you want to have with the people you'd love to meet.
Get your money's worth.
Unedited, unfiltered.
See ya.
Sit down with Willie and listen wherever you get your podcasts.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, I know, right? 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses. Private hand delivered.
All right, it just did too.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, new from Dateline, wherever you get your podcasts.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Just one last question, because I want to hear a sermon right now. I feel like I wish I could hear one. But is there, and I don't want to pin you down right now in case you can't, sometimes you can't remember, you've done so many great sermons, but was there one that really resonated with people in a way that surprised you? I mean, I know I'm feeling like we're having one right now and we're just having a podcast, but was there one that sort of sticks out in your mind that you could share with us for a little bit?
Yeah, I think it would be the first message that I ever did of Crazy Faith. I came off sabbatical.
Mm-hmm.
Like literally, this was my first message after being off for 6 weeks. And when I got up and spoke, I told people, I brought 2 chairs out on the stage, and one was a kiddie chair and one was like an adult chair. And I was telling them, I said, most of us don't have faith in situations, circumstances, and places if it doesn't look strong enough to hold us up. And I brought this big guy out on stage and I said, which chair would you want to sit in? And he, of course, said the big chair. Yeah. And I said, what if I told you that the small chair was manufactured to hold you up? What if I told you this was God's will for your life? What if I told you that it can carry your weight? Which chair would you choose? And he said, I'd still choose the big chair. And I said, doesn't this sound like many of our lives? That we would rather choose the thing that looks good than the thing that was built for us. The thing that really other people would say is not really the best for us, but the manufacturer or God tells you, like, I know this doesn't look like what you thought, but I want you to sit in it. I said, what if I sat in the chair? Then would you sit in it? And he was like, maybe. And so I sat in the kiddie chair and we were about the same size. And I said, now would you sit in that chair? He said, I don't know. And I said, sit in the chair. I said, look how much time you've wasted being able to stand on your own when something was designed for you that looked different, but really was designed to hold up your weight. And then when that man sat down in the chair and it held him up like he was being cautious, the whole auditorium began to shout, and you know what I'm saying? And because it was a picture of what so many of us are living. We're living this idealistic life. Like, if God would give me this and my chair looked like that and I had this husband and I had this job and I was able to work at this city and all this other stuff. And God said, no, this chair is different. It looks different. It's not probably what you would have put, but I designed it specifically for you.
Just for you.
Would you have crazy faith and put your weight on it? See, the whole thing was he didn't care if somebody else put their weight on it. But faith is actually putting your own weight and believing and trusting that this thing will hold you up. And I don't know, somebody may be listening right now that has an idea of what you want your chair or your life to look like. And God may have a different chair for you that you're going to have to step in crazy faith and put your weight on it. But when you put your weight on it, how much more exciting is it to be in something that was manufactured for you, your life, your family? And I didn't know it was going to resonate with so many people.
Wow.
But we put that up online and millions of people have watched that message and just started living a life of crazy faith after that.
Well, you are such a unique pastor. You're all by yourself. I mean, you help people with relationships. You talk about things that you don't expect a pastor to talk about. And I love that because it's all part of us. This book, Crazy Faith, is beautiful. And I love the subtitle. It's only crazy until it happens. Michael Todd, man, what a blast. Thank you.
Oh, we could do this once a week. Maybe we need to start the Mike and Hoda show. We can. Hey, listen, let's do an hour every week or every 2 weeks. Let's do it.
I'll be your sidekick any day of the week. Thank you, honey.
I appreciate you.
Oh, love you.
Thank you so much.
Sandra, thanks so much for doing this. It's great to see you.
Hi, Willie. Great to be with you.
I'm very anxious to talk about The Chair. I told you I just got to see the first 2 episodes. Before we do that, though, I want to wish you a very happy milestone birthday. Happy birthday.
Yes, thank you.
You had an amazing post where you stopped and sort of took stock of your life and career and thanked just about everybody you could think of and recalled all these great shows that have made your career what it is.
Yes, I'm not a big poster, but I woke up early that morning and my mom had already texted me from her, and she's like, "You're basically daytime us at 8:00 in the morning." And I'm like, okay. I woke up and I basically spoke with my parents, and milestone birthdays are wonderful times to take stock of things. And I was really thinking about, my friendships and my family and actually my work. And I just really wanted to thank everybody, It's a great immediate way to send out a message. It was great to do, yeah.
Is it overwhelming in some ways to stop at this point and say, oh, because you are moving so fast in your life and your career, to stop and say, oh wow, look at all the things I've done in these years?
Actually doing stuff like this, of speaking to people who will ask me questions like this, those are the moments that I actually have to stop and go, oh, what have I been doing? What have I been trying to make? Because people will put things into perspectives that I have not thought of. And it's a really good checkup.
Well, you've got something great to celebrate with The Chair, the new series on Netflix.
Oh, there she is. Our first lady chairwoman.
Explain for people who are thinking about watching it, sort of the plot, and also what about this great character drew you in?
The Chair is a dramedy, and it's kind of like a workplace comedy that's set in academia. So I play the role of Ji-Yoon Kim, Professor Kim, who's just been the newly minted chair in the English department at Pembroke University, it's a fictitious university. And it's centered around a transgressive act that one of the fellow professors, Bill Dobson, played by Jay Duplass, does in class. And it's then navigating as the chair how to manage the fallout from a very ill-informed mistake, and how to keep the department, the English department, and in the humanities relevant. But it also touches on so many things without being pointed at it. It's like what it is to be a woman and a person of color who enters into a leadership role, who's trying to change a very antiquated and patriarchal white system. You know what I mean? How she relates to her students and to her coworkers, how she relates to her elderly father, how she relates to her adoptive daughter. So it was a great opportunity to play such a dynamic and full-fleshed role. And I give all the credit to Amanda Peet, who created this world.
As you say, she steps into this place that has been run forever by old white guys. And in many cases, these are cartoonish old white guys kind of fumbling around, hanging on to their tenure. Could you dig into some personal experience as a woman of color who stepped into these prominent roles and roles of leadership and sort of understand what she was going through?
Sure. And I'll try and frame also that hopefully no one is a caricature in this piece. So even though you have, older white professors, male professors, one, the brilliant Bob Balaban, who plays Professor Elliot Rance, hopefully you're seeing his perspective on the effect of being the older generation and perhaps not have paid enough close attention to what the students want and how they need to learn. So I'll just start with that. And then the next part of your question, which is like, do I know what it's like? Yeah, I do. And I think that has got to have informed how I approach, June. I can't exactly specifically point to what, but one of the things that I feel like I have learned in my career that is a little bit ahead of Professor Kim is that change is slow when you are an individual facing an institution. And for me not to lose heart, because for anyone who knows who's tried to enact change, it's never the way that you think it's going to happen.
Right. And
the challenges are there for you to only get more specific and deeper into your commitment to change. And you just see Professor Kim just trying to balance all these things at once. And so you have a real good balance of comedy and pathos.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Nearly a dozen hours after the Eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it just is.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, new from Dateline, wherever you get your podcasts.
Dr. Kim's name, which as an Asian woman, Asian American woman, you say that was really important, that her name was authentically Korean. Can you explain that a little bit?
Sure. It's like I can trace, I feel like, how Hollywood has progressed or widened. When I was on Grey's Anatomy for 10 years as Christina Yang, it was the Obama years. And specifically, the show never addressed people's ethnicity, nor did it really kind of address people's home lives. It just was the style of the show. So I never got to really necessarily explore what other parts of Christina was. And then with the show Killing Eve, I was able to bring a certain aspect of Eve's cultural heritage in the third season. But that's what the show's not really about. The show is really about the exploration of and the discovery of a woman's own psyche. But in the chair, when I first opened that first page of the pilot and I saw that Dr. Kim's name is Ji-Yoon Kim, I just noted it in terms of the growth of my own career, that now I can play a character who specifically has a Korean name, and all the characters are going to call her that name correctly. And it was significant to me. I think there's been a lot of accommodation or denial or just not existence of the fact that people have they're in their names, their ethnicity is in their names. So it was great to see, and it was really important to me.
It feels like this fits into something you've been thinking about in your recent roles, which is to give authentic Asian experiences in the parts you take and in your performances. Different, as you say, from something like Grey's Anatomy, which just sort of fit into the plot. You can sort of tell more of the story, and I feel like we see that in the chair when she goes home and her father lives with her, and we see symbols of religion on the wall, which you've talked about in your own childhood. So what does it mean to you personally to be able to have that power in Hollywood to say, this is how the role is going to be, this is how I'm going to play that?
Well, it's definitely not as, let's say, cut and dry in that way, because for me, it's more like finding the right collaborators, because I'm not a writer at this point in my life, you know what I mean? But I'm not, I never want to limit myself, but it's about trying to find the world and the voices that I am interested in inhabiting and collaborating with. So, Amanda set the whole world. This was always going to be a part of it. Dr. Kim was always going to be taking care of an elderly parent, and she was always going to be taking care of an adoptive daughter. So no matter what, you get to open up a lot of story dynamic with that. And that was also one of the things that really, really interests me.
And is there a lot more of that now, Sandra? Is just by virtue of all the different outlets that we have for those shows, added with a heightened consciousness and awareness that we need more of it?
You know what? I think so. I'm almost afraid to say, you know what I mean? And anyone who's a person of color knows what I'm doing when I'm saying, I don't even want to say that it might be true, but it might be true. Because there is more openness to it, because there is more interest in it, what I hope develops alongside of it is a certain type of patience and a certain type of support that comes in the form of development. Voices have to be developed. If you suddenly want a storyline based on XYZ because you seem to think that the public wants it, you need to develop the voices to be able to take on those leadership roles to make that happen. Because ultimately what it depends on is that the storytelling is interesting and authentic and true. You know what I mean? Because you can have whoever you want on camera. It doesn't matter. But if it's not interesting, if it is not truthful, I don't think people will watch it.
I think that's probably right. And as you talk about bringing your own experience to roles like this, I love reading the story of your own upbringing outside Ottawa, where you really had to convince your parents that performance and acting was the thing for you. You were proven to be very right. But what were those early years like when you said, Mom and Dad, I know you maybe don't get this, but this is what I want to do?
I'm one of those extremely lucky people who have a good relationship with their parents. And what I've learned from that experience, and obviously growing and maturing as a person, is that adversity is extremely important in the development of a person's character. And the time, my parents are immigrants from South Korea, you know what I mean? And in a very, very, very typical Korean-American immigrant kind of upbringing, just very middle of the road, typical. Education and having a good job and security is very important. Anyone who's a child of an immigrant knows this. So my parents, it was very, very foreign, the entertainment world or the artistic world. It was very, very, very foreign to them. But what I am so blessed with is that the way that they were an obstacle to me, it only makes you tougher in a good way. I've spoken about this before. It's like, if you have the two most important people telling you that you shouldn't do it or that you can't do it, and you still do it anyway. You do it anyway. You just build an internal confidence, and you can only build that by going through it. So when you are pounding the pavement, when people are saying no, when you have self-doubt, you already have a certain layer of confidence because you've already surpassed, the doubt of the two most important people to you. I was very lucky in my career so far. In the early days, I had success quite early, and I was able to show them very full pieces. Where the entire film was about my character. I did this film early on by Mina Shum called Double Happiness, and it was about this character named Jade Lee who wants to be an actress, is in a very typical Chinese Canadian home, and it's a very simple coming of age story where she just eventually leaves home to pursue her dreams. When my parents saw that, my mom said to me, "Is this what you basically wanted to tell us?" And I just felt so seen by her. Like she got it. I mean, my parents really eased off the gas pedal because I was fortunate enough to be able to show them my work. And they could understand that there's meaning in that work. And I think it's a little tricky and hard for immigrant parents, let's just say, to understand that if their child is an artist, just to not be afraid, even if they fail or even if they're hungry and just eating pizza for 3 days. If you see your child that wants to be an artist in some sort of way, just to give them a little space to try it out.
Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, new from Dateline, wherever you get your podcasts.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
We've got a Congress that doesn't seem very functional. What's this election year going to look like? Are we getting ahead of the science? Are we behind the science? How much did this booster confusion set us back? Can the January 6th committee come up with anything that would change Republican minds? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, right? 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses. Private Andrews with Everett.
All right, it just meant to.
The Today Show's newest fan.
Little Al Roker.
What am I doing here?
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, new from Dateline, wherever you get your podcasts.
The moment when you win the Golden Globe for Killing Eve, you get up there and they showed on the broadcast, I think before you even got to the microphone, your parents. And your dad stands up and breaks into applause and you're doing okay. And then you see them, you could see it sort of wash over you. What was that moment like to see your parents who were skeptical at the outset stand in the back and watch you receive this huge award and to watch their daughter be so successful at what she chose to do?
I have been shameless with my parents. I have brought them to so many awards shows. They're pros. They're really, really pros. But it's profoundly, profoundly satisfying that when you reach a certain type of milestone, and I would say that for me, it was hosting the show, that your parents who support you so deeply are actually there in the audience. Yeah, it's profoundly satisfying to be able to come to a certain point in your career when in the moment that you're celebrated, that your parents get to witness it. I mean, you should ask them what they felt. Because I honestly, it's such a blur. You know, it's such a blur. But it was also really important to me to be able to publicly thank them. You know, and you know, you don't. I mean, I'm honestly just doing it in the moment because my parents are there, but subsequently, it was reflected back to me that I think that it meant a lot to a lot of children of immigrants and a lot of Asian American kids and just people to be able to express gratitude and love to their parents publicly.
I don't think I have to ask them. I saw their faces that night. I think they were pretty proud. So you talked about that early success in Canada, and then you make the leap over to American television, and you mentioned Arliss. I think most people point to Sideways as the breakout moment for you. Did it feel that way in real time when everyone said, oh, who's she? I like her. Let's put her in more stuff.
You know, I think it was actually a timing thing because Sideways and Grey's Anatomy happened at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? So those are you know, just mysterious times of like, you know, the stars are aligned. And I think that did happen. And, you know, working on Sideways was one of the highlights of my career. I think it still holds up. It's Definitely. Been like a while now, but I think it still holds up. So that kind of like 1-2 punch of like Sideways and then Grey's Anatomy, it was a real shot out of the cannon. But I also am so happy that, you know, it happened in my early 30s. So I already had a career behind me and a fairly good amount of grounding to be able to receive what that meant to suddenly come into people's consciousness.
And it kind of felt like it seems that with that Sideways success, you said to yourself, I don't have to do the girlfriendy, sidekicky thing. I can be front and center, be a central character.
When you make those certain like leaps in your career, you change the point of view of what you're going to accept.
Mm-hmm.
And for me, it was not in the terms of I don't want to be XYZ.
Right.
It was very much like I only want to play dynamic characters. I only want to play things that inspire me. And that's always a really challenging time to be able to move your career into a place of inspiration as opposed to of necessity. So I was very lucky to be able to decide and start practicing that. And that's definitely when Grey's Anatomy came along.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing? People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the Eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, I know, right? 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news. 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses. Private Hammer delivering.
All right, it just did too.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30.
We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
So Grey's Anatomy comes along. You talk about being shot out of a cannon. There's no bigger cannon to be shot out of in terms of a show that was right in the cultural zeitgeist that people were talking about the morning after all the time. What was it like in your life to be thrust onto that show, to have this big role on the biggest show on TV, to have more and more people interested in your life, to know who you are, to say hello to you on the street? How did it change your life?
Willie, that's a big question. Big question. And I don't think that, I mean, I'm guessing that, to be perfectly honest, it was traumatic. It's traumatic. And the reason why I'm saying that is, I don't know whether it's just I come from a different generation or my temperament as an artist is that you know that the best work or the work that you, or the circumstances you need to do your work is with a lot of privacy. And that's just to find the authentic self. And so when one loses one's anonymity, you have to build skills to still try and be real. So I know this is probably not an answer that people are particularly interested in, but it is a truthful one. But having been in it, I've grown to adapt, and I've grown, it really forces you to grow internally, for at least for me, internally, to be able to, I mean, I went from not being able to go out or not being able to go, like hiding in restaurants or never looking out, to then being able to receive and manage projection, manage attention, manage expectation while not losing the sense of self. And that takes a little while to figure out.
How do you do it, though? How do you do it when all the eyeballs in the restaurant are on you? How do you say, okay, this is my life. It's not normal, but it's my life. Here's how I'm going to manage it. How did you make those adjustments? Because I've heard the same from other actors who've been shot out of a cannon on a big show or a big movie, and all of a sudden their life, like that, the weekend the movie comes out, is totally different.
Well, have a good therapist. I'm not joking.
Important. Yeah.
No, I'm not joking. It's very, very important, because there's a lot that one would need to talk about that you should not talk about with your partner or friends or family. You don't burden them with that. It's a very specific road. And so have a good therapist. Hopefully you have a good support system, a support network, you know. I am very lucky that I do have a very great support system. And you just have to work at finding your way to stay grounded. And a lot of times that's by saying no.
You've done well with it, certainly. And from the question that always comes up when someone leaves a show like that is, okay, what do you do from there? What next? And here comes Killing Eve, and you have this other great success where, as I said, you win another Golden Globe Award. What was it about that part that so attracted you, and what makes that show so popular that people are so obsessed with it?
I don't know. I can tell you definitely what intrigued me was Phoebe Waller-Bridge's tone.
Yeah.
Because I had not seen it before. And I knew it was fresh. Like, I really knew it was fresh right off the page. And I knew I could follow it. I like the circumstance where, you know, it's this kind of very middle of the road, middle of her life woman, and every woman who then develops an extremely dangerous and obsessive relationship with an assassin. Like, those are crazy circumstances. But what I could also see in the piece, which I was very interested in exploring, that it's about a woman's self-discovery. And that was ultimately what was so intriguing. And hopefully that element, as well as a type of very exciting push and pull relationship between Eve and Villanelle is exciting to people. But mostly, I hope it is that you see these two women trying to figure out themselves by somehow needing to be in relationship with each other. And that was really interesting. That was really, really interesting to me. Like, how do you figure out how to be in relationship with a character that wants to kill you?
Right. That's a big question. That's a big question. Well, part of the fun of the show is that you have a different woman writing every season. So can you give us a little look ahead to season 4 of what your fans might expect?
Ooh, well, I honestly, I am just in the middle. I'm here in London, just in the middle of shooting the season 4, the last season of Killing Eve. And I can tell you nothing.
I knew it.
Except
I thought I might break you, Sandra.
Except that, we're really, really working hard to try and like really honor that relationship and to find out how their story not ends, but somehow finishes at this moment. That's what we're really working hard on, trying to find that way to service all those characters beautifully.
Very diplomatic answer. It felt like you were giving something and you really weren't. You were such a pro. Such a pro. Sandra, I really appreciate your time. Congratulations on the chair. It's so fun to talk to you. I know you're busy working, so thanks for taking the time.
Thank you so much.
Welcome to a jam-packed Pop Start Plus to begin your week. Coming up, we've got the scoop from the star of a new and very sweet Netflix film called The Royal Treatment. Also, Jen is chatting with Mark Brown, the man behind Arthur, as the beloved children's show based on his book nears its end. Plus, we're taking it back to 2001 with a little set visit to Law & Order SVU with Mariska Hargitay and Christopher Maloney. But first, of course, here's your Pop Start. Get right to it. And we're going to start with Priyanka Chopra and Nick Jonas. Congratulations are in order because the couple has just welcomed their first child together on Friday. Priyanka and Nick revealing the good news in a joint statement on Instagram, writing, "We are overjoyed to confirm that we've welcomed a baby via surrogate. We respectfully ask for privacy during this special time." This comes just weeks after Chopra told Vanity Fair that children were a big desire for their future. And the couple, who just celebrated their 3rd wedding anniversary last month, has not yet shared the name or gender of their newborn, but we are still wishing their growing family nothing but the best. Great people. Next up, James Bond, Uncle Al. Here we go. Now that Daniel Craig has wrapped up his run as 007 in No Time to Die, the hunt is on for the next James Bond. On a recent episode of Deadline's Crew Call podcast, producer Barbara Broccoli revealing that fan favorite contender Idris Elba might be in the running for the iconic role. When asked if there have been any conversations with Idris about taking the part, she said, "Well, I'm friends with him and he's a magnificent actor. It's been part of the conversation, but it's always difficult to have that conversation when you have someone in the seat." She goes on to say that after audiences have had a little more time to see Daniel Craig's last performance, they'll start working on filling that role. I've said it since 1978. Idris Elba needs to be the next 007. Period.
No
it's not even close.
Yeah, let's have the conversation. Let's go.
We've been saying this forever.
Yeah. Come on, we're ready.
Let's go. Yeah, just announce it already.
Wrap it up.
Next up, John Hamm, the Emmy-winning actor, has been cast in some pretty big roles over the years. Have you seen this ad?
Yes.
So good. Mad Men, Unbreakable Kimmy Schmidt, Baby Driver. Well, there's one role that John Hamm hasn't gotten. He's made his feelings very clear about how he feels about it in the new ad for Apple TV+.
Hey, Apple. Did I do something to offend you? I mean, Samuel L. Jackson, Billie Eilish, Tom Holland, Chris Evans? What about John Hamm? Seriously? Denzel, Frances McDormand, Momoa, Snoopy.
Two Mahershalas? Kind of feels like cheating. Could have cloned me.
The whole ad is really funny. It's like a Super Bowl ad, right?
Great.
That's great. Finally, Betty White. The newly released video shows the legendary actress just 11 days before she passed away in December shared to White's Facebook page. The message was originally recorded as a thank you to her fans on what would have been her 100th birthday. Here's a peek of that.
I just want to thank you all for your love and support.
over the years. Thank you so much, and stick around.
In the caption, the page administrator thanked fans for continuing the actress's legacy by donating in honor of the hashtag Betty White Challenge, which, by the way, raised almost $13 million for animal shelters and rescues. And they call it Popstar Plus for a reason. We've got a few more items for you. And we'll start with Kate McKinnon, the SNL star, has transformed into Tiger King's Carol Baskin in the first teaser for Peacock's Joe vs. Carol. McKinnon starring opposite John Cameron Mitchell, who looks great, as he takes on the role of the former Big Cat owner Joe Exotic. The upcoming 8-episode series is set to explore their explosive relationship between Baskin and Exotic, made famous in Netflix's 2020 hit docuseries. And here's a peek.
Wherever you are, we're coming for you.
If she wants to mess with me, I can mess with her. I got a message for Carol Baskin. You just sit down and talk, we can come to an understanding.
So it's war.
It's war.
Okay, that looks good. Joe versus Carol starts streaming on Peacock again on March 3rd. Finally, Rachel Ziegler, the Golden Globe-winning actress and New Jersey native, stopped by Britain's Graham Norton show on Friday, and she revealed the incredible revolving door of celebrity guests who just happened to swing by the West Side Story set when they were shooting Steven Spielberg's recent remake.
Bruce Springsteen came 3 times, and he came to see me sing I Feel Pretty, and he had his aviators on. He's like, gotta see the Jersey girl sing. And I just peed my pants.
Was that still the same day that Barack Obama came as well?
Barack Obama came...
I like that he gets third billing. Also appearing.
In this house, it goes Bruce, Steve, Barack. And I'm sitting there on the couch, and Michelle Obama's next to me, and Bruce Springsteen's there, and Barack Obama and John Williams and Steven Spielberg. And John Williams is talking to Gustavo Dudamel, and John turns to Barack Obama and says, well, what do you think? And I'm like, well, what does it matter when he thinks he was the president of the United States?
The boss and the Obamas? Talk about pressure for a first-time actor. Kudos, by the way, to Rachel, who's been keeping her cool and just continuing to rack up all the awards this season. Well-deserved. Those are your headlines for today. Coming up, we're going to introduce you to the star of Netflix's newest rom-com, The Royal Treatment.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the Eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, I know, right? Yeah, 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses. Private man delivering.
All right, it just did too.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day. Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast. Free wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back to Popstar Plus. As a teenager, actor and singer, Laura Moreno starred on the Disney Channel show Austin and Ally. Well, now she's all grown up, starring and singing in a new Netflix film called The Royal Treatment. Here's a look.
I just got a call to do the hair and makeup for the royal wedding for $50,000.
It's like a glass slipper, but money.
The Royal Treatment is a rom-com movie that essentially is about my character Izzy, who's a New York hairstylist. Izzy gets the opportunity to do the hair and makeup for the royal wedding of Prince Thomas of Lavinia, played by the lovely Mina Massoud. And maybe sparks fly between Prince Thomas and Izzy. I play Izzy, and
honestly, she has been one of my favorite characters that I've ever played for a few reasons. Every character that I played, I always find some part of myself in the character. But Izzy, for sure, I really, really identify with. She speaks her mind. I very much connect with her sense of we all have to treat each other well and respect each other, and when you don't, that makes me mad. Izzy also works really hard. She's from New York. She has, you know, her mother and her grandmother, her Nonna, which I also was very connected to. I have a lot of family in New York on my dad's side who were all born, well, most of them were born in Italy.
One paper, please. Hot Prince visit makes temperatures rise in the city. Seriously though, what's with his hair?
I worked with a New York dialect coach. I did so much work on this accent, and it still is, it's gonna be jarring for people who know me.
May I introduce Prince Thomas?
I'm Izzy of 183rd Street.
Nina's so lovely. He was on the top of my list of playing Prince Thomas, so I was so excited we got him. We really bonded while we were in quarantine. You have to quarantine for 2 weeks in New Zealand. So we were in different hotels. We were actually in different cities, but we were like FaceTiming every day, going over lines, but also getting to know each other, which was really, really nice.
The town car's trailing us. 1, 2, 3, stop.
I think the regular girl meets prince of a made-up country especially is a subgenre I love. And I think for us, we very much wanted to pay homage to that. Movies that have come before that, us in that subgenre, in that vein. You know, I think we also kind of poked fun in moments in that genre as well. Honestly, I think we just really didn't take ourselves too seriously. Our goal was to have fun, and we really did. We had such an amazing time. The cast, the crew, everyone a part of it. Obviously, we even mentioned Genovia in the movie. I do think the movie is obviously plot-wise quite different from Princess Diaries, but I mean, that is one of my favorite movies, and I'm obsessed with Anne Hathaway, so that is truly the biggest compliment someone can give. So, Dance With You, the song that actually is already out in the world and is in our last scene of the movie and in the end credits, that was something I very much specifically wrote for the film. And I wanted to write a song that I thought, you know, encompassed what the vibe of the movie was, which is joy, which is happiness. Worst Kind of Hurt, which is the song that comes out the same day as the royal treatment. And I am singing it with Rabel, who I absolutely love. This is the first time for me that I have the singer artist part of my career, personality, whatever you want to say, and my acting part and the film and television part so synergized, while also feeling quite separate. Because obviously I've done music in projects before, Austin and Ally, A Cinderella Story, Christmas Wish, but the music was very like part of the plot. Like I sang while you were watching, and I definitely didn't want that to happen.
So why are you just a hairdresser?
Just? Truth is, I'd love nothing more than to do something else.
I think our movie does deal with some pretty important concepts, like finding your identity within yourself versus your identity within your family. The fact that no matter who you are, you could be the prince of a made-up country, you could be a New York hairstylist, but you have the ability to make change in the world and change in your community. And that's something I'm really proud about, that the movie embodies and shows, and I love that about Izzy. So I hope that anyone who watches it feels inspired by our message, and more than anything, feels just real happy after.
By the way, The Royal Treatment is now streaming on Netflix. Coming up, Jenna's conversation with the driving force behind children's favorite for decades. We're talking about the one and only Arthur. That's next.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community? People really don't know what's going to happen. Really, a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, I know, right? 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the banner with everything.
All right, it just did.
I believe every dream, journey, and triumph.
And it all starts here.
United States, let's go! Feel the magic every day. The excitement is in the air. At the Winter Olympics, today is where the games begin.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
And we're back on Popstart Plus. Author and illustrator Mark Brown gave us the wonderful world of Arthur. He created the beloved book series and TV show that we all know and love. So we sat down with Jenna to share some memories ahead of the show's 25th and final season.
We are back. It is 8:35 on this Monday morning with Jenna on this wonderful kind of day. Of course, that's the theme song that you're hearing. Theme song for that beloved children's TV series.
And lucky you, you got to sit down with the author of Arthur.
I know, say that 10 times.
I know, I was practicing. A great story about an 8-year-old aardvark.
No, don't y'all love that aardvark? Yeah, good morning. This year marks 45 years since the first book hit shelves, as well as the 25th and final season of Arthur on PBS Kids. I spoke with Mark about how the series has impacted kids and adults, probably all of us, for decades, and how it changed his life.
Never in a million years did I imagine I would go on all of these adventures because of Arthur.
Arthur is the 8-year-old aardvark who navigates life and faces real issues that real kids often encounter. Author Mark Brown is the genius behind the character and his cast of friends like Buster, Francine, and Binky. But as the 25th and final new season of Arthur approaches, it's hard to imagine that the series almost never happened.
The book was very much inspired by a bedtime story for your own son.
I had just lost a teaching job, and I went home that night, and my son asked for a bedtime story. And I said, "Oh, I've had a terrible day. I really don't feel like telling you a story tonight." And he said, "Oh, come on, Dad. Maybe it'll make you feel better." And he was right.
More than 125 books later, combined with the longest-running animated kids series in the U.S.
What a wonderful kind of day.
Arthur has made a lasting impact on millions of children and adults.
The best thing that Arthur has done for kids all these years is tell them the truth. I think kids trust him, and I value that trust that I have with kids.
Is there a little bit of you in Arthur? Or a lot of you?
Okay, I guess the secret's out. Yeah, there's a little bit of me in Arthur.
As a 7-time Emmy winner, the show has not only received awards, but strong praise for the diversity and inclusion represented throughout the series.
Mr. Ratburn is married. I still can't believe it.
You were making sure kids, no matter who they were, felt like they weren't alone. Was that the purpose, or that's just sort of what happened?
When PBS came to me originally, their agenda was to make kids want to read. And then we found, all of these subjects that we could deal with that would be helpful to kids.
Guest stars from John Lewis, Jane Lynch, to Alex Trebek have all appeared on the show. But it's who hasn't been on Arthur that's causing a stir on the internet.
There are millions of memes that say he looks just like John Legend. They do. They're doppelgangers.
Yeah, who knows? Maybe we'll do something together.
Are you telling me that maybe
now you're going into uncharted territory here.
Do you ever just marvel at the fact that this character is so iconic in the fabric of our culture that Chance the Rapper is singing the theme song? Believe in yourself, but that's the place to start. Do you ever just think, wow?
Yeah, I do every day.
Another cultural icon inspired the title of his latest Arthur book, Believe in Yourself, his dear friend and mentor, Mr. Fred Rogers.
He said, Mark, every child needs just one person to believe in them, to make it in the world. And boy, that stuck with me.
As the series approaches the end, many young fans anxiously await to find out how Arthur's story will unfold.
We will address the most often asked questions that kids ask us about Arthur and his friends.
While feeling bittersweet that this chapter is coming to a close, Brown is forever grateful to the little aardvark that came into his life.
You did many jobs before this. You were a truck driver, you were a teacher.
Short order cook.
You did all these different things.
I got fired so many times from all these jobs. I feel like the luckiest guy in the world because I'm doing this job that I love.
It's almost like Arthur found you. Do you ever feel that way?
I do. I mean, if it weren't for that bedtime story that night, it changed my life.
Okay, so this was so much the fabric of my childhood, but also I love talking to him because he's so right that our kids can inspire us.
Yes.
You know, seeing the world through their eyes. He went on to have this incredible career, and he says this is not the last you're going to see of Arthur. Other projects are in the works. I'm guessing a movie with John Legend.
I thought a podcast.
I'm guessing a movie with John Legend. That's my guess. But also episodes will obviously still continue to air on PBS Kids. But the 25th and final new season premieres on February 21st.
Arthur found him.
That's awesome.
What a sweet man.
Yeah, a lovely man.
Yeah.
Brilliant, too.
Thanks, Jenna.
Thank y'all.
Thanks, JBH.
Oh, we also want to mention, y'all, that Mark's latest book, Believe in Yourself, What We Learned from Arthur, is out tomorrow. And you can pre-order a copy right now at today.com/shop.
From one fan favorite to another, SVU watchers, you're going to really enjoy what we have from our Vault series. That's next.
The Today Show's newest fan.
Little Al Roker.
What am I doing here?
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
These days, the news never stops. The morning's headlines change by afternoon, and by the end of the day, it's all totally different. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. I get it. I know that it can be hard to keep up. So let's get started together and go from there.
Hey, I'm Hallie Jackson, and we have a ton going on tonight. Here's the deal.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Law & Order SVU is a pop star favorite. It's been on our minds lately. You know, certainly, will that romance ever be in the cards for Olivia Benson and Elliot Stabler? I don't know. But today, we're flashing back to the long-running show's sophomore season. This will take us back to 2001. We found a moment from our vault when Uncle Al visited the cast on set.
While many new television programs have already bit the dust, audiences seem to be sticking by some old favorites. Now in its sophomore season, Law & Order Special Victims Unit has really caught on Friday nights. And our own Al Roker got a chance to go on location with the show right here in New York City.
Background,
and action! I got to tell you, this is kind of exciting. We're down in the meat packing district. Is there something exciting about doing a show here in New York City?
Absolutely.
So there's no need to ask. Is this how you like it?
For an actor to be in the streets of New York, you're not on a back lot, you're not in a predictable, boring city that we've seen a million times on TV. So it's very inspiring. I could go on doing this as long as the check's clear.
There's nothing like it. It's this energy that just infuses your soul with a certain je ne sais.
Je ne sais, what you looking at?
What is this, open season? A few drinks, a little smoke, a bunch of guys wet down, a couple dozen women.
One of the hallmarks of a Dick Wolf series seems to be, sort of an evolving cast.
Yeah.
And you've got a new cast member with two new cast
Stephanie
members.
March and Ice-T.
It isn't Bishop Tutuola. Does it change the dynamic of what you guys do?
No, it hasn't. It's been actually a really great, both of them have been quite interesting additions for the show.
It's always good to get new blood in there, see what they're gonna bring to the table.
Ice brings a whole different energy to the show. He's been really fun for me personally to get to know because he's got such a unique vibe.
He brings a street sensibility to it, a guy with a slight swagger and the kind of the street credibility.
Sooner or later, she's gonna have to face the facts that her husband's a rapist.
Why? She doesn't have to face it unless we prove it. And we don't want her pushed there by Harper Anderson.
Street justice is always bloody.
If anything, I think I may bring a little broader demographic to this show.
What do you mean?
I'm probably the only person on this show that kids 6 years old know who I am. So Ice-T brings that youth into it.
And you are the knot in the pit of your stomach.
You're teamed up with the character John Munch. The two of you together is an interesting concept.
It was a very easy connection. He's cool, I'm cool. Only problem with working with Richard is he took all the black outfits, so I can't wear black. Getting a chance to play the kind of cop that I guess I would be if I was a policeman is a great thing. So this is a good job for me.
You wouldn't expect Munch to have a partner like Ice-T, and I think it's working out great. We both enjoy working together. They're not overly chummy, and they're not at each other's throats like a corny bickering thing. It's just like two guys who are kind of cynical and dead set on, fortunately, in our line of work, Special Victims Unit, the bad guys are all really bad guys. There's no ambiguity here.
Nice tackle. Do you think you were received pretty openly here?
When you first get to a show, you got to feel everybody out. And everybody on this show is very cool. No problems, no issues. I just had a problem early, I think, with really just trying to figure out how they wanted me to play this detective. And then Dick Wolf just came in and said, just be Ice-T. Just be Ice-T. That's what we want you to do.
When you say, well, be Ice-T, but it's not, I would think, it's not that easy. I mean, because what you're acting is still your acting.
It's the question is, when you say be hip, how hip do you want me? Because I can take it so hip you couldn't understand a word I said. I could take it so hip you wouldn't even understand the dialogue.
You need a translation.
Yeah, you need the translations. But they don't know. I think some people don't know how hip I can get. So, yeah, I can get so hip you wouldn't understand. I'd be like saying, yo, check this out, man. We got to jump this skeezer right quick. She's tripping out here in the streets, man. I'm about to blow his wig back. You'd be like, what did he just say?
What did he say?
Son of a...
What?
It's that guy from the apartment.
He said he never heard of her.
Yeah, I've been really lucky to work with other actors who are really good, who really enjoy what they're doing. But generally speaking, it's been an ideal work situation.
In this show, it's so much about the ensemble.
Yes.
The story's the star. It seems like it's more of an actor's program.
You're correct. I think the crime is a star. The viewers tune in to see, okay, let's watch our heroes follow the crime, but we all really love each other. As people and as performers, so that makes it such a pleasure. So I don't mind handing the ball off, and everyone gets their chance to bat.
Guess what? She's dead. Fresh gash to the arm, definitely post-mortem.
Your second season. Are you ready to be in here for the long haul?
Yeah, I sort of see what life throws at me, and I'm so happy to be here. I sort of trust the process. Who knows where I'll be in 3 years, but I love New York, and I love this character, and I love my castmates, and so I'm pretty happy right now.
You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law.
Is that difficult as an actor coming into something that's already up and running?
It's good to come into something that's already winning. Coming into something that's losing and then asked to help pick it up, that's scary. But coming into something that's already winning, that's a blessing.
So fun to travel back in time. To think, that show, 21 years later, still going strong. Love it. SVU. Thanks for watching, everybody. We appreciate it. We've got another episode of Popstar Plus brewing. It'll be here tomorrow. We look forward to seeing you then. Have a great day.
Welcome to Today All Day.
All day?
Today, all day. All day.
This is a long way of asking who's your favorite character you've ever played?
The
unicorn. The unicorn. You gotta have the unicorn.
What is she right there? That's why you're saying all these nice things?
Yeah, she gave me the look. Sorry to disturb your day. Everyone's mad at you, Willie.
Better make this fast. I don't want the wrath of Luna.
When I see you, I always think, I wonder what his quote would be.
Give us 6 minutes and we'll ask as many questions as we can.
Welcome to Cold Cuts. Cold Cut, Cold Cut.
My buddy Cal cooking with me.
Dads don't babysit. It's called parenting.
What was the first book you remember loving?
Heart Smart Today with simple exercises to strengthen your heart.
Make the most of your beach days.
It's all about the tracksuit now. How good do they look?
I now pronounce you husband and wife. Kiss the bride.
This morning, a story of people helping people.
You've received tons of letters from people who have been inspired.
Let's do the weather out. Okay. All you gotta do is say, it's cold, it's warm, it's raining, it's snowing. That's it.
One of our most favorite franchises ever, Ambush Makeovers.
Okay. Look at it. It doesn't look so good.
No, it doesn't look good.
Will you judge us in a cook-off?
I will, and you guys will definitely win something.
Today, all day.
All day?
All day.
Welcome to Today, all day.
Hello, Today All Day family. It's Friday. We're so happy you're with us.
Yes, we sure are. And we're also happy that you're watching this little digital show that we call Today in 30. We closed out the week here today with another big show. Top of that historic winter storm. Yeah, taking aim at tens of millions up and down the East Coast. So who's going to see the most snow and how could it impact your weekend? As always, Mr. Roker has the answer.
Yeah, and then if you end up getting snowed in, have no fear because Jill Martin has snow day hacks to help you pass the time this weekend. Plus some deals on cold weather items you can use throughout the winter months.
And this is a great story, folks. We are going back to school with the bus himself, NFL legend Jerome Bettis, Hall of Famer, Super Bowl champ, now pursuing another dream. He's going back to Notre Dame to finish his college degree. Our visit with him on campus and why that diploma means so much to him.
Oh, it's awesome. No time to waste. Let's get it started. Time for Today in 30. So let's get right to Al's forecast. We've been watching those models. Have they converged? Do we have a better idea now of what we're going to get?
That's right, guys. Looks like the European model is going to win out. We've got 65 million people impacted by winter weather advisories, winter storm warnings, and blizzard warnings from Virginia to Maine. Last time this happened, 4 years ago. So this is unprecedented. What is a blizzard? The technical term, strong winds gusting frequently to 35 miles per hour. We're talking about blowing snow that reduces visibility to a quarter mile or less, and those conditions have to exist for at least 3 hours, and we expect that throughout parts of the region. So here's what we're looking at. Philadelphia, you see light to moderate snow from 3 a.m. to 8 a.m. Snow should end by noon. We move up I-95 to New York City. Heavy snowfall, 4 to 10 a.m. Snow ends around 2. Move into Hartford, Connecticut. We're going to look for that heaviest snow between 9 a.m. and 4 p.m. Saturday. The snow continues till 8. Boston, you are the big winner or loser, depending on how you look at this. Extreme snow, strong winds, 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. Snow doesn't end until 11 o'clock at night. Powerful winds for the entire tri-state and all the way down to Atlantic City and further south. Wind gusts of over 45 miles per hour. Power disruptions from Bar Harbor, Maine, all the way down to the Delmarva Peninsula. Snowfall amounts, here's what we're looking at. We're talking about near impossible travel conditions and whiteout conditions. Extreme snowfall rates 2 to 4 inches per hour in some spots. So Atlantic City, 12 to 18 inches of snow. DC, maybe 1 to 2 inches. That's it. Philly, 4 to 8. Hartford, 8 to 12. East end of Long Island and parts of Connecticut, 12 to 18 inches of snow, and Boston, 18 to 24 inches. We're talking airport delays, obviously. Boston, New York, lesser delays, Philly and Washington. And if you're driving I-95 from Philadelphia all the way to Bangor, going to be a big mess. And from I-90 Buffalo to Boston is going to be tricky as well. We're going to continue to fine-tune these models as more information comes in. Craig?
All right, we're going to switch gears now as we welcome in Tom Llamas. Here's the story everyone's going to be talking about this weekend.
Some great news on Friday, right?
Yeah.
Let's talk about football as we head into this weekend. Fans are gearing up for another wild NFL Sunday. The road to Super Bowl 56 down to its final 4 with the Chiefs and Bengals in a Midwest matchup. Rams and 49ers on the West Coast now just 1 win away from the Super Bowl. NBC's Morgan Chesky joins us with the biggest storylines from the conference championships. Morgan, good morning.
Hey, Tom, good morning. And if this weekend's matchups are anything like last weekend's, our blood pressures are all in really big trouble. Some incredibly thrilling matchups by some of the league's youngest quarterbacks that are really changing the game right in front of us. Meanwhile, there are swirling questions around some of the NFL's biggest veteran names, including a guy named Tom Brady.
This Sunday, it's the NFL's version of the Final Four, battling it out for a spot in the Super Bowl.
We're not done. I mean, we're trying to go out there and win the AFC Championship and then try to get to the Super Bowl.
Patrick Mahomes and the Kansas City Chiefs, 1 win away from making it back to the big game for the 3rd straight year.
For the end zone, for the win!
Coming off a sensational victory against the Bills, considered one of the best NFL postseason games ever.
I kind of turned the page quickly, and I'm ready to go. Just try to keep getting better every single day.
But there's a history-making Bengals team ready to stand in their way. It's a matchup Mahomes had his eye on earlier this season.
Great job, bro. With my respect, man. I'll see you on playoff.
Second-year quarterback Joe Burrow leading Cincinnati to their first AFC Championship game in 33 years. The underdogs will have to pull another one out of their hat.
Cincinnati wins!
In a notoriously loud Arrowhead Stadium.
We expect it to be really loud, and we're going to have to be great with our communication, our nonverbal communication, just like every week on the road.
In Los Angeles, a couple of California teams. The Rams and 49ers will take their division rivalry to new heights with a trip to a home state Super Bowl on the line.
We're excited to play in front of our home fans. There's no question about that.
The 49ers head into the weekend with 6 straight wins against the Rams.
I mean, we know these guys as well as possible, playing for a 3rd time now. Nothing will really surprise us, I wouldn't say.
As a new guard of NFL quarterbacks vie for a shot at Super Bowl stardom, speculation swirling about the future of some of the biggest names in the game. Fans wondering if they've seen 7-time Super Bowl champ Tom Brady take his final bow. Aaron Rodgers still hasn't committed to returning next season. And in Pittsburgh, 2-time Super Bowl champion quarterback Ben Roethlisberger announcing his retirement after 18 years.
I retire from football, a truly grateful man.
And on the other side of this weekend's big games, all eyes go to February 13th. That is when the Super Bowl is slated to take place in Los Angeles. Officials there are already saying any fan who shows up entitled to a free vaccination. They will be rapid tested, and everyone will be handed a free KN95 mask and encouraged to wear them when they're not eating and drinking during the big game. Tom?
Well, you should get that if you pay for a Super Bowl ticket, because at least you should get that. All right, Morgan, thank you so much. You know, guys, there's so much pressure on these teams, not just to win, but last weekend was the greatest weekend in football history ever, so they got to deliver.
Also, I thought eating and drinking is all you do during football. I mean, as far as I'm concerned,
Who do we like?
Chiefs, Rams.
Okay, got 3.
I'm rooting for the Bengals.
Okay.
Yeah.
And your people.
Yeah.
All right. In my house, we've got to pull for the Chiefs. So.
I'm going for the Doritos commercial.
Stick around because there is much more coming up on Today in 30.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Our week-long journey across America, from Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last move.
Was talking smack part of this?
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
The Sunday Sit Down with Willie Geist podcast. It's the conversations you want to have with the people you'd love to meet.
Get your money's worth.
Unedited, unfiltered.
See ya!
Sit down with Willie and listen wherever you get your podcasts.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
We're back with the reason that football fans are once again cheering for NFL great Jerome Bettis.
Yeah, the bus. It's not for his legendary career on the field, but the goal he's now working towards off it, a college degree.
Love the bus. And decades after he left Notre Dame for the pros, he re-enrolled and is now months away from fulfilling a promise that he made to his mom.
NBC's Ann Thompson has definitely the best story of the day and she really shows it's never too late to pursue a dream. Hi, Ann. Good morning.
Good morning, everybody. This really is a wonderful story. You know, Jerome Bettis says when he was in college, he always thought of himself as a student athlete. When he left, the athlete took prominence as he became the heart of the Pittsburgh Steelers, leading them to a Super Bowl victory in Super Bowl 40. Well, now he's a student again, pursuing a different title.
The bus is back in school. Jerome Bettis, who powered through NFL defenses for 91 touchdowns and ran his way into the Hall of Fame, is once again at Notre Dame.
You are Notre Dame class of?
Oh my goodness. Class of 2022? Wow, I didn't think about that.
27 years after he earned that nickname in college, he's here to finish his business degree, more than twice the age of his fellow students.
What's it like to be back at school at age 49?
It is so strange because I'm so behind the times. I mean, I'm a dinosaur. I don't know where anything is. I'm struggling with the technology.
They take notes on iPads. He uses a pen and gets lost in new buildings.
I don't know which way it is.
But some things are familiar, like the frigid January weather.
Jerome, where are your gloves?
I left my gloves.
4 courses from graduation, Bettis is just another senior. Sort of.
Everyone kind of knows who the boss is, especially at Notre Dame.
Bettis left Notre Dame his junior year for the NFL. A 1993 first-round draft pick for the Los Angeles Rams, he became a power-running icon with the Pittsburgh Steelers, a 6-time Pro Bowler, Walter Payton Man of the Year, Super Bowl champion, but not a college graduate.
Why is it so important for you to get that degree?
One, that I complete the task at hand. That's what I wanted to do. Also, I promised my mother that I would get my degree, but most importantly, I have 2 children. For them to see Dad finish a commitment, I think it says a lot to them.
Are you a better student at 49 than you were at 18, 19, or 20?
I am a much better student at 49 because I want to learn. I want to know all of this information.
To put to work in his current businesses, trucking, staffing, development, and marketing companies, as well as a TV personality during the NFL season.
This week, this is the only thing that counts.
27 years later, Bettis' football scholarship is still good. Of the 21 members of his football class, 20 earned their degrees. Notre Dame President Father John Jenkins says Bettis will be the 21st.
I say to all our coaches that there are three things we should be concerned about. First is integrity, do things the right way. Second is help these kids get a degree and do well in their lives. And the third is winning on the field. And Jerome's getting a degree after all his success just underscores how important that is.
Back in the locker room where he first found national fame,
I was somewhere right in here.
Bettis shows me the traditions.
Now, the first sign, you've got to make sure. And that one, you just want to tap it because there we go.
Today, pursuing a different kind of glory with the same enthusiasm.
This is that moment where it's all coming together. I mean, right now, it's got me itchy.
Are you ready to go?
I'm not ready to go. I'm excited, though.
This May, he will graduate at Notre Dame Stadium, fulfilling the promise he made to his mom.
This is education related, and you can never take away the education.
Finishing one of the best runs of his life.
Now, this story was a whole lot of fun for me to shoot because I'm a Notre Dame grad and I serve on the board. And over the years, I've crossed paths with Jerome, and I've always found him inspiring, but never more so than what he is trying to accomplish today. Guys?
Amen.
So admirable.
I think it should be the commencement speaker at his own graduation.
Absolutely.
And how cool would that be?
Oh. Hey, and what about those kids in his classes? Like, again, just you're sitting in your math class, and all of a sudden you're like, what?
At the bus?
That's wrong.
You know what's funny? Yeah, well, what's funny, because they're all masked. I mean, he can walk around campus pretty anonymously because he's masked and in heavy winter clothes. But when he sits in class, he's obviously older. And then when they ask his name, it's like, you know, the light bulb goes off in the kid's head. Is one of the kids said, he's got a wife, 2 kids, and 4 businesses. I'm going home and doing homework and sitting on the couch watching the Food Channel. I mean, it's kind of like they're on different planes. But he participates in class, and he said the hardest thing is not to keep raising his hand the whole time. So
And Thompson.
he loves it.
Great story.
It is a great story. It's inspiring. He doesn't have to go back. You know?
And I want to. We would all love to go back to college at some point.
No.
Just have it. Oh yeah. Oh no. Yeah. College is great. Yes.
I've seen back to school with Rodney Dangerfield. I'm going back.
Yeah, we are.
You want to go back to college?
I just want to go back to
We're pledging.
Yeah, definitely. For Rush Week.
Frank, thank you, Ann.
Come on, Spanish.
That was wonderful.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
In the City of Angels, 2 kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
The Sunday Sit Down with Willie Geist podcast. It's the conversations you want to have with the people you'd love to meet.
Get your money's worth.
Unedited, unfiltered.
See ya.
Sit down with Willie and listen wherever you get your podcasts.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast. Free wherever you get your podcasts.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? Yeah, 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses. By the Andrews with everything.
All right, it just did too.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
We are back with our special series, At Home Today with Jill Martin, and this one is perfectly timed for all of us here in the Northeast.
These are great today. So Jill is sharing some snow day home hacks, or really anybody. These are really good. They'll help us gear up for these cold weather days.
And that means major deals for all of you at home. So scan that QR code at the bottom of the screen to see them.
So, Jill, we're about to be living in a winter wonderland. So what do you got for us?
Well, hey, guys, you know, the Family Guy said that we're nonsense. I mean, the last snow day, Al and everybody, I organized my batteries.
Wow.
I mean, what's nonsensical about that? So I have some great new hacks
She's not helping us.
coming up. I mean, come on, really? And today's National Let's Have Fun Day. What's not fun about that? But I have some great hacks coming up. But first, I ask you guys how you spend your snow days. Take a look.
I used to love a good snow day when I was little. So many people use snow days for different reasons. I use snow days to organize. I love to declutter. But I'd love to know what our anchors do on snow days. So let's first check in with our weather experts, Dylan and Al.
We love to go outside and take family pictures. The lighting is the best. Way better than in here.
Well, the snow is stopped. For me, a perfect snow day is a good book, a hot cup of chocolate, and a roaring fire. And ideally, a fireplace.
I'm no weather person, but if it's a snow day, you can find me trying to convince the kids to stay inside and watch a movie.
It's a carrot.
That is a carrot nose. But you'll probably find me outside making a snowman, begrudgingly.
So a couple of things happen on snow days in my house. If they have school, if they have somewhere to go, I set out their boots, all their boots and stuff like that, so they don't have to try to find them. And if we're free, my kids love to sled, snowboard, ski, all that good stuff. They don't get it from me, but they love it.
Have a good snow day.
So you said you like to use snow days to get organized. What are some of your ideas?
All right, so these are great for everyone, and some of these are going to blow your mind. Let's start with the first one, the trolley bags, Lotus Sustainables. You have them there in the studio. The retail $49.99. Now, it's an all-in-one 4-bag system. It includes an insulated cooler bag plus holders for your eggs, for your wine. Make shopping faster and organized. You'll never need plastic bags again. Each bag holds over 70 pounds, 2 colors in the trolley bags. Easily separated by Velcro. And get this, they're machine washable. They were created by a wife and a husband team in 2017 when California was going through its plastic bag ban. The retail, $49.99. The deal for the set, $25. That's 50% off. Aren't those awesome, guys?
Those are. Cool.
So great.
All right, next up is a cult favorite and a fan favorite, the Earth Day Everyday Bundle by Clean Cult. Now, if you use these products, it's incredible. We're getting a deal on them. The retail $101.91. Clean Cult's mission is to fix the cleaning industry and redefine clean, from packaging to ingredients to efficacy. Get ready to hear what's in this bundle. 5 items: liquid dish soap, all-purpose cleaner, liquid hand soap, liquid laundry detergent, natural soap bar, safe for all skin types, can be used on hands, body, and face. Clean Cult is also the first zero-waste cleaning brand in nationwide retail stores, and is currently distributed in over 5,000 retail stores. It also comes with the bottle, so you just refill everything, and really eco-friendly and great. The retail $101.91. The deal for this whole set is $49. That's 50% off.
60 seconds left for the next
All right, something I splurge on, and I take laundry very seriously. I love doing laundry, and this is the must-haves kit by Laundress. I'm going to be buying a lot of these. The retail is $79. Laundress set out to create solutions that increase the lifespan of clothing and household items while helping eliminate the harsh chemicals and cost of dry cleaning. The kit includes 4 of their best-selling products. I use these. They're awesome, bundled exclusively just for us. Nothing nonsensical about that. So you get the wool and cashmere shampoo, the delicate wash, the sports detergent, and the stain solution. You can go on today.com to see what each one does, but it's clearly spelled out. The retail $79, the deal $32. That is 60% off.
Nice.
And last up for this one, on a cold day, and on any day, actually, the Ion Mug and Charging Coaster by Zumi.
These
The
are
retail
cool.
$169.99. I know, get this, Craig. Okay, the Ion Mug and Charging Coaster is a 12-ounce stainless steel self-heating coffee mug with lid and built-in battery. The mug keeps coffee, tea, hot cocoa warm up to 3 hours, or keep it on the charger coaster all day for heating.
Oh,
Has
wow.
3 adjustable temperature levels. Comes in 3 great colors, white, bronze, or black. Easily
Nice.
clean, but you have to hand wash. Great safety feature. The Ion Mug will turn off automatically after 3 hours if no liquid is detected in the mug. Retail $169.99. The deal $49, 71% off. And we should mention that today makes a small share of revenue from your purchases.
Good stuff. Right. This is
So
awesome.
much.
Yeah. Thank you.
Take a quick look at these products one more time. You can shop these deals and more at today.com/deals.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
We've got a Congress that doesn't seem very functional. What's this election year going to look like? Are we getting ahead of the science? Are we behind the science? How much did this booster confusion set us back? Can the January 6th committee come up with anything that would change Republican minds? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Our week-long journey across America, from Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last move.
Was talking smack part of this? The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Okay, this is really cool. Today, we are kicking off a new food series. It's called Today Table, and we make your dinner planning super easy.
Okay, how simple? This is how simple we're doing it. You can order the ingredients for the recipe we're about to show you. All you have to do is scan that QR code, and like any grocery service, once you just check out, schedule a pickup time, a store delivery, and it will be delivered.
You know
to
what
the
you always
doorstep.
say? I wish I could do that recipe, but I don't have the ingredients. Well, we're
Now
going to get
you
started.
can.
Here's our friend, Gabi Dulkin. She's the creator of What's Gabi Cooking, and she joins us from her home in L.A. Gabi, you are our very first chef who is taking us down this road. We're so excited. So what are you going to make for us this morning?
Today we're making a barbecue chicken quinoa salad, which is one of my favorite things to make on a weekend. It's great for lunch. It's great for dinner. You could prep it ahead and take it for work. It's just like beyond easy.
Okay.
It all starts with a little bit of slow cooker. So these are just some boneless, skinless chicken thighs that I'm literally going to put into my slow cooker with barbecue sauce. That's it. Like truly, you could throw an onion in there if you wanted to.
Okay, dump.
Yeah, you could like maybe let your 7-year-olds or 8-year-olds do this, if, like whatever. I feel like it's appropriate. You put it on a slow cooker and you basically forget it for 6 to 7 hours.
Okay.
Then you go ahead and you make the rest of your bowl. So over here we just have some quinoa. You could also use rice or farro or whatever kind of grain you want to use. Couscous would totally work. Orzo, whatever. This is some fresh corn cut off the cob. If you want to use frozen corn, be my guest. Like, just make sure it's
So
thawed.
that's not cooked, right? You just cut it right off.
No, I'm like a little obsessed with like just raw corn.
Yeah.
Some people think I'm weird, but it's so good, especially
No,
like
that
in peak
crunch.
corn season.
Yeah, I love it.
Yes.
It's so good. Right, you get it. Black beans, but you could totally use any other kind of beans you want as well. And then here's the chicken that was in the slow cooker that I made. I made this one yesterday, obviously, but basically when it comes out, you just take 2 forks and you use them to shred it up, and then this can just go right into your grain bowl mixture.
Oh my God, can you put more barbecue sauce if you want?
You like load it up. Be my guest. Add a little ranch, whatever
Some
you
of us
want.
like condiment.
Yeah, we're condiment people.
Who isn't? Anyone who's not a condiment person is questionable. So this is the base, and then you're literally just going to put this in a bowl and garnish it with every condiment you could want. You could put guacamole on this. You could put extra barbecue sauce on.
I feel like this is a good kid situation,
I think they would
too.
eat that, yeah.
100%. I mean, my daughter eats it. She's one. I just like break things up for her and, shove it down her mouth.
Do you serve that hot or cold, or can you do it both?
Either hot, cold, or room temperature, whatever you want. If you're doing it and like prepping it and taking it to work, I would say just do it at room temp. And maybe if you're going to add the avocado, just add it right before you serve it, because otherwise
that knife is
we don't like witnessing this.
No, we're
I'm a
hiding.
little afraid. Oh, so now what are you going to do?
One time I did slice my hand open on live TV cutting an avocado open.
No.
See, we actually sensed that.
Yeah, we did.
We've come a long way since that day.
So Gabi, how long can this keep if you put it in the fridge?
So you could prep this and keep it for like 4 to 5 days. But like I said, add the avocado, add any herbs, scallions, whatever, like day of.
What are those herbs?
Those
Is
get
that
a little
cilantro?
sad.
Are you a cilantro
This
person?
is cilantro.
Oh,
I am. If you are not a cilantro person, you could easily substitute chives, or you could just chop up some scallions and throw some scallions on there as well.
Probably questionable.
If you don't like cilantro, no, that's about 40% of people out there.
Right, tons of people don't.
Yeah.
Gabi, what does your 1-year-old like to eat? What's on?
Oh my gosh, she's a true little angel. She eats everything. Last night I gave her, we did a deconstructed fish taco with guacamole, and she it was like she had never seen before, the speed at which she was putting fish in her mouth.
Do you remember that you told us on the 8th that you didn't even eat seafood until you were in your 20s?
I didn't. So I'm trying to fix her before she goes through what I went through, and I only ate pasta and grilled cheese until I was in college.
Yeah, that's my husband's diet.
But isn't that funny? You just look at how much hope there is. So what if that's what you eat? You're a chef, and now your daughter's eating shrimp and all kinds of stuff.
Can we just garnish a little cheese? We have to go, but I'd like to just see some cheese on top, because to me a dish isn't complete without a cheese garnish.
I'm a heavy cheese garnish kind of person. I love cheese, so really get in there.
Sometimes I just use the garnish straight into my mouth.
Fistfuls of the garnish.
Wow,
that feels so
Gabi.
good.
Okay, I know
Gabi, thank you.
What I'm going to do, I'm going to make that for Friday dinner.
Oh, Friday dinner.
I mean, it could be either. So
Nice.
remember that you can shop the ingredients and tools for this recipe with help of our sponsor, Walmart.
That's so cool.
By scanning that QR code. Or you can just text food to 34318, and we should mention today collects a commission from purchases made through our link.
That was a lot.
So good.
You want to come back next week, though?
Yeah, it'll be good. We're going to count down to Thursday's start of the Winter Olympics. Plus, we've got an entire week of Super Bowl commercial sneak peeks.
Have a great Friday. Enjoy the snow. We'll see you all next week. Bye-bye.
Today all day, coming up on Hashtag Cooking, Samadada is sharing her favorite dinner recipes that also make great leftovers. If you happen to be dining solo, these weeknight meals are hearty, healthy, and best of all, pretty easy to make, and you'll have a lot to share.
I just love the smell of ginger and garlic together. It reminds me of my mom. Aw. It was so cute of me. Sometimes it kind of feels like you need an occasion to cook. But guess what? You don't need to be going to a dinner party to make delicious food for yourself. So you know what? A party for one? It's hashtag still a party. So I'm gonna show you how to get this party started with my delicious, flavorful, best dal ever, and a crunchy, creamy kale salad. Dal is a staple in Indian cooking. It was always on my dinner table growing up, thanks to my mom. My mom and I still shop for our lentils at Indian markets, but you can get them wherever you get your groceries. Little tip for cooking lentils, super important to always rinse them before you cook them. You want to rinse them until the water runs clear so we get rid of any debris, and then we're going to soak them. This will allow it to cook faster, and you can soak them either overnight or at least up to 30 minutes. I have my pre-soaked lentils here, and now all I'm going to do is drain the water out, like so. Get any residual lentils out. Can't leave any behind. They'll feel left out. Okay, I'm gonna let these hang out for a bit while we prepare the base of our dal. I've heated my stove to medium heat, and now I'm just gonna add a little bit of olive oil, let that heat up, and then I'll work on my onions, garlic, and ginger. Adding a bit of olive oil here. Let that heat up. And now, I'm gonna talk about my aromatics. So, onions, garlic, and ginger. I cannot imagine any dal without these base ingredients. They're the aromatics that really impart a lot of flavor. It's gonna become really deep and rich and flavorful, especially when paired with a fat like olive oil. I've got one whole onion that I've diced here, and I'm just gonna add it into my oil. We love that sizzle. And I just wanna saute the onions until they're nice and tender and translucent. I'm adding them separately away from the ginger and garlic because I don't want these guys to burn while I cook them with the onions. So while my onions are cooking, I'm gonna work on my ginger and garlic. By work on, I mean grate them. I'm using 5 cloves of garlic here because I love a garlic moment. If that scares you, you can take it down a notch, but I'm always gonna keep it up a notch. I'm just grating this on a microplane until they're nice and really fine. Grating the garlic this fine is gonna allow it to impart a lot of flavor onto this dal, especially when paired with those onions. I'm gonna be grating these forever. Don't neglect your onions, okay? You wanna make sure these are happy too. Love garlic. I love garlic. No shame in my garlic game. That's why I'm adding 5 cloves. We're starting off strong. This recipe is truly one of my favorite plant-based meal options because it's super flavorful, but it's also packed with protein from the lentils, really warming spices. It's one of my favorites. I can't believe I'm microplaning and also looking at a camera. I love that for me. Okay. Garlic there. Now it's time for our ginger. Again, we can't neglect our onions. We want them to be tender and translucent and a little bit golden before we add the garlic and the ginger, just so we have already some caramelization going on before we hit the garlic and onions. Microplaning the garlic and the ginger is nice because it almost forms this paste, so it's going to be really easy to cook in with our onions as well. Going with my ginger. Ginger is super healthy for you, and actually so is garlic. I just love the smell of ginger and garlic together. It reminds me of my mom. Aw. It was so cute of me. I know my heart is warm too. Don't worry, I'm still grating this ginger. You can leave, I'll still be here grating ginger. This is why I have only one bicep on my right arm. Because of my ginger grating skills. When you cook the onions and garlic and ginger in a fat like olive oil, it's gonna really break down those flavors so it becomes super flavorful and aromatic. We want that when we're pairing it with something like a dal. I'm all done with my ginger. Got my ginger, garlic, minced, grated situation here. My onions are looking tender, translucent, a little golden around the edges. So now it's the perfect time to add my ginger and garlic. You can see how it's kind of a paste. This is gonna be great for that flavor. I'm gonna cook the garlic and ginger in with the onions until all of the flavors really incorporate and it starts to brown a little bit. It smells so good. Now that my garlic and ginger have started to brown in with the onions, I'm gonna add my masala for my spices. My favorites to use here are my cayenne, my turmeric, cumin, and coriander. It's really important that you do roast these spices because you don't want that raw smell or that raw taste. You want it to be super well browned so that it's aromatic. It smells so good. Now that my masala smells really nice, excuse me. Now that my masala smells really nice and toasty, I'm gonna go ahead and add my tomato paste. I'm using tomato paste here because I really like to impart that really deep tomato flavor, and when you brown this tomato paste, it's gonna taste so good. When you're cooking the tomato paste, you want it to turn a very deep, dark red brick color. And again, nobody likes that raw tomato taste or smell, so you wanna really cook it through. Now that I've cooked my tomato paste in with my masala, it's time to add my crushed tomatoes. I'm using canned tomatoes here. There is no shame here. I love a canned tomato. I love convenience. You can use diced tomatoes as well. I love a canned tomato moment. I think especially if you're cooking for one, there's no reason why you shouldn't use what's already in your pantry. You want to cook these tomatoes for about 3 to 5 minutes until they reduce and darken in color. Cooking the tomatoes in with the onions, garlic, ginger, and spices is going to allow it to be a lot more flavorful. Lentils themselves don't have a ton of flavor on their own, so that's why adding all of these different ingredients and spices is going to be really delicious for the actual dal itself. I'm going to season with a bit of salt and pepper here. Now I'm going to add some vegetable broth. And now we're going to add some coconut milk. Instead of using a cream or a ghee or a butter, we're using coconut milk to give that same really delicious creamy flavor, but without the dairy. Now we're just waiting for it to come to a boil. We're just waiting. We're a little impatient, but we're waiting. We're almost there. We're making progress. I love adding coconut milk to lentils because it makes them super creamy. It looks like we're boiling. Now that we're boiling and in business, I'm gonna reduce to a simmer and let it cook for 5 more minutes. Smells so good. Now we're gonna add our lentils. We're gonna simmer this for about 30 minutes until the lentils are soft and the curry gets really nice and thick. It looks so creamy already. Just wait till it's done though. All right, see you later.
The Today Show's newest fan.
Little Al Roker.
What am I doing here?
I believe. Every dream, journey, and triumph.
And it all starts here.
United States, let's go! Feel the magic every day.
The excitement is in the air.
At the Winter Olympics, today is where the games begin. Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
Just call when you need them most. Ooh, let it go. The Today Show's newest fan.
Little Al Roker.
What am I doing here?
Been about 30 minutes, so you know what that means. My dal should be ready. It's looking so nice, so thick and delicious, but there are a couple more things that I want to add. I'm gonna add in a little bit of sneaky spinach. This is not really traditional, but I do like to sneak some greens in where I can. Just chopped it up. Gonna add that straight in there and stir it up until it wilts. Going in there. So you're just gonna stir the spinach in until it wilts. Look at how thick that is. It looks so good. And the green adds some nice contrast to the red and yellow lentils, so it looks really aesthetically pleasing as well. Ooh, it looks so pretty. I'm also gonna add some fresh lemon juice, just for some acidity. You've got a lot of heavy flavors here, so it's really nice to add a bit of tang at the end. Straight into my pot. We love a little lemon zing. Mix that lemon juice straight in there. I'm gonna finish this all off by adding some fresh cilantro. The tender stems are okay, but I like to remove the thicker stems because those are a bit more bitter. You can totally chop this if you'd like, but I'm just gonna tear it roughly. Because I kind of like those big pieces of cilantro. Oh, it's so pretty. Almost too pretty to eat. Keyword almost. And now it's time for me to serve myself. This dal is super versatile because you can eat it straight up as a soup, or you can also serve it with some naan or some rice. Look at how thick that is too. Ooh, it's so creamy. Here's my sneaky spinach. Can't leave them behind. And then to garnish, I'm just gonna add a little bit more cilantro on top. Just a little for the picture, you know? This looks so pretty. I have to send a picture to my mom. She's gonna be so proud of me. Oh, and I gotta get that naan and rice in there too. This is such a party for one. Like, I love this for me. This is an amazing dish because it stores really well too, so you can totally freeze it or keep it in the fridge for up to a week. I think it is time for me to taste it. I'm gonna go in straight up. I think my mom and I need to have a dal off. It was really good. I think this would impress her. Don't mind me while I take another few bites of this dal, but next I'm going to show you a kale salad that you are absolutely going to love. So good.
These days, the news never stops. The morning's headlines change by afternoon, and by the end of the day, it's all totally different. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. I get it. I know that it can be hard to keep up. So let's get started together and go from there.
Hey, I'm Hallie Jackson, and we have a ton going on tonight. Here's the deal.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day. I believe. Every dream, journey, and triumph.
And it all starts here.
United States wins gold! Feel the magic every day.
The excitement is in the air.
At the Winter Olympics, today is where the games begin.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, new from Dateline, wherever you get your podcasts.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, new from Dateline, wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
You might be thinking, another kale salad? Sama, did we really need another kale salad? And to that, I say yes, we need this one. It is my favorite creamy, crunchy, savory kale salad that's really gonna make you want to eat your greens. The first step that we're gonna do to make this salad is make our croutons. This is a great way to use up any of your leftover stale bread. Your stale bread is not destined for the trash, it's destined to be croutons. All right, here's my loaf of bread. I'm just gonna slice this up, dice it a bit, and then we're gonna season it. When you're slicing bread, always remember to use a serrated knife so that it can cut through the bread a lot easier. So I really like nice, thick, and crunchy croutons, so I'm gonna cut the bread slices pretty thick so we can get it there. Should be good. Now I'm just gonna dice up these slices of bread. There's nothing better than a crouton in a salad. It really just adds that nice, crunchy, savory element. Plus, I will really just eat bread like whenever I can get an opportunity. This is a great opportunity. Sourdough croutons are my favorite because it's got that nice tang, and with the savory elements that we're gonna add, like the spices, it's gonna be so good. I'm one of those people that likes the end piece of a loaf of bread. They exist. I'm one of them. Now that I've got my croutons, all I'm gonna do is drizzle them with some olive oil and then season with salt, pepper, and red pepper flakes. Seasoning with some salt, some pepper. You can use your favorite seasonings here as well, but I love these 3. Now I'm just gonna toss them. And you know what? This is a dinner for one, me being the one. So I'm just gonna toss this with my hands. Make sure the olive oil and spices really nicely coat the bread. These look nice and evenly seasoned, so now I'm just gonna transfer them to my parchment lined pan. I wanna make sure that these are nice and spread out so they get a really crisp and even bake. So I might even reserve some of these to bake off later so I can get that nice crisp crouton. Now, I'm just gonna throw them in the oven for 10 to 15 minutes at 425 degrees. Make sure you stir them once during baking.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, new from Dateline, wherever you get your podcasts.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses. By the hand with everything.
All right, it just did too.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it just did too.
Well, guess what? My croutons are done. They look nice and golden and crisp. So I'm just gonna let them hang out and cool while I make my dressing. For the base of my salad dressing, I'm using tahini. If you don't know what tahini is, it's simply sesame seeds that have been ground up into a paste that's similar in texture to a peanut butter. It is my favorite savory grounding base for sauces and dressings. To my tahini, I'm gonna add a little bit of mustard, just for a bit of flavor. I'm gonna add some extra virgin olive oil. Just a little. I'm gonna add some fresh lemon juice to this dressing to balance out the earthiness of the tahini. I also love a little tang in my dressings. It's gonna be so good. You want your salad dressing to be really bright and flavorful, especially when we're pairing it with a tougher green like a kale. All right, my lemon is in. I'm gonna whisk this a bit. Now I'm gonna add some of my spices. Got some freshly ground black pepper. Some salt. And For a little bit of spice, this seems to be the trend, some red pepper flakes. Now I'm just gonna whisk all of this together. You'll notice that this dressing is starting to seize, which means that it's becoming a little bit difficult to mix. So all we're gonna do is add a little bit of cold water to help everything come together. You can add more or less water to get the dressing to your desired consistency. To me, a tahini-based dressing is really similar to a Caesar dressing, so I really like to use it on kale because there's nothing better than a really delicious kale Caesar. Look at how creamy this is. And no dairy. This looks really delicious and creamy to me. So I'm gonna set this aside and get to work on my kale. To prepare my kale, all I'm gonna do is remove these tough stems. I don't love these stems because they're a little bit too fibrous, so I really don't want them at my party. You can just tear it straight off and discard the stems. You could use a knife to chop this up, but tearing it is a lot more fun. Kale is a really good salad green because it's got all of these ridges that allow the dressing to really get all up in there. See ya. I like to keep the kale in bigger pieces here because when I marinate it in the dressing, it's gonna wilt down a little. I'm a kale whisperer. We're making kale fun again. Really? You thought you didn't need another kale salad? You were wrong. This is the only kale salad you'll ever need. And I'm not biased at all. This is completely impartial. It's not like this is my favorite kale salad or anything. Again, you could have definitely used a knife, but I just made the life choice not to. It's a lot more fun to tear it. Just gonna add my kale to my bowl. And this is where this dinner for one party gets really fun. I get to become a kale masseuse. I'm gonna add this dressing into my kale and just massage it so the dressing gets all up into the ridges of the kale. Pouring that dressing straight in there, okay? And now I'm just gonna use my hands, they are clean, and massage my kale. Massaging your kale is super important because it helps to break down those tough fibers in the kale, and it really gets the dressing all evenly coated inside the kale. Look at it. The dressing is already coating it super nicely and it's becoming even softer. Okay, I got a little bit too excited massaging the kale, so now I'm gonna go over and rinse my hands off. The kale has really had a nice massage. It's feeling super zen, so it's time to set it aside and I'm gonna prepare my add-ins. So I'm adding some tomatoes into the salad to add those really nice bursts of sweetness, and it's gonna complement both the kale and the dressing really nicely. You can use grape tomatoes here, you can use cherry tomatoes. I find that these are a lot nicer and sweeter, so that's why it's gonna be a great complement to this kale salad. That kale is so lucky though, it got a super long massage. My favorite part about this kale salad is that you've got a lot of crunchy elements like these sunflower seeds and the croutons, and some creamy elements like these beans and avocado. So I'm gonna go ahead and dice my avocado. So pretty. To dice this, I'm gonna dice it in the skin. So I'm just going to create the dicing inside so it makes it a lot easier to scoop right out and into my salad. I'm creating little hashtags in honor of hashtag cooking, and I'm gonna add it into my salad. Scoop it straight out. Make sure you get all the way to the peel, to the skin, so that you can remove the avocado easily, like so. Okay, this avocado is a bit resistant, it's fine. All right, another half. Now we're moving on to another creamy component, my beans. These are gonna be really delicious because they're gonna add some protein, but also be super velvety and creamy in the salad. Add these straight in. I'm using white beans or cannellini beans here, but you can use whatever bean you'd like. Now I'm gonna add some sunflower seeds for another crunchy textural element. I'm gonna reserve some for the top. You can even use pumpkin seeds here if you'd like. And finally, for my croutons. Perhaps the reason you're interested in the salad in the first place? So these guys? I won't tell. I'm like kind of there with you. I'm just kidding, I love everything in this salad. I'm gonna reserve some croutons for the top as well, just to get that crunchiness. Now I'm gonna toss. Now I'm just gonna toss my salad together. There's so many fun elements going on here. It's a very exciting salad. And it's kind of pretty too. You got the tomatoes, which are nice and bright. Avocado. To finish it off, I'm gonna add some sunflower seeds on top. We're a little bit about aesthetics here, not gonna front. And some croutons too. And this is my kale salad dinner for one, which also means that I can eat out of this bowl and no one's really gonna know or care because it's just me. This is such a glamorous kale salad that I cannot eat it without taking a picture first. This will inspire any kale hater or kale skeptic to eat their kale, I promise. Just try it out. Now it's my turn to try it out. And even if I don't finish this all right now, this stores super well because it's just gonna marinate in its dressing for longer and get even more flavorful. Here I go. You just gotta get a little bit of everything. Some of the kale, the crouton, the tomato. Maybe it's too much for me to get a bit of everything, but I'm gonna try. Okay. I really am trying to get a bit of everything and it's not gonna work. Will it work? Okay. Here I go. Yeah. I mean, crunch from the sunflower seeds. Wait, I need a crouton. Really crunchy. So good. Can you hear that? You can hear that? You know what? I think there are gonna be a lot of kale converts after they try the salad.
We are back. I'm Anthony Contrino, and it is time to get saucy. We've got a brand new kitchen and new episodes coming your way this summer. Tune in to Today All Day, Mondays at 11 a.m.
These are the hands behind Community Loaves, a special project to donate home-baked bread to local food banks in Seattle. The group of almost 500 home bakers is led by Catherine Curley, a college administrator and avid home baker who has transformed her garage to function as a hub for twice-monthly bread collection.
Bread's been around for a long time. It's 4 simple ingredients: flour, water, salt, yeast. And each time someone discovers it for the first time, it's like magic.
What started out as a 19-loaf donation at the start of the pandemic has grown to a recent donation of more than 1,300 loaves. Carloads of bread are collected and donated to HopeLink, an area food bank that has seen a surging demand during the pandemic. Matthew Campbell is their Associate Director of Food Programs.
When I think of my childhood, my grandma used to make the best homemade bread. That reminds me of this. You can see smiles through masks. You still can. You can see the eyes go up. 600, 700 loaves of bread going out now. That's 600, 700 smiles. And it's just awesome. It makes a difference.
If I divide this up,
Catherine and some of her original group of bakers developed the formula for their honey oat loaf bread, including local flour that's sourced from wheat grown in Washington state.
A batch is 4, and we want them to donate 3, and we encourage them to keep 1 to feed them and thank them for their time, while at the same time paying it forward through the gift of the bread.
he's 76 years old. Did he try it? Yeah, he loves it.
For Sarah Ganholm, being a part of Community Loaves has allowed her to connect with her elderly father during the pandemic.
He's never made anything but chocolate chip cookies in his oven or a turkey. It just seemed like a natural thing for us to get on Zoom together and do this together. My dad now has bread, and now he's really proud of this new skill, and all of a sudden he's giving back to a community in a way that he's never done in his life.
This dough already has a lot of development.
Catherine didn't start baking bread until later in life, but she has fond childhood memories of watching her grandma Ruth bake bread and desserts. Sadly, her grandma, Ruth Wyson, passed away in August at the age of 105.
So when I visited her this summer, this project was going, and she wasn't eating very much, but she would eat bread. And she said to me that if the project had existed when she was baking bread, that she would have loved to participate.
For Thanksgiving last year, Community Loaves adapted their bread recipe to make special dinner rolls, and then they topped off 2020 with a bang, donating almost 4,000 pecan finger cookies for the winter holiday season, a favorite recipe of Catherine's grandma, Ruth. As for 2021, Catherine's greatest hope is that other cities can find a way to copy what Community Loaves has been doing in Seattle.
It's restored my faith in the collective good that we can actually do. We can be more self-determinant even in the face of the pandemic.
The Sunday Sit Down with Willie Geist podcast. It's the conversations you want to have with the people you'd love to meet.
Get your money's worth.
Unedited, unfiltered.
See ya!
Sit down with Willie and listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, These days, the news never stops. The morning's headlines change by afternoon, and by the end of the day, it's all totally different. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. I get it. I know that it can be hard to keep up. So let's get started together and go from there.
Hey, I'm Hallie Jackson, and we have a ton going on tonight. Here's the deal.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
You feel good? Almost. Turn one more time. Yes. Truly, just by telling someone, hey, we believe in you and we want to give you an opportunity, the confidence that comes from that. Oftentimes, a month of being here, their confidence has at least doubled.
Our goal is to be a stepping stone to help them get to their ultimate goal.
I'm Julie Sullivan-Lose, co-founder of Ground Up Nut Butters.
And I'm Carolyn Cesario, co-founder of Ground Up Nut Butters.
Check you guys out. Teamwork happening over here. Our mission at Ground Up is to employ women overcoming adversity and provide job skills training.
One more? Okay, I think I can fit one more in.
How many almonds is it? Do you guys know? I can pull.
I don't have my phone out.
Oh, plenty. So women come from backgrounds of homelessness, battling mental illness,
transitioning out of the sex industry and coming out of incarceration. We have a 6 to 9 month employment training program, and we partner with different organizations in the city and get referrals for the women that we hire. And truly, success looks different for each person that does join our team. And what's unique is it started with the mission and vision first before the product was even around. So I was living in Uganda overseeing a training program for about 160 women doing paper bead jewelry work. And I just saw the power of providing someone an opportunity and giving them an income and the impact that that could have not only in their life, but that could trickle down into their family and their community. So I moved back home to Portland, dead set on starting a company. And I really believe that business is a powerful tool for social good. So I knew that I wanted to start a for-profit business.
I was running marketing at Seiko Designs, an ethical fashion brand, and we hired on Julie to do customer care for us. At the time, I was making nut butters on the side of my job without any intention to do anything more with it because I didn't want to start just another food business. Don't get me wrong, our product is great, but I didn't feel like that was enough motivation to actually start a business. And when I met Julie, and she had this passion for an employment training program vision, which really was very similar to the company that we were both working for, so we both already kind of had a heart for that. When we met and she was looking for a product, it was just kind of like fate that the two came together.
We had only known each other for 3 months, and then we were like, let's do this. Yeah.
We really hit the ground running, and the two of us were very type A go-getters, so we were just I think it was March, and we were like, cool, by June we'll be in all the farmers markets in Portland, and we'll see how this goes. Little did we know you have to sign up for those markets in November of the prior year. It's very competitive in Portland. But yeah, so we just hit the ground running and started selling in as many places as we could.
All the while making it out of Carolyn's home with small food processors.
Yeah.
I think we made
accepting payments via Venmo.
Yep, I think we made about 2 jars every 30 minutes, so really efficient.
Yeah, exactly. I hand wrote the label, every single label, which is why our jars still now have my handwriting on them. It's like an ode to that.
All of our nut butters are peanut, dairy, and gluten-free, just sweetened with honey. We don't use any other added sugars or oils, so that's super different than a lot of products on the market that have added palm oil or sugars in them. You can pick up a label and be like, oh, I recognize every ingredient in this jar. We don't want to put anything on the market that we ourselves wouldn't be eating every day.
I think being a woman in business, it can be difficult because it's hard for people to take you seriously. You get a lot of people that are trying to give you advice and talk down to you and kind of questioning what you're doing. And I think it was really hard in the beginning.
Especially being like, you're crazy, you're gonna start a business, and also from the forefront, you're gonna start with a training program working with women overcoming adversity. And to us, there's no other way. And so I think to really be able to show other businesses and to show the community there's another way of doing business, and it's powerful. It's not only powerful for us, but it's powerful for customers, that they can be a part of the story and they can pick up a jar and say hey, there's a lot of crazy stuff going on in the world, but I get to be part of something bigger.
My name is Jamel Dawson, and I work for Ground Up PDX. I heard about Ground Up through Central City Concern. They're an agency that helps people with barriers for employment.
Yeah, I do this till 5 o'clock. I love it.
I lost my home in August of 2018. I was living from couch to couch, and I couldn't get a job, and I was in another lifestyle, and I just got tired of it, but I didn't know where to go. I didn't know what to do. Julie and Carolyn are encouraging, uplifting, and very positive. They give me hope. Every morning when I see them, they just make me smile because it's another day here. I help in the kitchen on Tuesday and Wednesdays. I help Phil. I'm pretty fast at it. I love it. This place has given me confidence because I was in a dark place last year. I didn't have any hope. This gave me confidence that I can do something different. And I'm looking forward to anything that comes after this.
Oh, I didn't realize we had some over here.
Yeah, I put some on that end for you and then some on this end.
My name is Tiffany Christensen and I work for Ground Up. I'm the fulfillment supervisor and I'm a production assistant. So I mainly focus on online orders that are coming in. 2 days a week I get to help out in the kitchen and doing production. I love being in the kitchen. That's where I started. So anytime I can get back into the kitchen, I'm happy. Before I started working at Ground Up, I was living in a shelter for about 6 months. And the whole time I was trying to find employment, and I was also battling my mental health. It was hard, very, very hard. And when Ground Up came, I felt like I was ready to try to start working again because it was very hard to look for a job. Nobody wanted to hire anyone that was living in a shelter, which is very sad. Ground Up has given me confidence. Once I started, my whole attitude on life changed.
So creamy.
So much better with the new almonds. Wow.
Yeah, so much better.
That's great.
People really do care about our product and love our product and love what we do. It makes me proud to work hard, and that has helped me. There's more purpose to it. Whereas jobs I've had in the past, I didn't really feel like I was doing anything meaningful. It was going to work and then coming home. A very endless cycle of pain and misery. And that didn't help any of my mental health at all. So that's why Ground Up is so great with all the positivity and the helping others, the purpose. It's a wonderful feeling.
Good morning, team. How's everyone doing?
We're doing 5 batches of chunky, which we've already done 1, and we did some of the smooth as well, which...
Julie and Carolyn are huge in my life, and there's nothing I can do or say that is ever going to be enough for my gratitude for them. I would love to be just half of what they are, their attitude, just to let us know that it's okay, everything's going to be all right. Life, there's mistakes, it's no big deal. Just learn from it and keep going. So I'm getting chills just talking about it. Sorry, it tears me up. Give me a second. I'm sorry.
Don't be sorry. You don't need to be sorry.
It's happy tears.
It begins with 5 pounds, it turns into 10 pounds, it turns into 50 pounds a day.
Yeah, and they're ordering every 2 weeks. That's the goal.
So. Ground Up on 3. 1, 2, 3. Ground Up! Giving back to the community is really part of our DNA at Ground Up and truly a part of both Carolyn and I.
Personally, I believe if you're going to be working at something, 50 hours a week, why not have it be something that's helping to do good? If I'm going to spend so much of my time putting energy into growing something, I want it to also be helping other people. So I guess in that sense, it's partially selfish what we're doing because I think we both get fulfillment out of seeing women on our team grow and thrive in this environment. But it's also clearly helping them in a lot of ways as well.
We truly believe, and I truly believe that just being that drop in the ocean, just like helping one person, that trickle-down effect is powerful. It's like by buying a jar, you can be a part of the story. We get really excited to share with other companies about what it's like to have a job training program. And I think we're also though very honest with others about, yeah, it's a lot more work, it's a lot more time, it's a lot more patience, but it is 100% worth it.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
I believe every dream, every journey, every triumph.
And it all starts here.
Let the celebration begin!
The excitement is in the air.
United States!
Is he superhuman?
Feel the magic every day.
She is a superstar.
Kayla, we are cheering you on.
And share every moment with us at the Winter Olympics. Today is where the games begin.
These days, the news never stops. The morning's headlines change by afternoon, and by the end of the day, it's all totally different. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. I get it. I know that it can be hard to keep up. So let's get started together and go from there.
Hey, I'm Hallie Jackson, and we have a ton going on tonight. Here's the deal.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
The answers come when you need them most. Ooh, let it go.
The Today Show's newest fan.
Little Al Roker.
What am I doing here? This is your moment.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
All right, we are back with Motivational Monday and a woman who may inspire us to lace up our running shoes.
I'm so jazzed about this story. Ultra marathoner Myrna Valerio is on a mission not only to conquer daunting long-distance races, but to prove that being fit is not one size fits all. Take a look.
I don't do races to win. I do races so I could be around other runners and experience the joy that it is being in community with people, watching everybody work towards their goals.
Myrna Valerio is challenging society's notion of what it means to be fit.
I am about moving joyfully in whatever body you have.
One finish line at a time.
I'm an ultra marathoner, which means I run races of 26.2 miles and up.
Myrna first fell in love with being active as an athlete in high school, but her career and starting a family got in the way.
I was killing it at work. I was so good at my job, but I was not killing it with myself. In fact, I was killing myself. That's when I had the health scare.
Tell me about that, because I know that that was a huge moment of impact for you.
I started having chest pains where I thought I was having a heart attack. I saw a cardiologist who told me that I was gonna die if I didn't change my lifestyle.
So she started running.
I really had to stop and think about what it is that I wanted for myself, what it is that I wanted for my son and husband. The very next day after the cardiologist visit, I got back on my treadmill. And it was very painful. It took me very, very long to run a mile.
That first mile prompted what?
I promised to give myself some grace and some space and patience so that I could continue to work towards my goal.
That 1 mile soon became one of thousands.
After upping the ante and going from a mile to 5Ks and 10Ks, I always wanted to see what was next. And so that the 10Ks turned into half marathons, which turned into a full marathon.
Myrna began documenting her running journey on a blog she named Fat Girl Running.
It wasn't meant to be anything.
And her honest and humorous posts became a hit on social media.
So tell me, how did the Myrnavator come about?
My colleague said, hey, why don't we make your handle Myrnavator, because you Myrnavate us, you motivate us. And I think it really embodies who I am.
Soon after that, the Myrnavator was featured on magazine covers and a book deal soon followed.
Each thing just like blew my world apart in a really good way, spurring the conversation about whether or not you could be fat and fit.
Talk to me about using the word fat and why that's so important to you.
Stereotypically, fat people are slovenly, they're not ambitious, they're sloppy. I am none of those. What I would like to do is make people comfortable with the fact that there are lots of different types of bodies out there.
Myrna believes you can be fit regardless of your size.
I can be a size 18-20 and run 14 ultra marathons, right? And 11 marathons. So does that mean I'm not fit? Being fat does not mean that you can't do these things. I mean, I am a living example of all of this.
Has the most rewarding part of all of this been the people that you are motivating and so many people who you have touched with your journey?
It is absolutely the most rewarding thing. When they talk about people who are influencers, I think that's what it is in the real sense of the word. People who influence people positively because they see you doing it and they see you trying, and that's what I'm gonna keep doing.
The Myrnavator. And I mean, speaking about motivation, our producer, Nick, who did a great job on that, she motivated him to start running. And so she's touched so many people. And I love what she said about give yourself grace and space and patience. Like, it's so important to put that in. And of course, before you embark on a fitness journey of your own, whatever it may be, of course, check with your doctor to see what your body can handle.
But just the idea, just getting started, and you're not going to
blow anything out of the water, but just that first step is what's most important.
Toughest part, but once you get through that, right?
In anything in life,
Yeah,
right? It's just that first step. Like when people are cleansing their closet, I'm like, just start with one drawer. Like anything is just that first step. So, Myrnovator.
Yes.
These days, the news never stops. The morning's headlines change by afternoon, and by the end of the day, it's all totally different. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. I get it. I know that it can be hard to keep up. So let's get started together and go from there.
Hey, I'm Hallie Jackson, and we have a ton going on tonight. Here's the deal.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast. Free wherever you get your podcasts.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
We've got a Congress that doesn't seem very functional. What's this election year going to look like? Are we getting ahead of the science? Are we behind the science? How much did this booster confusion set us back? Can the January 6th committee come up with anything that would change Republican minds? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
You never know when you get diagnosed with ALS. I was strong. I spoke clearly. I was active. Now,
yeah, things have changed.
I'm letting everyone know that I was diagnosed with ALS approximately a month and a half ago. The last thing I want is for you to feel sorry for me. I feel great, and I am going to fight through this with a smile on my face. I was dealt these cards, and I'm going to play them the very best I can. When I was diagnosed, I'm by no means an artist, but when I did paint, it was very therapeutic for me. Once I got my bearings together and said there's nothing I could do about it, I decided to take a positive approach and form an organization to help others.
When your health changes, your mind, everything about you changes, and just the way you look at life and the way you want to help others in the way that was the biggest thing with Paint for a Cure is what we've enjoyed most is our family, and we want others to not think about having to pay their mortgage when they have ALS, to really be able to enjoy their family and their time together. And that's really what Paint for a Cure stands for.
Don't be afraid to use plenty of paint on your brush. And if you need more, squirt more out.
But while you're working on the paint scene, I wanted to introduce Harriet.
In London. And I'm Jen. I wanted to say hi and thank you so much for supporting us, and we appreciate it so much.
We've raised over $100,000 during COVID. Is something really special, especially because I brought on board Trevor Stauffer, which is also an ALS patient, and we have collaborated together.
So we're actually with Paint for a Cure.
Oh, yeah.
And this is Eric and Trevor.
Yes,
on Zoom right now.
We're in this fight together.
Yeah.
What we've created, pain for a cure in such a short period of time, that's a very good accomplishment, and I hope it would continue on for years to come, helping families.
That you can help you out. We're presenting it to you on behalf of this gentleman, Eric Weinbrenner. If you'd like to see him.
I am currently financially able to provide for my family. Unfortunately, that's not the case for everybody. The biggest thing that I'm scared about is not being here for my
For the family. I mean, it's not what's to come with his health, it's not being here and watching his kids grow up, or, you know, growing old together. That's devastating. It's almost, you go through the loss before you realize the gain that you have, and the time that you really do have together is just so much more important to be found as a family. So we don't take that for granted anymore because of this diagnosis, and knowing how every minute is so important.
Okay, because there are a lot of struggles in life, especially right now, but you know what? Things always turn around. They might be bad now, but if you have a positive mindset and if you work hard and you really set your mind to something, you will conquer that.
Y'all ready for a little boost?
Yes.
Here we go. Two teenage boys were best friends in Ohio, but they had not seen each other in person for 2 years after one of them moved to Kansas. So one day, the Kansas friend took a little road trip to surprise his buddy. So he stood outside his pal's home. He FaceTimed him. He pretended he was still in Kansas. Then he said, hey, why don't you go outside and just take a look around? So here's what happened.
Oh my God!
Oh.
Oh my gosh. Okay, these two first met in middle school. One of them had no place to sit in the cafeteria. The other one said, hey, come sit with us. And the rest is history.
I love that.
Love a good bro hug.
Yeah.
Love a good bro hug.
All right, you want a boost, kids?
A Monday boost.
Here we go. Okay, 1 year ago, there was a little girl named Naomi. She lost her teddy bear while visiting Glacier National Park in Montana. It was the bear that her new parents had sent her while they were waiting to adopt her from an orphanage in Ethiopia. Unknown to them, park ranger Tom Mazzarisi found the teddy, kept him in his patrol truck as a mascot. Wow. Fast forward 1 year later, a family friend happens to go to the park. She spots Teddy on the ranger's dashboard. She took a picture. Naomi confirmed, yep, they had the right bear. And soon, she and Teddy were happily
Talk about no
reunited.
accidents.
No
What?
accidents. That's the theme of the show.
That's incredible.
Yeah. We have a bevy of funny men on the show today. How lucky am I? I've got Kenan Thompson, Josh Gad, and Andy Samberg. I mean, stop it with the trio. I'm starting with Kenan Thompson because Kenan is my guy. I mean, let's just be honest. You know, I don't want to play favorites, but I'm happy that you're with me. How are you?
course. I'm great. How are you? Good to see you.
Well, your show, Keenan, in season 2, kicked off. How was it received? Season 2, first episode.
I only heard all love. Like overall, just everybody's really getting good laughs out of it, which is, I think the ultimate goal of a sitcom. So I'm glad we're providing that experience for everybody. Like, of course, we have layers and depth and everything, but the most important job, I think, of a comedy is to be funny. So I'm just glad everybody's enjoying it. It's nice to provide some fun for people.
We need it. I mean, and I want to get more into your show in a second. If you were to divvy yourself up, how much of you is that how much is the comedy side? Like, if your wife, what would she say? Would she say Keenan is 15% funny and 85% serious? What would she say?
I think she would say I'm pretty serious. It's not that I'm serious. I'm just mellow. I'm just a mellow fellow, and I definitely observe. I'm a reactionary kind of a performer, basically. So I soak up a lot of things, and when I speak it, I guess it shocks people because it's like, well, when did you start like thinking like that or whatever? It's like, I don't know. I've just been sitting back, kind of listening and watching. So I would say she's probably like 5% funny, 95% just sitting there.
Well, Lorne Michaels always says when he wants a skit to get better, he throws in a little Keenan. Like you're like the magic sauce, the secret spice. I mean, and they just want a cutaway of you. They're like, okay, the scene just got better. Keenan just gave the side eye. Okay, good, we're good now. I mean,
it's a blessing to hear that, man. That's coming from Lorne Michaels. Like it's crazy, because I feel like it's my job. Like I'm supposed to try to like use any moment to get a laugh, and just to hear that work has not gone unnoticed is very nice.
Were you always the kid in school who everyone looked at and wanted to see, like, what's Keenan going to say? What's Keenan going to do? Were you the funny kid in school?
No, there were much funnier kids than me. Definitely. I was, a little shy, but I definitely didn't want to get in trouble. That was the thing. I didn't want to get in trouble. You know what I'm saying? Because my mom worked extra jobs to even get me into like a private education and stuff like that. So, education was not to be played with necessarily. Like, I always had a sense of humor, but I was never like trying to like get everybody's attention over the teacher necessarily. Like I got paddled once back when they were still paddling kids, and that's all I needed.
Did your mom have high expectations? Did she always expect you to be successful?
I don't know. I think she just wanted to support me in whatever, things I was interested in. And she definitely, I guess, saw that I had a knack for acting. So she wanted to give me every opportunity to do that, I guess. It wasn't like she was just like, go and get out there and show them what the Thompsons can do.
Was she, when you started like getting all these accolades, was she surprised by your success, or was she always someone who said, well, of course that's what Keenan did?
I think it was a bit of both. I think she was always surprised that it was actually manifesting, but in her heart, I think she always knew, but she was more so proud. Like, that's my baby. Like, that's my baby up there doing it. And I think for her, it was more of a reflection of, I know you're tired, but the fact that you are dedicating, yourself to your children like this is what they're capable of doing. And I think it was a large lesson for parents. Like, if you can do it, like, you should support your kids as much as you can.
Does she like watching your show? And does she ever call you and go, okay, does she have notes? Anything you should be doing?
She definitely has notes, especially about our podcast.
What does she say?
It's the language. Clean up the language. That's the main thing. Clean the language up. I'm like, that's not me. That's my buddy. He'd be going off. But she watches everything, and she gets mad when I don't tell her I'm on things. So I'll be letting her know about this as well. Like
okay. So when she discovers, Keenan, that you're on something that you did not tell her about, but she heard from her girlfriend or somebody,
yes.
What does she say to you?
It's a phone. My phone starts ringing, and there's only certain people that actually ring your phone, and then if I don't catch it, then the FaceTime comes because she knows that rings longer. And you're going to have to answer one of those unless you really want to hear it later on that night or whatever. So I usually answer, and she's just like, how come? And she's not really mad. She's just like, you little rascal. Like, why didn't you tell me that you wanted? Like, I wanted to catch it in real time because it's her child, and I get that now. And like having kids and stuff, but I also don't overly promote myself to my friends and family.
So tell us about season 2 of Kenan. So you're Kenan. You're looking for love. How's that going?
It's definitely interesting. It's hard when you're putting the pieces of your life back together after trauma and stuff like that. So, it's one step at a time, but at the same time, getting to that point where you feel like you deserve to take that step, and you deserve to be surrounded with someone who, loves you for the adult you, not the parent you or the coworker you, just you. I think everybody, loves to feel that. And that's kind of where the character's at. He's finally getting to a place where it's like, well, I feel like I deserve to take a step towards that, basically. There's always hits and misses. So
Come on.
That's the good fun of exploring it. But yeah,
Were you nervous about being renewed for season 2? I mean, what happens at this stage? Because it does have your name on it. It is your show.
Yeah, I'm nervous about it all. Every single episode that rolls out, I'm like, do people watch? How many people watch? Checking the DMs. What are the people saying? Did they love it? Did they hate? You know what I mean? That's why I wanted to like build the show in such a way that it was surrounded with great people. Like our cast is great. Our writers and showrunners are great. And, I feel like we're all executing, kind of the plan together in a great way where it's not forced. I'm not forcing everybody to show up and be funny. They want to do these things. So I just hope that, gets out to as many people that will receive it as possible. And if that's happening, then great. So that's what you're waiting on. Like, how are the numbers looking or whatever for your renewal of another season? And it's the same thing this go round. Like, they're putting us out, with back-to-back episodes. So, and I'm like, all right, whatever. I just want people to watch both or catch it on TikTok the next day or whatever. Just
however you watch it.
Tuning into the show, like I used to tune into Martin or Fresh Prince or whatever.
Sure. So SNL, you are the longest standing cast member on SNL. Do you see that? Like first of all, that's amazing. And it's like, it's like one of the, I don't know, it's just amazing to me. So do you see this, Kenan, as something that you'll be doing for years and years, being a member of SNL?
I could be. Like, I think, the definition of having to leave the show is, evolving. I might have a big hand in that, but I learned it from, watching people like Fred and, even 80 went and did a whole nother show and she's still with us, so it's just, we all love it so much, and if it's a way to not have to like leave and have it be weird when we come back because we miss it so much, then why not, and I think it just helps, kind of the ship keep sailing basically. And then we'll see what happens, I guess, in the future. I don't really know. Like, I would never leave if it was up to me.
Yeah. Is SNL, I mean, from day one, when you first had your first skit to today, when I don't know how many skits you've been in, but has the feeling changed for you?
No, what's so weird about it. That's the beauty of the live element too. It's the same. Like, you build those nerves and you feel the clock ticking all day long. You know what I mean? You really want to like do it and do it right and get those laughs. I mean, for yourself, but for your castmates, for the writers, and the crew that's working so hard and like just what it does for the business and for New York. And it's, it's a big major thing every single week. So that's what's so crazy about it. Like I get the same feeling every single time, which I guess allowed 19 years to fly by. I have no idea where that time
Amazing. Yeah. Wow. Well, Kenan, we hope you stay for a lot longer than that. You guys got to check out Kenan season 2. We're going to take a break. We've got Josh Gad on deck. We got Andy Samberg in the house too. Your people.
Shout out to them both, my brothers.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
We've got a Congress that doesn't seem very functional. What's this election year going to look like? Are we getting ahead of the science? Are we behind the science? How much did this booster confusion set us back? Can the January 6th committee come up with anything that would change Republican minds? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
I believe. Every dream, journey, and triumph.
And it all starts here.
United States, let's go!
Feel the magic every day.
The excitement is in the air.
At the Winter Olympics, today is where the games begin.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world. Because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, new from Dateline, wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
I got Josh Gad in the house, and whenever I tell anyone I'm interviewing Josh Gad, they always say the same thing. Oh my God, he seems like the nicest person in the world. He's always complimenting other people whenever he does interviews. And so, Josh, first of all, it's great to have you. How are you?
Well, that's a lie. I prefer backstabbing people, but I do it when the cameras are off so that I can't catch up with me.
So I was looking at your newest project. It's called Wolf Like Me. It premieres on Peacock on January 13th. So, by the way, I didn't know what to expect when I was clickety-clacking to pop it on and watch some of it. First of all, you are so great in these dramatic roles. It's a wow. And Isla Fisher, wow, the two of you together. Will you just tell folks the premise of this? Because when I saw Wolf Like Me, I was like, wait, what is this? Is this a love story? Is she alive? What's happening?
So I'm going to preface it by saying this. The less you know going into this show, the better.
Okay. It
is truly, I think, one that as it reveals itself to the audience, it's part of the inherent gift that the series has to offer. What I can tell you is that the show starts off and my character, Gary, who's gone through some loss in his life, is raising a single child played by this brilliant young actress, Ariel. And the two of them quite literally crash into this woman who represents in many ways a similar case study in somebody who's dealing with grief and loss and somebody who is just struggling with her own secrets and not having anyone to sort of share them with, keeping everybody out. And slowly these two people find their way into each other's lives as almost destiny and fate reaches in and places them in front of each other. And what the show metaphorically is really about is it's about this idea that all of us bring baggage into relationships. And sometimes we let that baggage overwhelm us to the point that we don't let the love that is so strong connect us because we're so afraid of the consequences that come with that love. But the way that Abe Forsyth, the director, handles it is he mashes up genres in a way that is so unexpected to tell this story. And you're watching it, and 1 minute you're laughing your ass off, 1 minute you're crying, and the next minute you're on the edge of your seat. And similarly to the movie I did with Lupita Nyong'o that Abe directed called Little Monsters, he just manages to tackle multiple tones and genres in a way that just shouldn't work. It's like putting peanut butter and tuna fish together. And somehow he does it so effortlessly that you can't help but watching. So each episode is half an hour. There's only 6 episodes. And I am telling you, by the 6th episode, your jaw will be unhinged on the floor at what happens.
Oh my God, I'm dying. So you say that we all go into relationships carrying baggage. And it's just, what do you do with that baggage? In your own life, how did you navigate that in real life? What did you do? Because we all step in, they're heavy, you put them down, and then what?
In my life, it was interesting because I went into a relationship being skeptical and cynical of relationships. My parents got divorced when I was 6 years old. It was a major life-changing moment for me where, you sort of that cliche kind of thing where you blame yourself. So what do? You go into acting and comedy instead. And I really had this baggage of feeling like, having seen the disruption of my childhood and having seen what that meant to me, I really found it difficult entering into a similar exchange. And that has been a really, really interesting thing to work out entering the now 14th year of this marriage. Because what you learn is that it's not the opportunity to repeat the same mistakes. It's the opportunity to learn from the mistakes of the past in order to correct them so that you yourself can find a happier future. And I'm extraordinarily blessed with an amazing wife, Ida, and two gorgeous and amazing children. And, every day, even in our perfect household, seemingly, it's work. And that work is part of what makes it so invigorating, because you have to work to make it healthy. You have to work to make it great. You have to work to make it work. And for me, that's a big part of the commitment that we made to each other. And it's a lesson every day. I learn something new every day as we tackle these insane things, that we have to deal with. But I count myself as very, very blessed and lucky.
Good for you, man. You're just lit from inside. Yes, I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. Okay, you got to watch Wolf Like Me. It will, as Josh said, it's a love story. It'll make you laugh. It'll make you cry. It'll have you on the edge of your seat. I love the tuna fish and peanut butter analogy. It works. It premieres on Peacock on January 13th. So all 6 episodes drop. Is that how it works?
Yes, all 6 episodes are going to drop at once, and it's an easy binge because we don't overstay our welcome, so you'll get through it in 3 hours and be done.
All right, you and Isla Fisher, what a team! Wow. All right, Josh, thank you so much. We love you. Be well,
love
be
you too.
safe. And coming up after the break, we got Andy Samberg on deck. We'll be back on the Hoda Show right after this.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
These days, the news never stops. The morning's headlines change by afternoon, and by the end of the day, it's all totally different. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. I get it. I know that it can be hard to keep up. So let's get started together and go from there.
Hey, I'm Hallie Jackson, and we have a ton going on tonight. Here's the deal.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, new from Dateline, wherever you get your podcasts.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
You doing all right?
I'm hanging in. I mean, clearly I look great.
Well, did you do your own hair?
It's been a minute since I had a haircut. But I don't know. I think it's working in its way.
Your daughter's 5, right? She's turning 5, or
She'll turn 5. She'll turn 5 this year. Yeah.
Oh my gosh! And how is that? Because it's so funny because I have a daughter who's turning 5 too, and it's the best.
It's magic. I mean, you're transported to a magical land, and anytime I'm with her, I feel like it's not of this earth. It's something totally else and wonderful.
Right? I mean, I think the things we dream about and the things that appear are like night and day. I mean, my kids were looking at the snow and I couldn't stop staring at them looking at the snow. I was like, oh my God, that's better than right now, me watching them watch the snow. I was just listening to your beautiful wife's music. Joanna Newsom is she's a brilliant musician. Did you really fall in love with her music first and then her?
I did, yes. I was a huge fan of her music, and I had actually been to a concert of hers before we ever met, and then I met her the second time I went to one of her concerts after the show. I had just gotten hired at SNL, and Fred Armisen and I and our friend Matt Murray, who was a writer at the time, went, and Fred introduced us, and we became buddies, and now we're married and have a child.
It was friends first?
Yeah, we were friends for a while.
Does she just sing in the house? Is there music going on?
Sometimes, yeah. I mean, anytime she does, it's a real treat. And we love it, and me and the kiddo dance around and stuff.
So let's talk about, you're here promoting Hotel Transylvania 4. It's premiering exclusively on Prime Video globally on January 14th. So is this something that your 4-year-old gets to watch, or is it still a little too scary?
Well, I certainly don't think she should watch it until she's watched the first 3 Hotel Transylvania, because she'll be totally adrift. We have not yet done a full movie.
Okay.
We've sort of been sneaking in videos here and there. She saw the Charlie Brown Christmas special. That was a big deal. We watched the Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer special this year. So those were like big event things. But we have been saying when she turns 5, we'll do a full movie. I don't know that we'll start with Hotel Transylvania 4. But I think she'll see it eventually.
So how has work been for you during this past year? Like, are there things you're working on? How's the pandemic affected you?
I feel incredibly lucky that I've been able to work, period. I should start by saying that. It's been 2 years now. During that time, I have done a ton of voiceover work, much of which I did in my basement, with a good, noise dampening setup, which was great. And we put out this movie that I made, Palm Springs, and we finished the last season of Brooklyn Nine-Nine. We shot it during a lull, right after everyone got vaccines, and put it out. So I don't really have any complaints. It's been hard, but it's not nearly as hard as how it's been for a lot of people who can't be working at all.
The end of anything is painful, especially something you love as much as you love Brooklyn Nine-Nine.
Yeah.
Do you think about it? Like, do you think what's the end been like for you?
It was incredibly emotional. Every show that runs a long time says this, but we felt like we were a family. We were a work family and friends family, and everyone stays in touch, and that's nice. But it's not the same when you get to know there's a set amount of time every year that you really get to spend together and sort of away from the distractions of everything else and just focus on the work together and having fun and creating together. It's a special bond. So yeah, I mean, everyone was crying when it ended.
Was it really?
Oh yeah. But I think that's par for the course. I mean, if you run 8 seasons, unless you're in a situation where like it's a toxic set, which was definitely not our show. I think there was like, it was sad, and also everyone was like, okay, let's see what's next.
Well, see, did it feel like that after SNL, after 7 seasons there?
It did for me.
Yeah.
SNL's different because you're leaving. I hadn't even announced I was leaving.
Yeah.
Before my last episode, and Kristen did Wig. So like, she had this big send off, and I was very happy that she had that because she deserved it. She's one of the best ever. But I also was like, I probably should have said I was leaving. Like, no one's saying like, great job on your 7 years of putting your all into this thing. But like, also, when I officially decided to leave and I told Lauren, like, I broke down and cried over that too. SNL was the only thing I ever wanted to do for a living.
Really?
Since I was about 8 years old.
Wow.
So deciding to leave it felt like, ripping my own heart out in a lot of ways.
Wow.
But I just physically and emotionally had reached a point where I couldn't do it anymore because digital shorts was such a grind. But then the show just keeps going.
Yeah.
There's no closure for you. It's like, everyone's like, oh, great, okay, what's the next catch? Who's the next host? And you're just like, oh, wait, no,
But me,
yeah.
remember? Oh, my God.
I remember watching the first episode after the season after I had left and being like, oh, man, this is good. Damn. Why did I leave? It's so funny. I could have been in this one.
I believe. Every dream, journey, and triumph.
And it all starts here.
United States, let's go!
Feel the magic every day.
The excitement is in the air.
At the Winter Olympics, today is where the games begin. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world. Because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Make the most of your day with
Today in
30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
What's coming up in the hopper for you, Andy?
Well, I'm a voice in the Rescue Rangers movie for Disney that my buddy Akiva is directing.
Mm-hmm.
And it's Chip and Dale, and me and John Mulaney are Chip and Dale, which has been really fun. But that's voiceover again.
And that's the Akiva from when you were a kid?
Oh, yeah, Lonely Island.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
You know what? You three never break up, man. You're going all day.
No, we have a whole company together. We're producing tons of stuff together. It's really fun. I'm hoping we do another proper Lonely Island project sometime soon, but it's really hard. We live far away from each other, and COVID and kids, and so we're keeping in touch through things like Rescue Rangers and producing, Pen 15 and I Think You Should Leave and shows that we really love.
Mm-hmm.
And other than that, I don't have anything really officially happening, just a lot of stuff that I'm hoping happens really soon.
Happens.
Yeah.
Andy, we want people to check out Hotel Transylvania on Prime Video. It's globally on January the 14th. Don't change your hair. Don't ever change it.
I can't stop touching it.
No, never. It's awesome.
It's not
just like
good.
that. Wait, Joanna's on my other line. She said something about your hair. Okay, anyway, we got to go. It's the end of the Hoda Show for today. Thank you for joining us. Thank you so much, Andy. Thank you, Josh. Thank you, Keenan. We hope you guys join us again next week, right here, same time, same place. Have a good one, guys.
everybody, and welcome to a jam-packed Pop Start Plus to begin your week. Coming up, we've got the scoop from the star of a new and very sweet Netflix film called The Royal Treatment. Also, Jenna's chatting with Mark Brown, the man behind Arthur, as the beloved children's show based on his book nears its end. Plus, we're taking it back to 2001 with a little set visit to Law & Order SVU with Mariska Hargitay and Christopher Maloney. But first, of course, here's your Pop Start. Get right to it, and we're going to start with Priyanka Chopra and Nick Jonas. Congratulations are in order because the couple has just welcomed their first child together on Friday. Priyanka and Nick revealing the good news in a joint statement on Instagram, writing, "We are overjoyed to confirm that we've welcomed a baby via surrogate. We respectfully ask for privacy during this special time." This comes just weeks after Chopra told Vanity Fair that children were a big desire for their future. And the couple, who just celebrated their third wedding anniversary last month, has not yet shared the name or gender of their newborn, but we are still wishing their growing family nothing but the best. Great people. Next up, James Bond, Uncle Al. Here we go. Now that Daniel Craig has wrapped up his run as 007 in No Time to Die, the hunt is on for the next James Bond. On a recent episode of Deadline's Crew Call podcast, producer Barbara Broccoli revealing that fan favorite contender Idris Elba might be in the running for the iconic role. When asked if there have been any conversations with Idris about taking the part, she said, "Well, I'm friends with him and he's a magnificent actor. It's been part of the conversation, but it's always difficult to have that conversation when you have someone in the seat." She goes on to say that after audiences have had a little more time to see Daniel Craig's last performance, they'll start working on filling that role. I've said it since 1978. Idris Elba needs to be the next 007. Period. It's not even close.
Yeah, let's have the conversation. Let's go.
We've been saying this forever.
Yeah,
come on,
we're ready.
Let's go. Yeah, just announce it already.
Wrap it up.
Next up, John Hamm, the Emmy-winning actor, has been cast in some pretty big roles over the years. Have you seen this ad?
Yes.
So good. Mad Men, Unbreakable Kimmy Schmidt, Baby Driver. Well, there's one role that John Hamm hasn't gotten. He's made his feelings very clear about how he feels about it in the new ad for Apple TV+.
Hey, Apple, did I do something to offend you? I mean, Samuel L. Jackson, Billie Eilish, Tom Holland, Chris Evans? What about John Hamm? Seriously? Denzel, Frances McDormand, Momoa, Snoopy.
Two Mahershalas? Kind of feels like cheating. Could have cloned me.
The whole ad is really funny. It's like a Super Bowl ad, right?
That's great.
It's great. Finally, Betty White. The newly released video shows the legendary actress just 11 days before she passed away in December shared to White's Facebook page. The message was originally recorded as a thank you to her fans on what would have been her 100th birthday. Here's a peek of that.
I just want to thank you all for your love and support over the years. Thank you so much, and stick around.
In the caption, the page administrator thanks fans for continuing the actress's legacy by donating in honor of the hashtag Betty White Challenge, which, by the way, raised almost $13 million for animal shelters and rescues. And they call it Pop Start Plus for a reason. We've got a few more items for you. And we'll start with Kate McKinnon, the SNL star, has transformed into Tiger King's Carol Baskin in the first teaser for Peacock's Joe vs. Carol. McKinnon starring opposite John Cameron Mitchell, who looks great, as he takes on the role of the former Big Cat owner Joe Exotic. The upcoming 8-episode series is set to explore their explosive relationship between Baskin and Exotic, made famous in Netflix's 2020 hit docuseries. And here's a peek.
Whoever you are, we're coming for you. She wants to mess with me. I can mess with her. I got a message for Carol Baskin. You just sit down and talk, we can come to an understanding. So it's war. It's war.
Okay, that looks good. Joe versus Carol starts streaming on Peacock again on March 3rd. Finally, Rachel Ziegler, the Golden Globe-winning actress and New Jersey native, stopped by Britain's Graham Norton show on Friday, and she revealed the incredible revolving door of celebrity guests who just happened to swing by the West Side Story set when they were shooting Steven Spielberg's recent remake.
Bruce Springsteen came 3 times, and he came to see me sing I Feel Pretty, and he had his aviators on. He's like, gotta see the Jersey girl sing. And I just peed my pants.
Was that still the same day that Barack Obama came as well?
Barack Obama came...
I like that he gets third billing.
Oh,
also appearing.
In this house, it goes Bruce, Steve, Barack. And I'm sitting there on the couch, and Michelle Obama's next to me, and Bruce Springsteen's there, and Barack Obama and John Williams and Steven Spielberg. And John Williams is talking to Gustavo Dudamel, and John turns to Barack Obama and says, well, what do you think? And I'm like, well, what does it matter when he thinks he was the president of the United States?
The boss and the Obamas? Talk about pressure for a first-time actor. Kudos, by the way, to Rachel, who's been keeping her cool and just continuing to rack up all the awards this season. Well-deserved. Those are your headlines for today. Coming up, we're going to introduce you to the star of Netflix's newest rom-com, The Royal Treatment.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back to Popstar Plus. As a teenager, actor and singer, Laura Moreno starred on the Disney Channel show Austin and Ally. Well, now she's all grown up, starring and singing in a new Netflix film called The Royal Treatment. Here's a look.
I just got a call to do the hair and makeup for the royal wedding for $50,000.
It's like a glass slipper, but money.
The Royal Treatment is a rom-com movie that essentially is about my character Izzy, who's a New York hairstylist. Izzy gets the opportunity to do the hair and makeup for the royal wedding of Prince Thomas of Lavania, played by the lovely Mina Masood. And maybe sparks fly between Prince Thomas and Izzy. I play Izzy, and honestly, she has been one of my favorite characters that I've ever played for a few reasons. Every character that I've played, I always find some part of myself in the character. But Izzy, for sure, I really, really identify with. She speaks her mind. I very much connect with her sense of we all have to treat each other well and respect each other, and when you don't, that makes me mad. Izzy also works really hard. She's from New York. She has, her mother and her grandmother, her Nonna, which I also is very connected to. I have a lot of family in New York on my dad's side who were all born, most of them were born in Italy. One paper, please. Hot prince visit makes temperatures rise in the city. Seriously though, what's with his hair? I worked with a New York dialect coach. I did so much work on this accent, and it still is, it's gonna be jarring for people who know me.
May I introduce Prince Thomas?
I'm Izzy of 183rd Street. Mina's so lovely. He was on the top of my list of playing Prince Thomas, so I was so excited we got him. We really bonded while we were in quarantine. You have to quarantine for 2 weeks in New Zealand. So we were in different hotels. We were actually in different cities, but we were like FaceTiming every day and going over lines, but also getting to know each other, which was really, really nice. The town car's trailing us. 1, 2, 3, stop. I think the regular girl meets prince of a made-up country especially is a subgenre I love. And I think for us, we very much wanted to pay homage to that. Movies that have come before that, us in that subgenre, in that vein. You know, I think we also kind of poked fun in moments in that genre as well. Honestly, I think we just really didn't take ourselves too seriously. Our goal was to have fun And we really did. We had such an amazing time. The cast, the crew, everyone a part of it. Obviously, we even mentioned Genovia in the movie. I do think the movie is obviously plot-wise quite different from Princess Diaries, but I mean, that is one of my favorite movies and I'm obsessed with Anne Hathaway, so that is truly the biggest compliment someone can give. So, Dance With You, the song that actually is already out in the world and is in our last scene of the movie and in the end credits, that was something I very much specifically wrote for the film. And I wanted to write a song that I thought, you know, encompassed what the vibe of the movie was, which is joy, which is happiness. Worst Kind of Hurt, which is the song that comes out the same day as the royal treatment. And I am singing it with Rabel, who I absolutely love. This is the first time for me that I have the singer artist part of my career, personality, whatever you want to say, and my acting part and the film and television part so synergized, while also feeling quite separate. Because obviously I've done music in projects before, Austin and Ally, A Cinderella Story, Christmas Wish, but the music was very like part of the plot. Like I sang while you were watching, and I definitely didn't want that to happen.
So why are you just a hairdresser?
Just? Truth is, I'd love nothing more than to do something else.
I think our movie does deal with some pretty important concepts, like finding your identity within yourself versus your identity within your family. The fact that no matter who you are, you could be the prince of a made-up country, you could be a New York hairstylist, but you have the ability to make change in the world and change in your community. And that's something I'm really proud about, that the movie embodies and shows, and I love that about Izzy. So I hope that anyone who watches it feels inspired by our message, and more than anything, feels just real happy after.
By the way, the royal treatment is now streaming on Netflix. Coming up, Jenna's conversation with the driving force behind children's favorite for decades. We're talking about the one and only Arthur. That's next.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
I believe. Every dream, every journey, every triumph.
And it all starts here.
Let the celebration begin!
The excitement is in the air.
Is he superhuman?
Feel the magic every day.
She is a superstar.
Kayla, we are cheering you on.
And share every moment with us at the Winter Olympics.
Today
is where the games begin.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, new from Dateline, wherever you get your podcasts.
Our week-long journey across America, from Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this?
Make the most of your day with
Today in
30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
And we're back on Popstart Plus. Author and illustrator Mark Brown gave us the wonderful world of Arthur. He created the beloved book series and TV show that we all know and love. So we sat down with Jenna to share some memories ahead of the show's 25th and final season.
We are back. It is 8
8:35 on this Monday morning with Jenna on this wonderful kind of day. Of course, that's the theme song that you're hearing. Theme song for that beloved children's TV series.
And lucky you, you got to sit down with the author of Arthur.
I know, say that 10 times.
I was practicing. A great story about an 8-year-old aardvark.
Oh, don't y'all love that aardvark? Yeah, good morning. This year marks 45 years since the first book hit shelves, as well as the 25th and final season of Arthur on PBS Kids. I spoke with Mark about how the series has impacted kids and adults, probably all of us, for decades, and how it changed his life.
Never in a million years did I imagine I would go on all of these adventures because of Arthur.
Arthur is the 8-year-old aardvark who navigates life and faces real issues that real kids often encounter. Author Mark Brown is the genius behind the character and his cast of friends like Buster, Francine, and Binky. But as the 25th and final new season of Arthur approaches, it's hard to imagine that the series almost never happened.
The book was very much inspired by a bedtime story for your own son.
I had just lost a teaching job, and I went home that night, and my son asked for a bedtime story. And I said, "Oh, I've had a terrible day. I really don't feel like telling you a story tonight." And he said, "Oh, come on, Dad. Maybe it'll make you feel better." And he was right.
More than 125 books later, combined with the longest-running animated kids series in the U.S.
What a wonderful kind of day.
Arthur has made a lasting impact on millions of children and adults.
The best thing that Arthur has done for kids all these years is tell them the truth. I think kids trust him, and I value that trust that I have with kids.
Is there a little bit of you in Arthur? Or a lot of you?
Okay, I guess the secret's out. Yeah, there's a little bit of me in Arthur.
As a 7-time Emmy winner, the show has not only received awards, but strong praise for the diversity and inclusion represented throughout the series.
Mr. Ratburn is married. I still can't believe it.
You were making sure kids, no matter who they were, felt like they weren't alone. Was that the purpose, or that's just sort of what happened?
When PBS came to me originally, their agenda was to make kids want to read. And then we found, all of these subjects that we could deal with that would be helpful to kids.
Guest stars from John Lewis, Jane Lynch, to Alex Trebek have all appeared on the show. But it's who hasn't been on Arthur that's causing a stir on the internet.
There are millions of memes that say he looks just like John Legend. They do. They're doppelgangers.
Yeah, who knows? Maybe we'll do something together.
Are you telling me that maybe...
Oh, now you're going into uncharted territory here.
Do you ever just marvel at the fact that this character is so iconic in the fabric of our culture that Chance the Rapper is singing the theme song? Believe in yourself, but that's the place to start. Do you ever just think, wow?
Yeah, I do every day.
Another cultural icon inspired the title of his latest Arthur book, Believe in Yourself, his dear friend and mentor, Mr. Fred Rogers.
He said, "Mark, every child needs just one person to believe in them, to make it in the world." And boy, that stuck with me.
As the series approaches the end, many young fans anxiously await to find out how Arthur's story will unfold.
We will address the most often asked questions that kids ask us about Arthur and his friends.
While feeling bittersweet that this chapter is coming to a close, Brown is forever grateful to the little aardvark that came into his life.
You did many jobs before this. You were a truck driver, you were a teacher.
Short order cook.
You did all these different things.
I got fired so many times from all these jobs. I feel like the luckiest guy in the world because I'm doing this job that I love.
It's almost like Arthur found you. Do you ever feel that way?
I do. I mean, if it weren't for that bedtime story that night, it changed my life.
Okay, so this was so much the fabric of my childhood, but also I love talking to him because he's so right that our kids can inspire us.
Yes.
You know, seeing the world through their eyes. He went on to have this incredible career, and he says this is not the last you're going to see of Arthur. Other projects are in the works. I'm guessing a movie with John Legend.
I thought a podcast.
I'm guessing a movie with John Legend. That's my guess. But also episodes will obviously still continue to air on PBS Kids. But the 25th and final new season premieres on February 21st.
Arthur found him.
That's awesome.
What a sweet man.
Yeah.
A lovely man.
Yeah.
Brilliant, too.
Thanks, Jenna.
Thank y'all.
Thanks, JBH.
Oh, we also want to mention, y'all, that Mark's latest book, Believe in Yourself, What We Learned from Arthur, is out tomorrow. And you can pre-order a copy right now at today.com/shop.
From one fan favorite to another, SVU watchers, you're going to really enjoy what we have from our Vault series. That's next.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, new from Dateline, wherever you get your podcasts.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, I know, right? 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news. 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses. By the banner to the Richardson.
All right, it just me too.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back. Law & Order SVU is a pop star favorite. It's been on our minds lately. You know, certainly, will that romance ever be in the cards for Olivia Benson and Elliot Stabler? I don't know. But today, we're flashing back to the long-running show's sophomore season. This will take us back to 2001. We found a moment from our vault when Uncle Al visited the cast on set.
While many new television programs have already bit the dust, audiences seem to be sticking by some old favorites. Now in its sophomore season, Law & Order Special Victims Unit has really caught on Friday nights. And our own Al Roker got a chance to go on location with the show right here in New York City.
Background and action! I got to tell you, this is kind of exciting. We're down in the meatpacking district. Is there something exciting about doing a show here in New York City? Absolutely.
So there's no need to ask. Is this how you like it?
For an actor to be in the streets of New York, you're not on a back lot, you're not in a predictable, boring city that we've seen a million times on TV. So it's very inspiring. I could go on doing this as long as the check's clear.
There's nothing like it. It's this energy that just infuses your soul with a certain je ne sais.
Je ne sais, what you looking at?
What is this, open season? A few drinks, a little smoke, a bunch of guys wet down, a couple dozen women.
One of the hallmarks of a Dick Wolf series seems to be, you know, sort of an evolving cast.
Yeah.
And you've got a new cast member with two new cast
Stephanie
members.
March and Ice-T.
It isn't Bishop Tutuola. Does it change the dynamic of what you guys do?
No, it hasn't. It's been actually a really great, both of them have been quite interesting additions for the show.
It's always good to get new blood in there, see what they're gonna bring to the table.
Ice brings a whole different energy to the show. He's been really fun for me personally to get to know because he's got such a unique vibe.
He brings a street sensibility to it, a guy with a slight swagger and the kind of the street credibility.
Sooner or later, she's gonna have to face the facts that her husband's a rapist.
Why? She doesn't have to face it unless we prove it. And we don't want her pushed there by Harper Anderson.
street justice is always bloody.
If anything, I think I may bring a little broader demographic to this show.
What do you mean?
I'm probably the only person on this show that kids 6 years old know who I am. So Ice-T brings that youth into it.
And you are the knot in the pit of your stomach.
You're teamed up with the character John Munch. The two of you together is an interesting concept.
It was a very easy connection. You know, he's cool, I'm cool. Only problem with working with Richard is he took all the black outfits, so I can't wear black. You know, getting a chance to play the kind of cop that I guess I would be if I was a policeman is a great thing. So this is a good job for me.
You wouldn't expect Munch to have a partner like Ice-T, and I think it's working out great. We both enjoy working together. They're not overly chummy, and they're not at each other's throats like a corny bickering thing. It's just like two guys who are kind of cynical and dead set on, fortunately, in our line of work, Special Victims Unit, the bad guys are all really bad guys. There's no ambiguity here.
Nice tackle.
Do you think you were received pretty openly here?
When you first get to a show, you got to feel everybody out, you know, and everybody on this show is very cool. No problems, no issues. I just had a problem early, I think, with really just trying to figure out how they wanted me to play this detective. And then Dick Wolf just came in and said, just be Ice-T. Just be Ice-T. That's what we want you to do.
When you say, well, be Ice-T, but it's not, I would think, it's not that easy. I mean, because what you're acting is still your acting.
It's the question is, when you say be hip, how hip do you want me? Because I can take it so hip you couldn't understand a word I said. I could take it so hip you wouldn't even understand the dialogue.
You need a translation.
Yeah, you need the translations. But they don't know. I think some people don't know how hip I can get. So, yeah, I can get so hip you wouldn't understand. I'd be like saying, yo, word, check this out, man. We got to jump this skeezer right quick. She's tripping out here in the streets, man. I'm about to blow his wig back. You'd be like, what did he just say?
What did he say?
Son of a...
What?
It's that guy from the apartment.
He said he never heard of her.
Yeah, I've been really lucky to work with other actors who are really good, who really enjoy what they're doing. But generally speaking, it's been an ideal work situation.
In this show, it's so much about the ensemble.
Yes.
The story's the star. It seems like it's more of an actor's program.
You're correct. I think the crime is a star. You know, the viewers tune in to see, okay, let's watch our heroes follow the crime, but we all really love each other. As people and as performers, so that makes it such a pleasure. So I don't mind handing the ball off, and everyone gets their chance to bat.
Guess what? She's dead. Fresh gash to the arm, definitely post-mortem.
Your second season. Are you ready to be in here for the long haul?
Yeah, I sort of see what life throws at me, and I'm so happy to be here. I sort of trust the process. Who knows where I'll be in 3 years, but I love New York, and I love this character, and I love my castmates, and so I'm pretty happy right now.
You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law.
Is that difficult as an actor coming into something that's already up and running?
It's good to come into something that's already winning. Coming into something that's losing and then asked to help pick it up, that's scary, but coming into something that's already winning, that's a blessing.
So fun to travel back in time. To think, that show, 21 years later, still going strong. Love it. SVU. Thanks for watching, everybody. We appreciate it. We've got another episode of Popstar Plus brewing. It'll be here tomorrow. We look forward to seeing you then. Have a great day.
Welcome to Today All Day.
All day?
Today, all day. All day.
This is a long way of
man,
asking
yeah,
who's your favorite
okay.
character you've ever played.
The
unicorn. The unicorn. You gotta have the unicorn.
What is she right there? That's why you're saying all these nice things?
Yeah, she gave me the look. Sorry to disturb your day. Everyone's mad at you, Willie.
Better make this fast. I don't want the wrath of Luna.
When I see you, I always think, I wonder what his quote would be.
Give us 6 minutes and we'll ask as many questions as we can.
Welcome to Cold Cuts.
Cold cut, cold cut.
My buddy Cal cooking with me.
Dads don't babysit. It's called parenting.
What was the first book you remember loving?
Heart Smart Today, with simple exercises to strengthen your heart.
Make the most of your beach days.
It's all about the tracksuit now. How good do they look?
I now pronounce you husband and wife. Kiss the bride.
This morning, a story of people helping people.
You've received tons of letters from people who have been inspired.
Let's do the weather out. Okay. All you gotta do is say, it's cold, it's warm, it's raining, it's snowing. That's it.
One of our most favorite franchises ever, Ambush Makeovers.
Okay.
Look at it. It doesn't look so good.
No, it doesn't look good.
Will you judge us in a cook-off?
I will, and you
Okay.
guys will definitely win something.
Today, all day.
All day?
All day.
Welcome to Today, all day. Oh my gosh, hello. Look at our friends in Today All Day Land. We hope you guys had a really good weekend.
You're probably really tired because they were probably watching football up late like all of us. But we're going to kick off another big week on our show Today in 30. Let us break down the headlines for you. We're going to start with a look at the escalating tension with Russia as the Biden administration orders embassy families out of Ukraine and ways moving U.S. troops into the region. We're going to bring you a full report from the White House.
Plus, people are saying it was the best weekend ever for NFL playoff action. I'm going to emphasize ever. We're going to take you inside the drama, the comebacks, the heartbreak, and oh yeah, the upsets as the road to the Super Bowl is narrowed to the Final Four.
It was epic. And then on the third hour, our friend Dylan,
yay.
she's back. She's back from maternity leave. We're going to show you how everybody caught up. We'll find out how life's going. As a mom of 3 boys, my 3 sons, she's got them all packed in one room. Amazing. And she's got a new edition of Cooking with Cal to share.
And then
But
Jenna.
when are Ollie and Rusty going to get in the
By
title?
the way, they're going to start getting jealous.
Yeah.
It's time. Jen and I got a chance to catch up with the lovely Kate Hudson. And like Dylan, she too is a mom of 3. She's raising a teenager, a tween, and a toddler all at the same time. We had a lot of fun catching up with her about her new adventure.
So let's get started. We've got a lot to get to. Time for Today in 30. We'll start with NBC senior White House correspondent Kelly O'Donnell. Kelly, good morning to you.
Good morning, Savannah. Officials tell us the president is looking at plans by air, by sea, and on the ground to fortify NATO allies in Eastern Europe, not send these assets into Ukraine. The mission is to deter Putin and protect our NATO partners. And I'm told conversations have begun with the countries that could receive this U.S. military support, which may be one tangible sign that the president's decision-making process is moving forward. This morning, President Biden weighing a new military operation to counter Vladimir Putin and bolster NATO allies in Europe. At Camp David Saturday, the president was briefed on potential U.S. troop and equipment movements to NATO countries in Eastern Europe. Administration officials say Defense Secretary Austin, on video conference, laid out options for the president to act before or after any Russian invasion of Ukraine. A decision could come within days.
We'll continue to build up the defense and deterrence that is necessary.
And a new warning. Americans in Ukraine ordered home, including families of embassy staff in Kyiv, and a voluntary departure for non-essential workers due to the continued threat of Russian military action.
Let there be no doubt at all that if Putin makes this choice, Russia will pay a heavy price.
Great Britain revealed its discovery of a brewing Russian plot to overthrow the democratically elected president of Ukraine and install a former Ukraine official close to Moscow. The U.S. called that deeply concerning and put Russia on notice.
There is going to be a swift, a severe, and united response.
While Putin has moved more than 100,000 Russian troops to Ukraine's border, the U.S. has delivered $200 million of lethal military aid to Ukraine. And negotiations continue. Lawmakers say sanctions should not wait.
We do need to go ahead and impose sanctions on Russia now. We need to show them that we mean business.
And while President Biden considers his military options, today NATO's Secretary General announced that the Alliance of Nations is putting some forces on standby, sending additional ships and fighter jets to Eastern Europe, and would welcome the support of other allies to contribute forces for deterrence. Savannah?
All right, Kelly, thank you. We turn now to Jeremy Bash, a national security analyst for NBC News. He served as the chief of staff at both the CIA and the Defense Department. Jeremy, good morning to you.
Good morning.
So we heard overnight that NATO has announced moving military assets to the region. The U.S. is considering doing so. The State Department announces that Americans are urged to leave and families of diplomats are ordered to leave. Is this a significant escalation? How do you read the tea leaves here?
Yeah, I think this means that the U.S. government has concluded, Savannah, that an invasion of Ukraine is imminent. You don't order the families of U.S. personnel in the embassy to leave unless you believe they have to get out of harm's way. And we're encouraging all Americans to leave the country. That, combined with these military deployments within NATO and additional troops to the region, means I believe that the Biden administration has concluded that all efforts to stop Putin at this point have basically failed. There are no off-ramps. We have to get our forces postured for potential military conflict.
And then how does it play out, Jeremy? What could potentially happen here?
Well, look, I think if Putin does something, and I think everybody believes he will, then I think first and foremost, as I said, we got to get our people out of harm's way. We got to put more forces aligned with our allies in Eastern Europe so that they know that we have their back because, of course, Ukraine is on the doorstep of NATO. And if Russia takes one step over that line into NATO, then under Article 5 of the NATO treaty, we're duty-bound to defend those countries, and that means the U.S. and Russia are at war. But I think the next step are sanctions on Russia. And then, of course, we're going to be arming and helping the Ukrainians fight an insurgency against Russia. And that could be bloody battles in the streets of Ukraine that could go on for months, maybe years.
The U.S. has threatened severe sanctions along with NATO, but if Putin has concluded, or we have concluded that Putin's going to go in, is it too late? I mean, obviously, he's doing so in the face of the threat of those sanctions.
Well, it may be too late to stop him at this stage, but look, we want to prevent him from escalating once he goes in. And so I think sanctions and cyber efforts are very important to prevent Putin from going up the escalatory ladder. And those sanctions are going to hurt him. His economy is in decline. His economy is very brittle. But make no mistake, Savannah, those sanctions also could hurt European countries and American companies. And so there are going to be a lot of people coming through Washington asking for exemptions to those sanctions. And over time, those sanctions will erode.
And what about NATO's alliance? There have been divisions in NATO. The president openly spoke about those divisions. Will they stand united? And what are the competing considerations there?
Yeah, it's a 30-nation alliance, so to get everybody on the same page is always a challenge. But I think NATO is unified under the concept that Russia can't force a country to redraw its borders by force, and it can't tell Ukraine that it can't be an ally with the West. And so NATO seems very aligned here, and I think they're going to stand strong.
All right, Jeremy Bash, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, new from Dateline, wherever you get your podcasts. In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Everyone's been waiting for this one. It was a wild, amazing weekend of football, wasn't it?
Yo, epic.
Yeah.
Epic.
And you stayed up.
I did.
Yeah.
I'm sleepy this morning with a lot of folks around the country, I'm sure. Comebacks, heartbreaks, upsets. The playoffs, the divisional round had it all, including this wild finish between the Chiefs and Bills late last night. And another instant classic, This chapter in Tom Brady's storied career, although this one ended with a twist for the legendary quarterback, NBC's Sam Brock is in Tampa Bay once again this morning for us, covering all of it. Hey, Sam.
Craig, guys, good morning. This weekend was utter madness. I think at one point, Hoda had a tweet with 11 exclamation points. And by the way, the Saints weren't even playing. Guys, this is the first time since 2009 that Tom Brady and Aaron Rodgers both are not in the conference championships. The futures for both quarterbacks right now, cloudy. And as Savannah was saying earlier, the Chiefs and Bills scored 25 points in the final 2 minutes of regulation. An instant classic.
There's ever been a better or more exciting weekend.
Overnight, a playoff game for the ages.
Oh my gosh, this is the most perfect quarterback play.
The Bills and Chiefs back and forth in the final few minutes of the game.
Down the middle to the end zone, and there it is!
Gabriel Davis's fourth touchdown from Josh Allen, giving Buffalo the lead with just 13 seconds left. But incredibly, the Chiefs answering right back behind the arm of Patrick Mahomes, setting up a game-tying 49-yard field goal to end regulation, and then this in overtime.
Looking to the end zone for the win!
It was a heck of a game.
The young quarterback moving forward, while football's most famous face won't be playing in the conference championship. Even as Sunday had all the makings of a Tom Brady history-breaking comeback.
Makes the catch, he's in for the score!
24 points, erased in just over a quarter.
This is officially lunacy.
Only for the Rams to convert a dagger deep shot and walk away with a W, prompting questions immediately about whether the 44-year-old Brady will return next season.
I haven't put a lot of thought into it, so we'll just take it day by day and see where we're at.
After two other game-ending field goals Saturday in Green Bay and Nashville, the Final Four is officially set. Bengals and Chiefs in the AFC, Niners and Rams in the NFC. With San Francisco sacking Aaron Rodgers' dreams of winning a second ring and adding a new dimension to his beautifully mysterious Green Bay future.
I'll have conversations in the next week or so and, start to contemplate after that.
The faces of the NFL for years, Brady and Rodgers, preparing to give way to the new guard of Allen, Mahomes, and Burrow. Though fans in Tampa are still expressing nothing but sheer awe at what they just witnessed from number 12. Have you ever seen anything like that?
Absolutely not. That was incredible.
And one immutable NFL law finally broken. Never bet against Brady. Brady does have 1 year left on his contract, guys, but even NFL insiders right now aren't exactly sure what's going to come next for number 12. And adding to the drama, more debate over the overtime rules, because if the team that starts with the ball scores a touchdown on its opening drive, that's it, game over, meaning that a coin toss can play a massive role in the outcome of the game. And last night, it appears that it might have. Craig, Savannah, hold it back to you.
The problem is, Sam Brock, they were upset about the overtime rules before they made.
Well, we're going to call Roger Goodell.
Thank you, Sam.
I know, but you're kind of happy.
You're a Chiefs fan, exactly. And the rest of us are outraged.
We're outraged.
Why? It's like, it's a great game. Well, let's just flip a coin.
But you still have to score the touchdown.
I know, but we should
why can't
let's call Roger Goodell. Don't you have his number?
I don't think we want to call Roger about that. Here's the thing, to Sam's point, you did feel like you were watching a changing of the guard, though.
Yeah.
Like the new kids on the block.
Oh my gosh, amazing. Joe Burrow. I'm so excited about the Bengals.
Let's go.
Come on.
Even Roker was watching football all weekend.
We watched football all weekend long.
Yes.
Oh, we can't wait for the Super Bowl on NBC and Peacock.
Can you believe
we're going.
We've got that Super Bowl.
We're all going. We're going. We're going, baby.
13th.
Oh, it's happening.
Right?
February 13th right here. We're going.
We want to go.
Yes.
If you're gonna let me down.
Carson, and the new twist tied to Adele's now postponed residency in Las Vegas.
Yeah, so when Adele made that announcement, obviously fans were shocked. So over the weekend, the star did what she could to make them feel loved.
NBC News Now anchor Joe Fryer has more for us. Hi, Joe. Good morning. Hello.
Already in Vegas when they got the news that Adele would be postponing her residency there. For some, it was a trip years in the making. So this weekend, the singer surprised some of them and promised the show would eventually go on. For 9 weeks, Adele has been living at the top of the charts. Starting Friday, she planned to take up residence at the Coliseum at Caesar's Palace in Vegas for her hotly anticipated concert series.
I'm really, really sorry.
I'm really sorry.
Last week, she shocked fans with a last-minute announcement. COVID complications meant the show was being postponed.
I'm so sorry, but my show ain't ready.
Eleni Sabrakis has been trying to see Adele in concert for years, including 2017, when she flew to London, only to find out Adele was canceling her final performance there.
And the Uber driver's name was Adele. And I was like, okay, this is the universe literally laughing in my face. This is building.
When she got tickets to Adele's Vegas residency for Christmas, it finally felt like the laughing would stop.
And then we fly to Vegas and she cancels her show again. These were Golden Circle tickets.
She made a TikTok about her experience that went viral and caught the attention of someone on Adele's team.
She was like, no, we loved it. And you know who else loved it? And like turns around her phone and it's Adele on FaceTime.
I love you. I'm sorry. I love you.
I just FaceTimed Adele.
Adele promised to fly Eleni back to Vegas and bring her on stage once the show is rescheduled.
Oh my God, it turns out that Adele canceling her show was the best thing that ever happened to me.
Across the weekend, Adele surprised a number of fans with messages and calls.
Oh my gosh, hi.
Including Dominic Crisanino, who spoke with us from the airport before leaving town. He says what happened in Vegas certainly won't be staying there.
Now I have this amazing story that I'll carry for the rest of my life.
Good to see. No word yet, by the way, on when Adele's run at Caesars Palace is going to be rescheduled.
All right, Joe, thank you.
Joe. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
These days, the news never stops. The morning's headlines change by afternoon, and by the end of the day, it's all totally different. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. I get it. I know that it can be hard to keep up. So let's get started together and go from there.
Hey, I'm Hallie Jackson, and we have a ton going on tonight. Here's the deal.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, I know, right? 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the hand of everything.
All right, it just needs to.
Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, new from Dateline, wherever you get your podcasts.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, new from Dateline, wherever you get your podcasts.
I believe. Every dream, journey, and triumph.
And it all starts here.
United States, let's go! Feel the magic every day.
The excitement is in the air.
At the Winter Olympics, today is where the games begin.
If Dylan is back, then that means it is also the return of...
Everybody asked if Cooking with Cal was going to be back. Yes, we are still cooking up in the kitchen, and this time we are whipping up a Sicilian staple that will feed the whole family twice.
It's another edition of Cooking with Cal. What are we making today?
Pizza.
No, it's called scacciata.
Scacciata.
It's kind of like a meat pie. Normally, it's the perfect thing to have on football Sunday, and I don't add all these vegetables, but since we're gonna eat this for dinner, we're making it a little bit healthier. Just a little bit, okay?
Just like one bit.
Your favorite. No, remember we have a trick. Look, we're gonna put a wet paper towel.
Done.
I'm ready to peel the carrots. Good job. Okay. Zucchini time, zucchini time.
Oh, that was easy.
Cool. Nice. Cut as close to the edge as you can. All right, now let's do the garlic. We're going to cook this cow on a nice low heat because we don't want it to get crispy. We want it to get nice and soft. So we're going to use 2 types of cheeses. We've got Pecorino Romano and we've got Provolone. So instead of grating this, we're going to cut it super small and then it's all going to melt nice in the oven. Right now, since the veggies are nice and soft, we're going to add the pork. We're adding 3 pounds of pork. It sounds like a lot, but this is actually one of those recipes that if you just make all of this, you can freeze half of it. So the next time you make it, you just have to buy the pizza dough and the filling's already made.
Are we like making real pizza?
Well, we're making scacciata.
Scacciata.
Say it like real Italian, like
Scacciata.
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 Rub all that oil in.
With what?
With your hands.
Is this how you really do it?
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Can I taste it?
It's olive oil.
Knock, knock.
Who's there?
A traffic cow. No!
Okay, now I'm just going to drain some of this liquid and add the rest of the ingredients.
But I'm not doing anything else. Oh, all of it? Like all until the top?
All right, can you dip that cheese in here? Perfect. Just like that. All right, so I'm going to spread this all over. Not all the way to the edge, because we're going to roll up the edge, okay? I'm going to take the top dough.
That's mine.
Ooh, a thumbs up. I love it. For these recipes and more, head to today.com/Yay, remembered.
Oh, that's so
guest
cute.
appearance. A cameo.
He's getting ready. He's been expressing interest in cooking more. You know, I made brownies the other day. He wanted to stir it. And, you know,
co-stars.
I know.
First of all, the recipe looks yummy, and there are a lot of people like me who are like, "Cal's getting so big." Like his
I
conversation.
Know. You haven't seen him in a few months, and he's legit now. But this is like one of those recipes where you can hide the vegetables for the kids, and it's like pizza, but you don't feel so.
You feel good about it.
So, yeah.
Answers come when you need them most. Ooh, let it go.
The Today Show's newest fan.
Little Al Roker.
What am I doing here? This is your moment. Your moment.
Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, new from Dateline, wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
We are back with actress and entrepreneur Kate Hudson.
Okay, we got a game we want to play with you. It's called Sip or Spill.
Oh,
Okay,
yeah.
we got some juicy.
I love a game.
You love a game.
We love
By the way, we love your hair. Did you? What's going on there? Did you have a crimper?
Yes.
How did you do that?
This is my new thing, guys.
What is
I take a shower and I put braids and I put like 4 braids in. I leave it for like 2 days and then I just have
what?
This hair. Wait, and then you brush it and you kind of like.
That is the
You
coolest.
We were going to ask who did it, and now we know you did it. Oh my
Well,
God.
no, I had a little help with it this morning with
Okay.
an amazing hairdresser. I will say,
But it looks really cute.
Guys, I wish I was in the studio.
I know,
will
we
say
were
I
saying
missed.
that.
By the way, we didn't even know you were in New York right here.
I said, I think she's in New York. Can't she come
I'm
down?
here.
Oh,
And I was like, I just want to come down and hang out.
That's
It's
how
just,
we
you know,
feel.
Okay, well,
Next time.
Yeah, we're going to
Next
do it.
time.
Okay, so here's some questions, and you can either
Okay.
spill the tea, or if you don't feel like spilling it, you can take a sip of something. What do you?
Yeah, do you
got-
have something
are you
to
a
drink
co-
there?
Are you a coffee drinker?
What's the tea, guys? What's
Okay,
the
let's
tea?
go. All right.
I've got something. To
Okay,
drink.
good. Okay, good. Here we go. Okay, what
I'd
would you
rather-
say is your fiance's Danny's most annoying habit? Sorry.
Crypto.
Crypto.
Oh, yes. Since before it was a thing.
Cool.
I mean, always been in it since 2016, and it's a whole thing.
Okay.
I don't know what it is.
Nope.
I don't know anything about it.
But you'd rather not
yeah.
hear about Bitcoin. I don't blame you.
No one even knows what it is.
No.
Will you ask him one day to explain it to us?
We should, though.
Yeah.
We should, ladies. I'm
All right.
learning. I'm learning.
Okay, you
We'll
once
teach us.
said that Billy, am I pronouncing his last name? Crude Up was your best on-screen kiss. Who was your worst?
Ooh.
It's okay. You
I
can.
can't. Okay.
You can tell us. We won't tell
Oh, she's
anybody.
sipping the tea.
She's sipping. Oh, no.
Bummer.
You know
Okay.
what?
There's
She's
no tea
kind.
there, guys.
She's
Okay.
compassion.
Oh,
okay, let's here we go. If you want to have a wild girls' night out, which celebrity girlfriend would you call?
Oh. I've got a couple, guys.
Okay, give us a couple.
Give us a couple.
A wild night out, I would go, there's a couple people. I would call Cara Delevingne.
Yes.
I would call Jen Aniston.
Ooh.
Oh, yeah. Jen.
Oh, wait, what? Why?
I would call, and I'd call Reese. I'd call the morning show guys and Billy. I'd call them all.
What?
Yeah, I'd call the morning
Wait,
show.
can we do
That's
a
what I would
thing
do.
where your morning show friends and
Us morning show
people
friends.
go get margaritas? What do we have to do?
We're
for that?
fun.
That sounds right. I will say the most fun is my mom. I mean,
Yes.
you know, I got mom on speed dial. If there's someone to go out with, it's my mom. She can still kick up her heels.
Okay.
And
Is there a childhood secret you never told your mom?
Ooh.
I mean, I gotta sip the tea.
Lastly, real quick, celebs get celebrity hall passes. Everybody gets a hall
Do they?
pass.
Is that
Yes.
true?
Yes,
Oh.
everybody gets one.
Okay.
Who's yours?
Oh, I don't think Danny will allow a hall pass. What does a celebrity hall pass mean? Meaning
It means you could have like a little roll around and it would be okay with everybody.
This doesn't work. Hold up. That's a hard no for me.
Roll around. A roll
You know what I mean?
around.
A roll around.
Just a roll around. Come on.
This is terrible. No, I'm sipping the tea.
You're right there. That was the biggest tease ever.
We were
love
so
you, Kate.
close. Come see us next time, please.
Don't I get to do one? Or
Oh,
no?
yeah, sure.
We don't
You
have
can
time.
do
Okay,
it.
you have one quick one.
Go ahead.
Hoda, what celebrity has made you wait the longest? Jenna, would you ever run for political office?
No, that's an easy one.
That's an easy one.
That's an easy one. No, but
Great, I got mine in. I'm
Okay,
sorry.
All
good
right.
job.
Goodbye, Kate.
By the way, you know what I love? How her hair is crimped.
I wonder if she used a crimping iron.
we should have asked her.
Maybe we still can.
It's a
because
look
there's
that
another
not
set.
everybody could pull off.
But I feel like you pulled that off, Jenna.
The crimper?
Yeah.
I think she looks super cute.
She's cool.
And by
She's
the
really
way,
cool. And she's
forever
doing what she believes in.
forever young.
Hope you will be with us tomorrow. Another big show on Today. Really excited to share our conversation with Supreme Court Justice Sonia Sotomayor. She's got a new children's book.
Nice. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Have a great Monday.
places here. Good job. You okay?
Welcome to Dylan Dishes, Cooking with Cal. In this Today All Day series, I'm looking back at some of my favorite Cooking with Cal recipes and sharing my top kitchen tips. Today's episode is one that we're calling Grandma's Greatest because it features recipes from two amazing grandmas. First up, you'll see me and Calvin whipping up my mom's pasta salad, and then we tackle my grandmother's short ribs. You know, one of the biggest obstacles timid cooks face in the kitchen is just not knowing where to start or what to make. Well, here's a good rule of thumb. Always cook what you know and what you loved growing up. Just think back to what your parents and grandparents always served. I've also found that family recipes are often the simplest, which is probably why our parents made them so often. This first recipe is proof of that. You only need 5 ingredients: pasta, canned tomatoes, black olives, parsley, and olive oil. Take a look.
All right, so let's get the ingredients ready. How this thing works. So we're gonna use a can of tomatoes, but these are cooked tomatoes. They're not raw tomatoes. So you'll like these because they're cooked tomatoes, okay? Now turn that as hard as you can. Use those muscles. Do you want some help? There we go. Do you know what these are?
What? Olives.
Black olives. On taste one, you haven't tried one in a long time. Ollie loves them. Ollie loves olives. A little bit. I love them. I could eat them like this. So we got our tomatoes, our olives. You know what this is? What? Got some parsley. All right, you want to chop this for me? Why don't you put your hand like that? There we go. Good job. Now I'm just gonna make these all a little smaller, okay? This adds a nice pop of green and a nice freshness to the whole dish. So a lot of times my mom would use elbow noodles, the ones that look like C's or U's as you call them. I felt like using tricolor pasta. You know why they call it tricolor pasta?
Why?
Because there's 3 colors. So this one is just made with wheat. This one has tomato in it. And what do you think's in this one if it's green?
Broccoli.
Close. What else is green? What's green and leafy?
Celery.
Well, celery has some leaves. What looks like lettuce?
Spinach.
Yay! Cool. I'm gonna dump this in, okay? While that's boiling, can you dump the can of tomatoes in here? Now all of the olives, the parsley. Ah, good call, buddy. Good idea. Now we wait. Can you taste that? Perfect. All right, drain the noodle. All right, I want to pour these into this bowl. Dump a whole bunch of olive oil in here.
All of it?
Not all of it. I'll tell you when. All around. Swirl it all around. A little salt. This will come out fast, so let's give it a big stir. Before we put this in the fridge to let it cool down, let's taste it, okay? You like it? Tastes even better when it's cold.
So I thought this was such an easy recipe, but you guys had a lot of questions about it, so let's get to them. First, what's the last seasoning you put on this salad? Just salt and pepper. There's not a lot of seasoning or anything that goes into this salad, so if I sprinkle anything on it, it's really just salt and pepper. I'm a big fan of salt and pepper. Next question, did you drain the tomatoes? No, I put the whole can with the diced tomatoes and the liquid because some of the pasta absorbs some of that liquid, so it helps to add some moisture to the dish. Another viewer asked, do you think it would still be tasty without the olives? Yes, the thing that's the best part about this recipe is this is just a base. If you don't like olives, if you don't like parsley, leave them out. If you want to put some cubed cheese in there or some pepperoni, throw that in. Really, it's just about a base, and if you like it a little tangier, you could probably throw in some Italian dressing. It's just a basic pasta salad. This is the way we always made it, but feel free to change it up however you want. Another question about olives, are they sliced black olives? Yes, I kept this recipe even simpler by buying the actual pre-sliced black olives, but you can buy regular olives and slice them up. I bet if you like it tangy, it would even taste good with green olives too. And another question about the tomatoes. What brand of tomatoes do you use? I'm not that loyal to a particular brand, but I do love San Marzano tomatoes whenever you can find them, whether you're using diced tomatoes or you're using, crushed tomatoes to make a sauce. San Marzano tomatoes are just a little bit sweeter, so you don't have to add the sugar to them, and they're straight from Italy, and they're just absolutely delicious. Slightly more expensive, but totally worth it, I promise.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
I believe every dream, every journey, every triumph.
And it all starts here.
Let the celebration begin! The excitement is in the air. United States!
Is he superhuman?
Feel the magic every day.
She is a superstar.
Kayla, we are cheering you on.
And share every moment with us at the Winter Olympics.
Today
is where the games begin. News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30.
We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back to Dylan Dishes, Cooking with Cal. This episode is all about celebrating family recipes passed down from generation to generation. And Calvin absolutely loves his grandma's recipe for pasta salad, and I absolutely love my grandma's recipe for short ribs. So my grandmother lived in an apartment that my dad built above our garage in our house. So it was always special when we kind of walked up the stairs to my grandmother's apartment for dinner. Her home was always warm and cozy, and it always just smelled so good, whether it was, beef and barley soup or these short ribs. I just remember it was always like a meat and potatoes or a hearty dish. And we'd all just sit around at her brown dining room table, and it was just special. We were still home, but we were over Gram's house eating one of her recipes, and they were always so delicious. For this recipe, you'll need short ribs, paprika, chili powder, poultry seasoning, onion, tomato paste, egg noodles, peas, and salt and pepper.
Say hi, Mammy.
Hi, Mammy.
Hi, Cal. How are you today?
I asked you for the recipe, and you said, you just throw the meat in a dish, you throw this together, you put it on top, you cover it for a little, you cook it for a little.
There was no written instructions with the recipe, so a lot depended on looking at it, seeing what it's doing, throw it in the oven a little bit longer, that kind of thing.
Well, I wish you could be here with me to help make this and especially eat it with us. It'll be a tight squeeze, but we'll see if we can get them all here. Okay. There we go. They're all squeezed in there, right?
Yeah. Okay.
Salt, pepper. Now we have to slice up an onion.
Well, what if it hurts my eye?
I know.
Can I close my eyes?
Well, then it's hard to cut and close your eyes at the same time. Okay. I'm gonna make some slices here. Good job. You okay? We've got all kinds of spices here, okay?
Are we gonna mix them up?
Yeah, but first, I want you to scoop all of this tomato paste into here as well, okay? You pour this water in there.
I cannot do it.
Because you're here to help me. Okay, so now we're going to pour all of this all over our short ribs.
Now we're gonna bake them.
Then we're gonna bake them, you're right. So all we have to do, we're gonna cover this with foil. We're gonna bake it for like 45 minutes.
45 minutes. I have chocolate, right?
That's right. This looks yummy. Now we'll put it back in the oven without the foil so it finishes cooking.
Where's the noodle?
This tastes exactly like my grandma's.
Is hers yummy?
Hers is so yummy.
One of the questions I get asked all the time is, what are the tools you use with Calvin in the kitchen? And knives are the big question because I'm cooking with a kid and here he is chopping some vegetables. So when I first started cooking with Calvin, I did all the chopping. I didn't want him anywhere near a knife. He did the stirring, he did the breaking of the eggs, he did all that. Then once he wanted to participate more, I found these knives. They're plastic knives. You can find them anywhere online. So they're sharp enough to cut, but they're not really sharp enough that Calvin would cut his finger. So the best vegetables this works for are something like zucchini, something like cooked potatoes. Hard-boiled egg would be good. Soft fruits like berries or pears. And you know, it takes a little bit of strength, but at least it, you know, is not going to hurt them, and it kind of just gets them used to, you know, some knife skills. I would also, you know, kind of do this for Calvin. I chop this up with my knife and then just give him a little bit to just sort of learn how to rock the knife, learn how to keep his hands out of the way, and just really basic knife skills with soft fruits and vegetables. That's what these knives are good for. Eventually, it became a thing though where, you know, you're making soup and you're chopping some harder stuff like carrots and onions. So I needed to upgrade a little bit. And I found these great knives. This is an actual knife. I mean, it's sharp and it will cut through your hard vegetables. But the thing I love about it is it also comes with this shield. So it teaches you the proper way to cut. So Calvin can put his hand here and he learns, you know, you stick your finger through this hole, so he learns, you know, not to put his finger under here, so his hand placement is good on the knife. And then he learns to kind of rock. But look at how this is like a real sharp knife for a kid, but it's all safe. The hand that's holding the knife knows how to hold it properly. The hand that's holding the food knows how to hold it properly so that your fingers are kept out of the way. The thing I love about this brand is that it also comes with a peeler. Calvin loves apples and pears. Obviously he loves carrots, but he does not like the skin on anything. He'd peel a blueberry if he could. So the same kind of thing. You stick your finger in the hole, and then it teaches you to just have your fingers out of the way. So my job is to make sure he holds, you know, the right end and isn't like, you know, doing it the wrong way. And this thing's role is to make sure Calvin holds this the right way. So you can see how sharp they are. They work. So once your kid masters the plastic knife, I think it's good to upgrade to the real deal. The next time you go to your parents' or your grandparents' house, look through their recipe boxes. You may just find some delicious gems that you totally forgot about. But until then, I hope you'll try my family recipes and let me know what you think. For all these recipes, go to today.com/DylanDishes.
So first, what you're gonna need is breadcrumbs, Italian seasoning, olive oil, and shredded mozzarella cheese. My name is Peyton Janicki, and this is Kids in the Kitchen. I'm Peyton Janicki, I'm 8 years old, and I'm in 3rd grade. My earliest memory of cooking is when I was younger, I used to help my grandma make apple and pumpkin pies for Thanksgiving. I love cooking with my grandma because she's very nice and she's also a really good cook, and at the end I get to eat it.
We need to add some chicken broth with a pot of oil in it, and you need to let that sit before we add the couscous.
My favorite thing about having my YouTube channel, Practically Peyton, it's basically just cooking and just like, it's not even hard for me. It's really fun. I love to cook for my mom, my dad, and my little brother, Michael. I also bake for my dog sometimes. For his first birthday, I helped bake him a cake. And it was basically just dog food, but shaped into like a bone shape. And it also came with some icing for dogs. He loved it so much. Some of my favorite hobbies are softball, swimming, dance, basketball, singing, and piano. When I grow up, there's 3 things that I might want to be. I want to be a teacher, a chef, and an art teacher because I love to do art. I think that cooking is basically kind of like art. I might put in the wrong ingredient and I still want to see how it turns out. It's basically like mixing paint colors. Today I'm so excited because I get to show you how to make Nanny's stuffed chicken breast and roasted broccoli. A couple of years ago, my nannies created this recipe because she was really good at making chicken cutlets, and she knew one of my favorite foods was pepperoni. So she magically put the pepperoni in the chicken cutlets, and it was amazing. Okay guys, let's get started. I'm so excited. Make sure you preheat the oven to 425 degrees. First thing is we are going to line this cookie sheet with foil, and then we're gonna spray it with some non-stick baking spray. I love using foil because it makes cleanup super easy. The first ingredients that you're gonna need is breadcrumbs, Italian seasoning, olive oil, and shredded mozzarella cheese. I like using shredded mozzarella cheese because you don't have to shred it. And it's just like so hard shredding it, and you can get hurt shredding it. In a small bowl, I'm going to add breadcrumbs, Italian seasoning, olive oil, and mozzarella cheese. This is my topping. The cheese and the olive oil are going to make the chicken brown, crispy, and delicious. So now you're gonna grab your thin chicken breast, salt, pepper, mozzarella cheese, pepperoni, and sour cream. The thinner the chicken breast, the better, because we're kind of making a pepperoni sandwich. And the bun is the chicken. Place half of the chicken breast on the prepared foil. Now we're gonna season it with salt and pepper. This is like sprinkling fairy dust. Now we're gonna sprinkle it with a half a cup of shredded mozzarella cheese. You wanna make sure you spread it evenly throughout the 4 chicken breasts. You don't wanna skip out on the cheese. My brother loves cheese, so I think I'm gonna give him a little bit extra. He'll thank me later. My favorite step of this whole thing, adding the pepperoni. So you want to add 3 pieces of pepperoni on each slice, each piece of chicken. What I love most about pepperoni is probably like it has like a little spice to it. It has like a little hotness. I love pepperoni so much. I even eat it for breakfast sometimes. And secretly, I try to sneak it into all of my recipes. Now we're gonna place the other half of the chicken on top of all of these pieces of chicken. Now we're going to put a thin layer of sour cream onto the chicken. This has a really good flavor, and it also helps make the breadcrumbs stick to the chicken. It's kind of like frosting a cake. Now we are going to put the breadcrumb mixture on top of the chicken. I like this breadcrumb mixture because it makes the chicken like nice and crispy, and it gives a different but good flavor. See, this is the magic of the sour cream because it's sticking perfectly. This is looking so good. I can't wait to eat it. Now it's time to put this in the oven. It looks great, but I can't do it since I'm a kid, so I need help from my dad. Dad! Now we're gonna bake that for 20 minutes, and in the meantime, I'm going to bake one of my most favorite side dishes, roasted broccoli.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the hand with Emergency.
All right, it just did too.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Our week-long journey across America, from Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last move.
Was talking smack part of this? People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the hand with Emergency.
All right, it just did too.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day. Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Our week-long journey across America, from Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this?
Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, new from Dateline, wherever you get your podcasts.
Fun fact, it is actually like when you get any vegetable and put salt, pepper, olive oil, and garlic powder like on top of it and bake it, it'll taste amazing. I actually won't eat broccoli any other way. I always make it this way and I love it. Now the first thing we're gonna do is cut the broccoli into florets, but you can also just pull them apart. And then you can have a parent cut it a little bit more after. Now that we're getting to the middle, I'm just gonna leave this for Mom. Mom, can you come help me? Let's cut the broccoli. Make sure they're at a similar size so they roast evenly. Well, you're a fast cutter. Now, you're gonna add olive oil, salt, pepper, and garlic powder. Now you want to mix this really well. And cooking can get messy, so do it with your hands. It feels like, I don't know, like, have you ever like felt foam beads for like slime? It feels like that, but like wet and a little bit like more like crunchy. You want to make sure they're in one row or layer, because if it's not, it'll just steam instead of getting all like crispy and delicious. It's time to put this baby in the oven, but I need help. Dad? Now we have to wait 10 minutes. It's starting to smell so good, so that's a good sign. I'm getting super hungry too. Look at how amazing this looks. It looks so delicious. The chicken, it looks so crispy and good, and the broccoli, the same. It looks very crispy and good. I imagine it in my mouth, tasting so good. All right, let's plate it. I'm gonna plate another one because I have a special guest. I can't wait until she arrives. She's gonna love this meal. Oh my gosh, perfect timing, she's here.
Oh my goodness, this is the chicken dish I taught you how to make. Peyton, it's beautiful. It smells delicious.
That's what you were sniffing when you just came in.
Oh, I can't wait to eat it. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
You did a great job. You make this exactly like I did.
Okay, let's see how it tastes.
Yours, I think, tastes even better. It's so delicious. I love sharing meals with you. Anytime. Even if it's not this dish.
I love you so much.
I love you too.
I loved having you guys in the kitchen today. I hope you'll keep this recipe in mind and share it with someone special too. Bye!
Hello and welcome to Wellness Today. I'm Chanel Jones and I am so excited to be here, kicking off our new monthly show with expert advice and practical tips to help us all physically and mentally live better today. I'm sure many of you embrace this new year with a refreshed sense of hope and a long list of goals and resolutions that may have already fallen by the wayside. Now you're stuck feeling like you failed on making this the best year yet. But you're not alone. In fact, recent studies suggest that most people give up their resolutions after only a month. So during the next 25 minutes, we're going to take it back to the basics. Forget resolutions. We're going to talk about how to form a habit, step by step. We'll find ways to make space in our day for new routines while holding ourselves accountable. And we'll take a look at how our feelings play a role in helping or hindering our progress. Plus, we have the latest products that will help inspire you to stay on track. It's all about proving to ourselves that we can build sustainable routines that we're proud of. And we are going to give you the tools to do it right here on Wellness Today. This is how to form a habit. It may seem obvious, but creating new habits does not happen by accident. Both biology and psychology can explain how simple daily actions transform into long-term practices. It's about the science. Take a look. Turning on the coffee pot first thing in the morning. Opening a bag of popcorn the minute you start a movie. Research says there's a reason these habits come so naturally.
Over 40% of what we do is actually determined by our habits, not by our decisions. Habits are rituals and behaviors that we learn so well that we end up performing them automatically. This is necessary because it allows us to carry out some essential activities that we need to do every day, like brushing our teeth or taking a shower.
Our brains are wired to help us repeat habits, both good and bad.
There's a certain part of the brain that's called the basal ganglia, and this plays a crucial role in the way in which we form habits.
But why does it feel like creating bad habits are easier?
They tend to have immediate rewards that can stimulate our brain reward system. When people eat junk food, it activates that dopamine system in the brain, and that strengthens those neural communications that lay the groundwork for the habit. The behavior becomes automated. And this is why people sometimes find that they'll mindlessly keep sticking their hand into a bag of chips and eating them. People return to their old habits quite often because those neural pathways that are established never actually get deleted. On the other hand, good habits don't always have an immediate reward. Exercising every day is a great habit, but if you're out of shape, it's not going to feel the immediate reward right away.
The key, tap into science of habits to work to your advantage.
We can create a good habit in the same way that we create bad ones, but repetition is key.
How long it takes to create a new habit is still up for debate.
Some people suggest that 21 days or 30 days is how long it takes. And so the number is going to vary depending on the circumstances that the individual is in. But if you really want to form a good habit, you have to stick with it. It's not going to happen overnight.
Persistence, that is key. So now that we've learned a little about the science of habits, how do you find the time for new ones? Joining us to answer that is Eve Brodsky. She is a high-achieving career woman and mom of 3, as am I, so she certainly gets it as the best-selling author of Find Your Unicorn Space, Reclaim Your Creative Life in a Too Busy World. I love that. She empowers women to own their time. Welcome. Thank you for talking with us.
Oh, thanks for having me, Chanel. It's so great to be here.
Oh, let's dig in here. First of all, talk to me about how you define unicorn space. I think it's like a space for active pursuits, right, that make us all come alive. So talk to us about what that is and then how you find the space and the time to do that.
We often say things like we want to find time, but Chanel, I'm here to tell you we can never find time. Time is finite, time is diamonds. And so this is really about creating a habit to include unicorn space, those space for active pursuits in your daily habits and routine.
You know, it's so interesting. I even like the title Unicorn Space. So I have a 9-year-old daughter and all of her friends are obsessed with unicorns and pandas. So I've got glitter everywhere. And when I think of little girls and freedom, I think of unicorns and rainbows and all those things. And then when we become adults, I almost feel like we lose that sense of wonder. And so I like the concept of unicorn space because it's like our inner girl, right? Our inner happy place, whatever that passion may be. So can you talk to me about, I guess, a technique for us to try to find space to do those things? One of them I think is interesting. You call it time blocking. Can you explain what that is?
Well, Chanel, the research shows us that people think they're going to be less busy in 3 months. And so they wait to do their unicorn space, their active pursuits. They say, I'll learn a new language over the summer, or I'll do it when I'm less busy. That never happens. So instead, what we have to do is recognize that we're never going to be less busy in the future. So we have to time block now. And that means putting it actively on our calendar, scheduling it like a doctor's appointment or a work appointment, and then actually honoring that time when it comes, so that we don't say, oh, our roles as parents, partners, and professionals come first, but we recognize this time for ourselves is actually linked to our mental and physical health.
So tell me this, does this fit? So let's say I want to learn how to play the guitar, or somebody wants to take up swimming. Are those the kinds of things that define a unicorn space?
Yes, it could really be anything. It could be anything that makes you come alive. And people forget that they can be more than one thing. You can be an amazing television personality, Chanel, but you could also be an acrobat. I have a man in Texas that is a chef, but he's also a bull rider. And so what it means is that we just have to start creating those habits in our daily life.
I think one thing that I struggle with, and I know a lot of my friends struggle with, is if we take that space, we feel guilty because I feel like maybe I should be doing something else. And I know a lot of people, we even call it mom guilt, if you will, or whatever you may call it, men too. So what do you do? I mean, it's an emotion that kind of sometimes, you know, a lot of people deal with. Do you have a way to combat guilt?
Absolutely. Guilt is a way that we talk to ourselves. And so it requires us talking to ourselves differently. So what I like to say is, when you say, I feel guilty because, I say that to myself all the time. I feel guilty because I didn't put Anna to bed. Instead, I'll say, I made that decision because I made the decision not to put Anna to bed so I could go out to dinner with my friends because that fills my cup. And I know I need that to be a better parent.
I love that. And you know what? Again, if you change the way we think of it and you reframe that narrative, I think it makes us feel better. And I think it's good for our kids to see that too, or for people in your lives to see that you're making yourself a priority. Eve, thank you so much. Again, the book is called Find Your Unicorn Space, Reclaim Your Creative Life in a Too Busy World. So good. Very empowering. Thank you for talking with us.
Thank you.
All right. When we come back, we'll meet a group of moms who are making waves by creating a community for their own self-care. And later, the products that will inspire you to stay invested in your own good habit building. All that and more right after this.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Our week-long journey across America, from Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last move.
Was talking smack part of this?
I believe. Every dream, every journey, every triumph.
And it all starts here.
Let the celebration begin! The excitement is in the air. United States!
Is he superhuman?
Feel the magic every day.
She is a superstar.
Kayla, we are cheering you on.
And share every moment with us at the Winter Olympics. Today is where the games begin.
Nearly a dozen hours after the Eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
know how important it is to form healthy habits, but often it's easier said than done. We just heard how to make time for a new habit, but how do you hold yourself accountable to take action? One way, finding other people with similar goals and joining in. Surfing Moms is a nonprofit organization that provides parents with consistent meetups and reliable childcare so they can practice self-care through surfing. We spoke with 3 of the moms about how they created a community that holds them accountable for their own well-being.
It makes me feel so alive. Just because you're a mother doesn't mean you have to stop doing those adventurous things.
I'm a single mom, so I knew I needed like community support. I Googled surfing moms because I love to surf and I'm a mom. And luckily Liz had just started Surfing Moms like a block from my house.
Surfing Moms essentially is a group of people that meet on the beach weekly to surf swap. We then pair up. I would look after your children while you surf, and then you'd come back after about an hour, look after my children while I surf. It just kind of kickstarted my surfing habit, which kind of had this cascading effect through my life.
You know what's totally okay? Feeling sad. I was kind of in a mode of desperation before Surfing Moms. I came from a really high achieving background. I went into motherhood this way, thinking I need to be really stellar at it. And when I was struggling mentally, I felt like a failure. Anytime you do something for yourself, you start to feel mom guilt because you're not doing something for your kids or your family. But Surfing Moms provides this environment that it's for the whole family with the goal of really filling the mom's cup.
I definitely had severe postpartum depression and anxiety, and Surfing Moms was an integral part of my healing. I mean, what makes Surfing Moms work is that it's every week, rain or shine, surf or no surf, and I know that there's going to be a group of other moms who are going to be there and be there for my kids. It's not about the individual, it's about the community. You can't really do self-care unless you have the time and the systems and structures in place to do it.
It gave me something to look forward to every week where I knew somebody was going to be waiting for me to arrive, and with the mentality of supporting each other, which I think is rare for moms of young children.
I also love that as girls, that my girls get to see me taking care of myself.